You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now. Where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do.
Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off doing it. Oh my God, huge comeback from 1. Chain from Toshang, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this.
We got some more lates in to do, boys. Holy shit, boys. Welcome in. It's Thursday night. I want to start things off in the Epic Hall of Fame here as we raise a toast to my boy, Primo, S tier, for 39 motherfucking months. Holy shit, man. Whatever you're sipping on this Thursday night, make sure you tip one back to this absolute legend. I don't think this guy gets enough credit. He gets a lot, but it ain't enough. What a savage, bro. Thank you so much. It's good to see you guys, man. We got the lemon juice absolute gas going here tonight. I see you out there, Nimrod. I see you, Smolps. I see you, Ruben X. Wicked One Ball, man. It's so good to feel that energy coming in. Y'all just bring it. Like, that's just what it is, you know? It's all you guys. And by the way, Chocolate Fish coming in on Twitch for 14 months at the tier 1 spot. Man, what a savage. Let's tip another one back to this guy. That's gonna start it up on Twitch, guys. If you thought you were hiding over there, it's time. Let's tip one back to this guy. Chocolate Fish, thank you so much, man. Yeah, Coooley may win or lose. That is definitely true. 100% true. Always. Bros, I'm excited, man. This card's going to be dope. As always, it blows my mind that what a community we have. Just absolute savages coming in here every week, showing off these skills, showing off these items, these builds. What a time it is to be alive. Thank you guys for making it all possible, and thank you for that energy as we come in here, man. Let's have ourselves one hell of a night, shall we? Whoo, shit! What is this, man? Holy fook. This entire card is wild. But first and foremost, look who has made his way to the top of the ranks, him Papa Weed. And also, look at this Canadian dab god himself, 19 months at the S tier. He says, violence! That's what it is, man. Big cheers to you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Huge. This is indeed going to be wild. Some of y'all might have seen a little bit of preview of the card in the Discord. Man, it's going to be nuts. If y'all have had your eyes on him, Papa Weed, for the last several weeks, you have seen this guy just absolutely flatline people coming out of nowhere, being an FPK savage when it comes to PvP in Diablo 2. And I gotta say, man, it is time. He's got to put his skills to the ultimate test against the current champion, Polytheist. What will he bring to the table? He has the option of bringing his Barb or his Druid. Either one, I think, is going to be a tough match against the current champion. Polytheist, known for putting all these different builds down, being one of the most dominant champions in DFC history. He might have came in a little underrated. People not sure how to feel about him, but they know now that this guy is an absolute mountain of a druid to get through, and certainly one that is no stranger to the top of the ranks. At that HLD title holder championship spot, Polytheist. Can he do it again against an up-and-coming rising legend, or are we now in the Himpapa Weed era? We're about to find out, man. And speaking of legends, look at this guy, AF50, going up for 2 titles tonight. Can you believe this? First and foremost, in Melee, he is challenging the champion proper in Coach Jason. This guy, man, someone's gotta stop him, right? We had a recent rule change based on some suggestions in the last stream. I gave it some thought, totally makes sense. We should just unban the death rune word. Sure. Yeah, fuck it. Right now, we are in the era of druids taking absolute control of the Melee division. Now, while I do think there are some things that these Dins haven't tried, it certainly has nothing to do with death, or so I would think. But we're gonna find out tonight, man. Perhaps AF50 will bring death to the table against one of the most dominant champions in Melee DFC history, Coach Jason. This guy, the Phenom, can't wait for it. And then AF50 and Nimrod. Look at this. These guys fighting it out for an interim LLD championship title. What do you mean, interim? What's going on here? Well, as you might know, Icy Dicey, the current reigning defending champion, they shipped him out to Hollywood. He's shooting movies. He's an actor now. This is what you get when you're the champion, right? Doing a lot of interviews with Time Magazine, all that shit, man. It's been wild. He has a very busy schedule. So what we're doing here is we're determining a worthy champion to challenge Icy Dicey himself next week for the title, or if we don't see Icy Dicey, because he's probably shooting the next Avengers movie or something, if we don't see him, then the winner of this bout tonight will be the new champion next week. And this one's going to be wild. Nimrod has been just speaking of talking about underestimated people just climbing the ranks. This guy's done it in every division. And here he is now trying to shut down this absolute run stopper for the title, AF50. This guy is like he's the gatekeeper of the titles. I swear, if you can't get through AF50, you ain't getting there. But now it's AF50's chance to prove once and for all he is the dominant LLD champion. Is going to hold on to that belt, or at least challenge Icy Dicey for it next week. We're going to find out, man. I actually think it's going to be crazy. He has the option of bringing a Sin or a Barb. Either one is going to be, it's going to be tough. I think a Sin has the better shot at taking out Nimrod, although if Nimrod plays it right, it will still feel really bad for AF50. It's going to be an uphill battle, but a win for AF50 here's a big win. A win for Nimrod, also a big one. This guy dominant in every single division, looking for that LLD title. And next up, look at this card, man. Look at this. Look at this undercard for the HLD division. Armos being welcomed to the DFC by Skybound. Skybound coming in on that Sin, Armos on that Zon. We haven't seen this matchup in a while. But I'm curious, man. I think Sins are in a really interesting spot right now, but there aren't a lot of people that take them there. Is Skybound going to be that guy? Throw it all on the line. Make full Elephant Sin. Go full Lightning Sentry damage. Hell, put on a Storm Shield Monarch or some shit going against a Zon, you know? Really take advantage of all of the new leverage we have as a Sin and try to put the absolute Fs to Armos. Or is Armos gonna pull off his best muchos in the moochheads in the Bloodmore and just absolutely slay it on the Zan. We're gonna find out, man. We're gonna see what this guy's made of in the Zan realm. It's gonna be wild. Bonkai coming in versus Lin on the Warlock. Lin, this guy's got a real creative build. Bonkai has the option to bring anything he wants to try to take down this Lock guy climbing up the ranks. The fair Lock player, you know, he's playing a real Lock build over here. But this build actually pretty powerful, man. A lot of people using the miasma chains now. It's busted, but it's not bannable, I don't think. I think it's insanely powerful. It's gonna take a little bit for people to adjust to it, but it is very, it hits really hard, is what the long and short of it is. But does Bonkai have what it takes? Does he know? Has he played against these types of locks enough to know that this is definitely something he's got to worry about, something he's got to plan for, and certainly something he has to bring a strategy in for? Hope to see it, man. It's going to be an epic match regardless. Then look at this. Green Lungs going up against Sloot in an NVD showdown. These guys have seen each other in the LLD arena before, but now it's time to step into HLD with the classic, what they call the most fair matchup in D2. But is it still? We're about to find out, man, with a new chapter of that tonight. Then look at this. It's the Jits versus Montriana. Din v Barb. Jesus. This is going to be nuts. Tough one for Montriana, that's for sure. But Jits is on a Charger. This guy's on a Charger. I actually, as much as you would think that this would be in favor of the Din player here, a Charger kind of changes that. It makes it so that your big hits, if you just run into Whirlwind with Charge, it's not going to go very well for you. So he's got to get creative. He's got to find ways to crack the defenses of Montriana, get on the inside, and not take too much Whirlwind damage from him. It's going to be wild, man. Then we've got Jin Shin versus Havito. Holy shit, man. One of the best Zon players of all time. Jin Shin going up against Havito. One of, I think, the most savage PvP players also of all time. He's coming in on a Necro. Who knows what kind of setup he's going to use? Who knows what strategy he's going to employ? But he's going to have an absolute legend of a Zon player that he's going to be going up against tonight. Jin Shin versus Havito is going to be wild. Then we've got Julvan on the Barb versus Will on the Din. What is this, man? Can't wait to see how that goes. Julvan, an absolute savage Barb player. We haven't seen Will on the Din very, very frequently, right? So we're gonna see what that skill level is if he comes in on a Smiter, if he comes in on an H-Din. There's a lot of things we can do as Barb players, right, to fight back against those H-Dins. A lot of times you don't see people bust them out. You know, for example, the Widowmaker is actually really good versus Hammerdins if you're on a Barb. But I don't think he is. I think Will is going to be on a straight Smiter here tonight. I can't quite remember. Forgive me for that. But either way, I think it's actually going to be wild. It's going to be a good test for Will. It's going to be an ultimate test for Julvan. I'm just locked in for that one. Ready to go, man. Then we've got Kyle versus Dr. Doom. Another savage one. Kyle bringing in the Cold Sorceress and trying to do big things with it in the DFC. And he is learning the tricks of the trade as he climbs up the ranks and duels absolute legends inside the Bloodmore. And now we've got a problem. Or should I say, Dr. Doom has a problem. Kyle is getting locked the fuck in, man. This guy is looking clean with those orb hits, the aim, the timing with his blizzard cooldowns. It's getting wild. He's getting very familiar with it and has only been felled by just slight mistakes at this point. So who knows how this one could go. Dr. Doom's gonna have to stay on point, whether he brings the Sin or the Necro. He's gonna have his work cut out for him. Then look at this. We've got the grudge match. Same one as last week, as per requested. Serenity versus Baloney Pony. Serenity thinks he got beat. First of all, to give you a little bit of history, he got beat by Baloney Pony last week on this Warlock. Now Baloney, he's leaning in to those miasma chains. Those things are fucking powerful. And you know what they're really good against? Paladins. And Serenity, he noticed that last week. I think that was the first time he took on a miasma chain using Warlock, and he was confused by it. But he thinks he has the tricks to take out Baloney Pony should they go up against each other again. And we're gonna find out if that is true as they rematch tonight, the grudge match between Serenity and Baloney Pony. That one's going to be wild, man. Lots on the line there. Serenity, lots to prove as that Din. He wants to really work through it. And you know what? As a Din player, I can't help but root for him. Sorry, Baloney Pony. Love that lock. But Serenity has chosen the Din, the messiah, if you will, of all D2 classes. You have to forgive us, Baloney, as we root for the Serenity, all right? Dins get the wins. At least we hope. Anyways, we've got Squigs going in against Nimrod. Holy shit. This is a tough matchup. Honestly, I really think this probably should have been a death match. But, you know, more data needed for Necro versus Din. Regardless, though, this is going to be a tough match for Nim. It's going to be real tough. I think even taking a couple of rounds here is basically a win for him. Because Squigs is one of the best Necro players of all time. This guy is insane. He's on point. His timing, his chains, the way he can swap between traditional top-tier Necro play to awkward styles you never expect and certainly aren't used to is something that just throws everybody for a loop. And those are the tricks he's going to likely employ coming into this matchup, probably feeling real comfortable on that Necro with those skills sharpened up. Nimrod is going to have to slap him out of that comfort zone real quick in order to really set that one in his favor. But we're going to see, man. It's going to be a savage one. Again, we're going to have to be rooting for those Dins, all right? We're going to have to be... Sorry, Squigs. We're going to have to root for the Dins. Just how it is, boys. Then we've got Super Dude versus Random Tool Guy. Random Tool Guy, an EU player dialing in all the way from Europe, overseas here, trying to take on Super Dude. Super Dude on the Necro, Random Tool Guy on the Zon. All of the Necro v Zon matchups tonight are no CS. That's just a cheesy way to beat a Necro, all right? Let's have ourselves a real duel. And that's what these guys are going to do from a long ways away. An absolute savage rising star Random Tool Guy. This guy is an insane Zon player. And Super Dude proving himself as a savage Necro player. This is going to be a clash of titans right here. We've got Track Amp versus Baloney Pony. Uh-oh. Track Amp on the Fire Druid. Baloney Pony on that new wave. On that new wave Warlock Warlock War Wagon is what he's on. With all of his tricks, with all of the chains, the fire, everything, man. He's got so many tricks to employ, but can he avenge an ancient loss against Track Amp? Or will Track Amp prove himself as the master of the Blood Moor? The master of lighting it on fire, anyway. We're going to find out. Then we've got Travix on the Necro, man. Ladder has reset, and that boy is coming in. He's coming in hot. He's on a Necro now. He's going up against Coach Jason on the Din. Gonna be a tough one for Coach Jason, but we've seen this guy on a Smiter, and he's a fucking savage. All right? He's gonna have himself a tough matchup. So is Travix. That one is just gonna be back and forth wild. Can't wait to see it. Max still waiting out there, calling out into the void for all of the unfair Warlock players. He's just been beating them down. Obviously cheating. You know, like that time he beat me a couple weeks ago. We're still looking into the tapes, but until we find any evidence, we're going to have to conclude this guy, absolute top Warlock player in the world, and it's not even close. He's looking for an opponent. If you're out there and you've got yourself a Warlock and you think you can take down the Warlock champion of the world, you just let us know. That one is all yours. Then in the LLD division, look at this. Coooley is going to get his chance to try to avenge his loss versus LOL Rages in LLD, the level 30 division. Coooley will be on the LLD Charger this time. Fuck those H-Tins, man. We're coming in, we're rolling those digital dice. And we're going to test how good LOL Rages is at chucking those jabs at close range. We might even chuck the shield right to the side. That's how ballsy we get there in the LLD division. We don't mess around on that Charger, bros. We play it like nobody else. There's a reason that at least one person on the internet has called this guy the top LLD Din player of all time. And since at least one person has said that, we can use the word some. So therefore, some people believe on the internet this guy is the best Din player in the world. Anyways, I digress. Murder SC versus Greenlungs. Barb versus Sork. That one's going to be wild. Smulps versus Jits. A team match in Melee. And Smulps v Greenlungs in Melee. What the actual fuck, boys? It's wild. Well, I suppose what I ought to do here is get all fired up and gets me ready for some LLD. What do you say? If this is your first time in the DFC and you're wondering what the hell do you do, you know, what's going on? What should I just popped in here and I'm not sure how to get things going. Well, don't you worry. Look at this. This is a quick shot of the Discord right here. And if this is you, you're like, wow, all right, here I am. I'm in the Coooley Discord. I got myself the DFC Dueler tag. Look at this. You should now have access to the DFC chat channel, DFC results, all of this stuff, right? First order of business, all you got to do, pop into the join the stream channel, and then once you're in a game with your opponent and you're ready to throw down, all you got to do is just share your screen. That lets me know as the streamer you're ready to throw down. You're ready for me to pop in there, check out what's going on, and there may be some action that's flying around. So simple as that, man. Once you get that ready, we'll know you're ready to jam. And because of that, look at this. We've got Nimrod and Trackamp ready to jam up in there. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and start up a little queue here. We got Nimrod, we got Trackamp. And let's friggin' go, man. That's the current queue right there. If you want to get in, just pop in there once you're ready to go. Or you can pop in the chat. Also, let me know that you're ready to go. That will also do the trick. And then we're going to pop in and commentate some matches. All right? That's just how it is. Let's friggin' do it. As we pop in to Nimrod himself, the absolute savage Din players, he gazes with his H-Din over here into the fire, waiting for his opponent ominously. Look at this guy. True Din phenom. Who knows what he sees in this fire? What spirits he's talking to? What spirits shall empower that Shaco helm for his battle tonight? But we're gonna see. By the way, just want to take a chance to catch up on chat here a little bit. I'm going to pop into Trackamp stream here as well. Looks like he's ready to throw down, possibly even clearing the more here. This is really good. By the way, what up, Joby? What up, Travix? What up, Trackamp? I see you guys. Holy shit, man! Loving the energy here, man. Like I said, right at the top of the stream, it blows my mind every week. It's such a great community, man. Popping in and just, I can feel you guys through the chat. You know what I mean? I can feel you. And by the way, Hell Inc., my guy. Sorry I'm a little late on this, but a big cheers to you, brother. Good to see you. He says, sup, bros. Can't stick around, but I plan to catch the tail end of things. Good luck, duelers. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, the LeBron James of the LLD Din world is Coooley. Indeed. See, that makes at least you are one of some great number of people out there on the internet that say things just like that say that exact thing, Severity. So thank you. It's good to see you guys showing up in the chat, you know, because yeah, it's just good. Yeah, I think the Horizons boots are a must versus the Miasma locks. Certainly they are. Here's the other thing about Baloney Pony. He's a controller player. So as soon as he tallies up on you, he's going to get an auto-aim controller hit. That's just how it is. That's how it's going to be. You're going to have to get used to it. And it's going to be wild. You've got to be quick, right? You've got to be very, very quick with what you're doing. Or you need a way to increase the distance. Fight him from range, right? That's going to be the thing. I mean, with any Miasma lock that you go up against, that's just how it is. You have to outrange the chains, which is pretty hard. It can be hard to do. But there are ways, there certainly are tactics, and it's one of those newer skills. We didn't really see it much before. You know, it's savage. It is probably needs to be tuned down a little bit, But roll the dice. Let's see what happens here, right? Let's see what happens here. Let's get on the right screen here, boys. Hell yeah. All right, that just means me moved over to the other side as we check out Track Amp here. He's getting ready to throw down Track Amp. He is going up against Baloney Pony here tonight. We're gonna get to see. We're gonna get to see these locks right away here. Or yeah, I think so anyway. Is Baloney Pony in the game? Don't know if Baloney is ready. Okay, throwing down with Manti real quick. All right, yeah, let's jam it. I know these guys had requested some sort of grudge match or something, I think anyway. We weren't able to accommodate all of the grudge matches this week, mainly because they all pertain to one player, Baloney Pony himself. Everybody wants a piece of this miasma lock, man. But Baloney Pony says, hold up, you gotta get in line. You gotta take a ticket, all right? You gotta get your number. We'll call you. All right, that's what it is. Everybody wanting a piece of it. Oh, was it? Yeah.
Hello.
And by the way, holy shit, how did I miss this? The Frosty himself. My guy. Big cheers to you, man. Holy shit. Another gifted membership from the Sergeant Frosty himself. Bro, thank you so much, man. Sorry I was a little late on that. Yeah, this is going to be wild, though. Montriana coming in here. This is some sort of grudge match. These guys need to settle right here. Now, look, I'm beginning to think that that Barb v Fire Druid is a little tougher than it used to be in the new patch. I don't know why. I don't claim to know why yet. But the point is, it is. I think it is anyway. I have seen even Maddie have very close duels in this matchup right here. It's a tough one, man. You got to be real patient, and the timing of the druids is just... That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. Can they stay ahead of your teleports? Can they time you properly? Can they guess when you're going to come in? It's, as with any barbarian duel, it is a mind game. That is why playing the barbarian is so hard, man. It turns into a mind game. He really does. Manti has come a long way. That's a very true thing right there, Nim. This guy started out, I'm talking using like Hisara set and all of this, which is great. He was doing it for science. And you would think when someone brings that in, that there's no way they're going to be chain locking like a madman across the Bloodmoor. Well, that is now Montriana. This guy has got the chain locking skills. He's really stepped it up, and he is a savage. Yeah, one of several. Exactly, man. That's what it is. Just, yeah, one of at least some. That's how it goes. It's a way to exploit controller users. Yeah, in and out. They can't chain you. So if you go in and out with your attacks, assuming that, you know, they can adapt as a miasma lock and just start setting up chains where they think you're going to come in.
Hello.
But they can't chase you. They can't chain lock and chase you. So if you go in and out, it's free. Sure, they're going to have an auto lock on you, but if you can turn the tide of the duel and make it so that they're not the one chasing you, right? Like, they're not telling on you and getting the lock really quickly. You're kind of addressing them from a distance, but if they close the distance, you're able to punish them, but you kind of would just rather not, right? You go in and out, right? That's just how it is. But it's going to be tough, I think, versus a miasma lock, because Baloney Pony can certainly chase as well. Yeah, you could also unplug it. I think the new Jewel and Sunder changed this matchup quite a bit. Yeah, I think so too, man. There is just so much damage coming in. It's a lot of damage. You know, these droids, and let me tell you, they come in. They have a couple of restrictions, right? They can't go full wolf pack now. But they still have a couple of pets in their way. They've got the Oak Sage, they've got the bear. They are restricted to 35% block. But I mean, man, it's hard to close the distance and to get in there as a barb. You would figure having the same cast frames as a sorceress, man, it should be crazy, right? But it really isn't. It's tough. It's tough to get there. But here's the other thing. We haven't seen a lot of crazy creativity with barbs in this matchup either. Only time will tell. Do they go 105 with like a fortitude axe and give up a couple of IAS breakpoints just so that they can telly way faster, right? I honestly wonder that. It also gives you resistances, gives you that, you know, gives you some things. Otherwise, fortitude not a great weapon. Nice hit there from Montriana as he gets in there. He's even going for the Zerk. Look at this. Look at this. He has feared the pets. He has got in here and he has casted Howl against those pets. Now, you see the curse on them. They don't necessarily always run away, though, unless they're in combat. Montriana getting some big hits in here. I love what he's doing. He's kind of playing possum from the outside. And I think that's what you got to do. You really have to play this matchup. And you can't be hyper aggressive as the Barbarian. You got to be patient. You can't be dueling them inside their horse shit. All right, they're gonna cast a whole bunch of horse shit, and you can't be dueling inside it. Nice whirlwind there from Montriana as he gets right on the outside and again clips him again. This is huge. He is taking damage though in all of these exchanges, and it is adding up. Montriana going for those chains, slipping on him a little bit here tonight. You can tell he's slipping on him. You see those tellies real close to his body there. That means he thought he grabbed that lock and he moved that cursor right close to his body, but he missed the lock. But you can tell those mechanics are there. Now track amp very low. Montriana very low. Montriana casting that howl yet again, but that bear unfazed. Nice chain there again from Manti. Holy shit, what a duel. Ooh. Manti's being very, very patient here. Notice this. He's kind of playing from the outside, getting track amp to chase him a little bit. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. I think that's how you got to play it. Oh, nice hit again. Now he doesn't get greedy. Gets out. Very smart. I love this strategy here. This is a really good red herring or a really good possum strategy here by Montriana. You have to do it in this matchup. That's how you got to catch your opponent, right? You cannot close the distance here and get too close to that fire. It fucking hurts. But both of these guys are super low right now. Drakkamp looking for that lock, looking to drop that volcano right down on Montriana. Montriana trying to get in there. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Koozie. Hell yeah, it really is, man. It really is. That good stuff for sure. Montriana's very low, though. That's why he's trying to pick his angles here. Really, really pick when he goes in, when he goes for it. You know, it's almost like throwing feints. You got to get in there. You got to make them think that even just because you're close doesn't mean you're necessarily going to go in. Yeah, that was insane. That was a very, very close one. Order welcome. Manti was looking clean, but I think he was just dialing in. If he would have been dialed in that duel, he missed a couple of locks. You can tell he went for him. He thought he grabbed the name lock, dragged that cursor right back to the center, and he missed the name lock. He did that a couple of times, so he slipped on it. But I think if he would have grabbed those, that could have been a different duel. That was incredibly close. You dance as if death was always your partner. Yeah, crazy. Well, you got to figure, I mean, what do you want these guys to do? Just sit there and throw boulders at each other? And I mean, how do you expect this duel to go? If, you know what I mean? How do you expect it to go? This is what happens. This is Diablo 2. This is how duels go. Yeah. Manti is lagging since he did not make the game. If he loses, that's what? Really? Really? Manti didn't make the game. Holy shit. All right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Barb should always have that ping advantage. Travix and Coach Jason ready. All right, brother. We'll throw you in the queue. Travix versus Coach Jason. That one's going to be savage. That is going to be a Din v Necro matchup in HLD. And it's whew, man. I'm excited for that one. Yeah, I think Leap is certainly the play. I think it's certainly the play. Get that stun. Honestly, I'm considering, I'm not the best Barb player, and I'll have to run this by my boy Maddie, but I'm considering trying to find a way to hit 105 cast, then leaping, and then closing that distance even quicker after a leap, and just getting in on the Fire Druid player, cracking them, and just getting out, right? 105 cast. That's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if there's a way to do it. Wondering if there's a way. I think it'll probably be with Fortitude weapon, but I mean, if you go Fortitude weapon, you're giving up something. You're either giving up grief or you're giving up the fanaticism aura from Beast, which is one of the critical ways. It is critical to hitting your IAS breakpoints, and Fortitude doesn't have any IAS, so you're gonna have kind of weird whirlwind breakpoints. Manti going in, he missed the chain again there, which is too bad because that could have been wild. And we are ready 3v3 melee after. Let's fucking go. All right, yeah, I'll throw them both in there, man. We'll throw them both in there. Yep, and then melee teams. That one's going to be sick. We didn't talk about that one much on the card there, but Nimrod got us a melee teams matchup going on. I can't wait to see it, man. It's going to be nuts. ROT Dubs melee 3v3. It is a very interesting. If you don't like the teleporting around, let me tell you, you're gonna love you some melee. All right, you're gonna love you some melee, and especially team duels in melee. I think those are super fun. They're way more forgiving for people that might not have perfect gear, and certainly an interesting way to duel. Interesting thing to watch. Can't wait to see it, man. See my message about Nim and I? Should be ready. Oh, yep, I got you, bro. I'll throw you in right after the melee team. Sorry about that, Squigs. Squigs v Nim. Actually, we got Nimrod up next. If Nim is ready to go, he's already in the queue, so we'll check in. We'll check in. Y'all are up next then, actually, if Nim is ready to throw down. I put Nim in the queue first, so we're just gonna cycle back to him. Teams is the best, especially with token bets. No shit, I never thought about that. Betting tokens for melee duels. That's amazing. I love it. Absolutely love it. Nice chains here. Nice stomps from Montriana. But this time he's going in and he's choosing to fight up close, pushing that pressure early on. Now that could have been good, could have been bad. It all depends on how much damage he took from that. The fact that he backed off told me he probably took a lot. And now you can see, look at this genius strategy from Trackamp. Look at how he's trying to set up these engagements now that he notices Montriana is aggroing a little bit. He immediately changes his game plan and he's starting to throw that Molten Boulder and Telly right in front of it. Right? He's trying to get that duel to go right in front of the Molten Boulder. He's trying to engage that Whirlwind right in a Molten Boulder. That's what he's trying to do. It's hard to see all of the attacks that Fire Druids throw and how they're strategically doing it. But that's how he's setting it up. Look at this. Look at this. He even knew he was going to get knocked back by that leap there. He was ready. He threw it perfectly. That was a great round for Trackamp right there. That was a flawless execution of how to dance with that Whirlwind right up close and set it up with Molten Boulders, keep the pressure with Volcano, Fissures, everything. That was just constant hits and avoiding all of the threats of Montriana there. That was beauty. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Fennel. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to try it out. Maybe I'll try it versus Polytheist. The thing is, we probably have to figure out a way to stack up a lot of DR too, which is crazy because they have that charm that gives them like, you know, -10 to enemy physical resistance, which is crazy. Holy shit. Nice hits there from Montriana to start things off. Doesn't follow up on that. But damn, son, that was a big hit. He's looking for another one here. Well, look at this. Trackamp got some licks in there, too. I think Montriana ran out of mana in that exchange here. He tellied in, and then he walked out. Holy shit. Yeah, Chuck. So if you put IAS on like gloves or an AMI, all of that shit affects the IAS in the whirlwind for sure. Yeah, I think it's probably one of the best changes for a whirlwind in D2R. It's one of the better changes that they chose to do. Yeah, it's going to be sick, Odin. A line of 3 versus another line of 3. It's going to be sick. Lined right up, throwing right down. And there it is, man. Absolute savagery. Absolute savagery. He says, I didn't want that getting kill at the end, but there it is, man. Track amp on that flame firing druid right there. He done took him out. That is a tough matchup for Montriana, that's for sure. Montriana was looking clean out there. He slipped on a couple of locks, but dude, he is looking so good. And those were so close. That is a tough duel. The fact that Montriana got him down so low, that is a testament to how savage he is. All right, let's pop into Nimrod here. Nimrod going up against Squigs. Nim, he ain't fooling me. This guy is on a hammered in. Or is he? Or is he? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. He's got his fanaticism set up. What is this? He was on, okay, he might have been on CTA side. He might be throwing in some wild tricks here. Oh, yeah. He was cube bowing. All right, that's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, man, and he's got the bow. Okay, this is interesting. To have the bow, you've got to really balance out your IAS appropriately, and it looks like he has. That's a pretty fast-firing bow right there. That's kind of a, it's a strange thing to have to worry about when you put a bow on a paladin. But you do have to worry about it. How fast you actually knock those arrows is really important, because you don't want to get caught with your pants down, and you want your bow to actually have some sort of threat from a distance. And if you can't fire it quickly, it kind of loses all of that. Look at that. Nim showing off that belt there with that 20 cast on the new Geed's Wager. That thing is savage. God, that belt is so insane, man. This right here is Nim on the Din versus Alucard, aka the Squigs on the Necro. And look at this. I almost threw in spear only for this fight. I almost threw in spear only. I think, look at this. Nim was not shooting guideds there, though. That could come back to haunt him. He was on smite. He's not shooting guideds right now. That's gonna be, that's a big oof. He's gonna have to fix that on the swap, I think. I do like guided arrow in the versus Necro matchup. I think it is the play because it totally changes how the Necro goes about addressing the Paladin. Oh man, nice catch there from Nim, but he does pay for it with a big spear. Yep, Nim trying to set that. He's trying to swap out and get those hotkeys set up, but Squigs ain't giving him no time to do it. Oh, nice charge there from Nim. Yeah, I got mine hotkeyed on my mouse button. Not my scroll wheel, but on one of my mouse buttons, just in case I ever fuck it up. It's just like, I don't use it for anything else. It's always guided arrow for classes that don't usually have guided arrow. He does have it keyed. There it is. Squig says, set hotkeys. Sorry, got it. All right, there it is, man. Hell yeah. He's got it. He's set up. That was nice of Squigs, man. A gentleman's duel of savagery. Yeah, it forces the neck to play different. That's for sure, Primo. They can't just run from you and know that, okay, I'm at this distance, I'm safe. There's really nothing the Din can do. It's like, yeah, sure, but you could get cracked by an arrow which cuts you open and gets right through that bone armor. And if they do that enough times from the outside, they could just FOH you down. Holy shit, Goldenheim, what's up, man? Thanks for the raid, brother. I appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope your D2 adventures were going good, brother. I appreciate that raid. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We are in the middle of, we're at the start. We're at the top of DFC 209 here. We are watching Nimrod on the Paladin versus legendary Necro player Squigs. Previous champ. This guy is crazy. But I gotta say, man, I am so blown away by Nimrod. This guy always rises to the occasion with any challenge that comes his way, right? Any challenge that comes his way, including a player like Squigs. Look at this. He's making, this is, Squigs is having to adapt his strategy here. He ain't used to this. Holy shit! Nice closing of the distance there from Nim as he gets that life tap off. Doesn't get a lot of life back from it. That bone armor absorbed a lot of that smite hit there. And he didn't get a ton of life back, but that was good. It gave him something. Nimrod's bow about to run out here. He's probably going to be looking for a window to recast it. Was a duel from 3 or 4 weeks? Oh, that's what it was. Okay, all right. Yeah, dude, I gotta say, Track Amp is absolutely savage on that druid, man. Like, he is so aggro. I love it. Like, that build could easily back off and just play the distance, but that ain't how Track does it, man. He is a badass. He is a badass, and he's really good at it right up close. That was crazy, man. Good duel from you, too, though, Maltriana. You punished him for it quite a bit of times. Oh, my God! And Nim gets in there with a big win! That is huge, man. That is huge. I told you this guy rises to the occasion. This guy's so underestimated, but you cannot look past this guy. He's an absolute savage. Bringing in that bow really changes how the Necro plays, and that gave Nim the exact opportunity he was looking for there. Holy shit, that's a big round win right there. I did not expect that. We had Nimrod, and he was down real low right from the beginning stages of that duel, but he didn't let that rock him, didn't let it phase him, didn't let it affect him, right? He says, all right, we're just going to play this how we know we got to play it. And he busts out that Widowmaker, and it's just like Primo says, it changes how the Necro plays the matchup. It really does, man. Loving that bow. Big fan. Big fan. Oh, nice spear there, though, from Squigs. Squigs had about enough of that bow as he closes the distance and shows Nimrod some savage magic spells of his own. Yeah, and by the way, thanks for the shout out there too, Primo, and I am not sure what is up with that command right there. But, you know, we're going to look into it. The coding there, it looks a little weird, but the coding should say if Warlock then delete. But someone fucked that up. We're going to have to see what... Bill is not a programmer, but somehow, for some reason he tried. Yeah, now Squig's going to turn it up. Squig says, all right, this is the thing about Squigs, is he is a very adaptive player. He will learn your style very quickly. He almost reminds me of Vamp the Champ from back in the day, where he goes in with a game plan, but really his game plan is assessing what your game plan is in round one. He knows that there are different players that have different strategies, play very, very differently. And he's got to know what he's going up against. He's got to know what the threats are, what his opponent is good at, and, you know, more importantly, what they brought to the table and how to adapt to it. And that is what he's really good at. You can see it in this round, man. He's gotten those licks in, and he is rather untouched. Yeah, for real, Track Amp. That shit was sick, man. Yeah, indeed. If this was Vamp the Champ, we would see more chat PK. I'm just saying his ability to adapt reminds me of Vamp the Champ, you know? Feeling out his opponent in that first round. Yeah, but then, of course, with Vamp the Champ, you would know when the phases had changed. You would know that you were getting the best of him because he would go into phase 2, which is where he would criticize either your style or your build. And it usually was in the form of the comment LOL or something, right? That was phase 2 Vamp, right? And then the phase 3 is parking it in a corner, right? Phase 3 is parking it in a corner, talking shit. You know, mad, you know, telling you to do something differently, egging you on. That's phase 3 Vamp. I did indeed get to phase 3 vamp when I dueled him on a build very similar to this, but I was a hammered in. No, actually, I can't remember. Either way, I got him to phase 3, which was pretty sweet. But then phase 4, he might have gone into that too. And what he was doing in phase 4 is he would sit in corners spamming IBS and doing the mushroom clouds. It's where he teleports to the front of the bone spirit train and then throws teeth. And if you come too close, he'll start throwing spears. And then he'll immediately go and reset and do it again. That's phase 4. He doesn't care about your game plan. He's got his own, and you have to deal with it. Yeah, that's what it was, Maddie. It was the bow tap and H-Din that got him to phase 3. I might have even got him to phase 4 because we went 4-2. It was 4-2 versus Elite, aka Vamp the Champ on a bow tapping H-Din. Nice hits there from Nim. That might have cut his opponent open. He does have Drax as his gloves here, and those have big open wounds. He has the Umbo as well. All right, yeah, so he's really stacking up that open wounds. I think that's what you have to do. It's you almost have to treat it like when you're using a Widowmaker on any sort of build, right? Anytime you bust out the Widowmaker, you have to kind of treat it like you're choosing whether you're a hybrid sin or a spider sin. That's kind of the decision you have to make. Do you want your Widowmaker to do real damage, right? Do you want to stack up the max AR lifers and have it do real damage? Or do you want to just cut people open with it, right? Like a spider sin would, with her claws. Oh, nice catch there from Nim. He landed some big shots there. And I think that's what Nim has done with the bow here. And I think that's the smarter thing to do if it's on a din. 9 times out of 10, when you're on a din, the thing you should be doing with your Widowmaker is stacking up open wounds. 9 times out of 10. The only time you shouldn't be is if you're on a Murder Din variant, right? You're on a Murder Din variant, and you're actually just trying to do big charge damage and big bow damage. You're on a Murder Din or a Ranger Din. Ranger Din, probably more appropriate for the big damage bow, but a Murder Din will also do it. Murder Din will throw hams as well. Nice hits there. Nice close into the distance from Nim, but he got punished for it by some big bone spirits. And incredible spears there from Squigs. Oh, a big tap for Nim. That's going to reset him. He got it off the Golem and immediately repped to full. That's huge. That is huge right there.
I am overburdened.
That is a big moment in this duel. Big moment in this duel for Nim. Uh-oh, look at this. He's trying to bow here as well. Both these guys trying to bow. Nim going into the danger zone over there. All those quill rats and falling. Yeah, he got him. He caught him on that puddle. Then he caught him with a big hit to that fire golem. No, life tap is legit on certain builds. So there's certain classes that are allowed to cast life tap. The Paladin and the Barb. Just because they're otherwise such bad classes that they have every fucking matchup is rough for those two classes. So the Zon isn't allowed to like proc life tap. Right, but if you're a Barb, you're a Din, jam it. Jam it, slam it, Alabama it. Yeah, Zon is different though. If they just sit there and spam multi just to proc tap from across the map, like that feels bad, right? But this feels good on a Din. You're dead against a very tough matchup, one where you certainly don't have the advantage, and then you're almost dead, and boom, back to full. Like, it doesn't happen often. It's not easy to even do that, right? Not only do you have to rely on the 5% proc from your Drax, or you could make it even higher if you wanted to, but not only do you have to worry about that proc, but then you actually have to do damage to something, whether it's a pet, whether it's the player, something. You gotta do some sort of big damage. So it involves a lot, especially whereas when players get tapped, they usually just run away. They don't kick around. No shit, he did max charge. That's really good. That's probably why he got those nasty cracks there. He got that crack off that golem and went right to full. And look at this, dude. And this is why you can see it's not really a big problem. Because here he is yet again, and he's almost dead, right? It can feel crazy when someone immediately reps to full, but then when you remember they're going up against a fucking busted class, it makes sense. It suddenly all makes sense, right? Yeah, there's typically no limit on stack, unless we're talking about cold sorts. Then there is a limit, just because one of their big mastery skills is that their mastery skill, instead of giving them extra damage, minuses resistance from their opponent. So, to allow the cold sorts to have fun.
Waiting like a stalking butler.
What is this? Two absolute legends coming in. First of all, I gotta say, this guy right here, the absolute Barb legend. I can't wait to see this guy tonight. We've got Mr. Murder SC. Waiting like a stalking butler, coming in with a $40 bill. Just dropping that like it's hot, man. Holy shit. Big cheers to this guy, and thank you so much, man. Big cheers, dude. Huge. What's going on, man? It's so good to see you. The Murder SC. He's got a big duel tonight. Can't wait to see it. And then, of course, we've got this auto-banned namer. This donger. My guy says, "Sup, Cools. Hope the chat is ready for some ZPK TVT. I'm excited, man." We're going to pop in after this to a duel between Travix versus Coach Jason. And then after that, guess what we've got? We've got ourselves Coach Jason on the Melee teams. That one's going to be wild, man. I am so excited for it. Donger, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for parking the Prime over here for 7 months, man. I'm so ready for it. I can't wait to see it. I love me some Melee teams. I think it's one of the coolest things, one of the coolest ways to Melee, man. Especially if someone's just getting in to Melee, they just step into the ZPK games and all of that, and it's like, boom, people are doing teams. Man, it feels cool. Feels cool. It's like instant camaraderie and instant forgiveness for not having like perfect gear too. I love it. And even if you do have decent gear, I would think my Zealer actually has decent gear, but next to the guys that do this, it's like, holy shit. I mean, I got like 28 32020s now, and it's like, holy shit, it's tough keeping up. Big cheers to the Murder SC, man. Got stuck in ATL traffic? ATL? Wait, they got you out in Georgia? They got you out in Georgia? The internet, what? Bro, ATL traffic fucking blows, man. I lived there for a while. I got a place that was like 10 miles away from my work, which was in Marietta. And then I thought for sure, because I lived up in Maine, I was like, 10 miles, that takes me 10 minutes, you know, 10, 15 minutes. Fuck no, dude. It was like 2.5 hours every day. And that's if I left at 5 a.m. It was crazy, man. ATL traffic is it's straight from hell. It is some of the worst. Dude, big cheers. Big cheers, though, bro. Just found a 15 strength, 15 dex, 29 res horizons. Not bad at all. Yeah, that's really good. I'd be pretty happy about that. Yeah, Atlanta, the ATL, man. That's where our boy T.I. is from. The king of the South. He's the king of the states. By the way, if you are in the ATL ever and people start talking about rap, you better pay some homage to T.I., man. That's just what it is. Yeah, we was kangs. That's what it is. You best be, the first words out of your mouth in any rap conversation better be, he ain't as good as T.I., but, and then insert your opinion here. Then you're gonna have yourself a good convo. The concrete jungle, dude. Hell yeah, man. It's crazy. There is so much to do in the ATL, though, man. Holy shit. When I was playing Magic the Gathering down there was everything from, like, SCG opens all the fucking time in Atlanta to, like, multiple card shops that were playing anything from vintage to legacy, modern, and all of this shit multiple days of the week. all while popping in and playing with like absolute top tier legends. It was fucking crazy. Like the people you see top in the tournaments and shit. It was wild, man. What time it was to be alive. Nothing happens in Trondheim, Norway. Yeah, different place, you know, different place. ATL had like, back when I lived there, it had like 6 million people in it. There was just so much shit going on always. It was the place to be. Tiny Leaders is the LLD of MTG Commander. True, man, true. Yeah, I think that format came out when I stopped playing. Although I did pop into my LGS randomly the other day because my buddy is now like running the place. So I popped in to see like what, you know, how it was going, and they talked me into playing a modern tournament. And I had to remind some motherfuckers that I was the 2015 Star City Games Modern Champion. And I gotta say, there was some people in that card shop that were looking at some of the plays that I was doing, and they were like, this dude's fucking good. I had my opponent. Oh, there it is. Big life tab for Nimrod. And he's back in this. He's back in this, and look at this. Squigs is a little low. I had my opponent thinking I was focusing on his creatures and shit. He's playing some weird ass. I don't even know what the format is anymore. I was borrowing someone else's deck. I was playing some weird affinity variant with this fucking card that makes munitions and shit. Well, anyways, I dropped that Arcbound Ravager out there, and I started making him think like I was worried about his creatures and they're getting like too ridiculous on the board. I was like, shit, man, what am I gonna do? So he like fucking swings in, and then I just block with the Ravager, sack a shit ton of munitions, aim them all at him, and fucking, I was literally dead to rights. I had got melted down and shit, all of my artifacts gone, I got melt down, I got everything, and fucking, dude goes from 18 to fucking 2 in one fucking turn, and then the turn gets passed to me, and I was like, rub the top of the deck. I'm like, you're dead to an artifact. I was like, any artifact, and it was a land. But like, literally, people looking on like, we did not expect that. Like, holy shit, you almost fucking turned that around like immediately. It's like, yeah, man, 2015 Modern State Champion. You know, it's what it is. Star City Games, they know who I am. Yeah, Tiny Leaders Doran. Oh shit, I remember Doran, dude. Junk color, or no, yeah, junk colors, right? Black, white, black, white, green. Doran the Siege Tower. Yeah, Dark Depths, right, yeah. There's a million ways to turn that one on. Holy shit, man, and there it is. 1-3. Holy shit. He goes, want to just call it? I'm not making that one up. Holy shit. What an epic duel, though. Back and forth. Sir Robert Earl Davis just a can go to south. Wouldn't it make more sense to just ban CTA rather than stop the fighting to bow periodically? No. Look at this. These guys showing off some savage gear here. I love this setup from Nim. I really think this was the way to go. Man, that bow, he's got the in the bow. Look at this friggin' Bone Shade, dude. 10-10 new jewel. New jewel 10-10 in it. 100% perfect F Bone Shade. That shit is wild. What a savage. This is the matchup. This is where that comes into play. Holy shit. Squigs just adapting with some savage gear here, too. He was ready with that Wisp. Just in case he was going to get FOH down. We didn't see a lot of it from Nim, as I figured we probably wouldn't. Usually when you're shooting the bow, you don't also fire the FOH a lot. You're trying to increase that distance to shoot that bow, cut them open, and then you'll FOH if they get low enough. But look at that 65-121 Sacred Targe right there. That was really nice too from Nim. Holy shit, great gear here. Love this setup. Yeah, don't worry, Nim. We're going to be checking the tapes and making sure. We're going to be showing some close scrutiny to Squigs. Because he was probably cheating. Obviously, probably cheating. To beat a din like that. He wants to pick on those dins. He's going to have to worry about the consequences.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Damn, son. All right, here we go, man. Speaking of Dins v Next, we've got another one on the roster. We've got Coach Jason we just tuned into right now. I also see Serenity up in this game, getting ready to throw down versus the Baloney Pones. And man, here we go. He says, we up, coach. Coach is probably taking the routine shit. He's on the shitter right now, just dumping out the protein. Just getting done at the gym. Talking mad shit from the bathroom stall. Don't worry. He'll get there. Champions get there when they're ready. Yeah, that was crazy. I gotta say, man, that gear was wild. I really do like the bow in the Necro v Din matchup. I like it in the Necro v Din matchup. I like it in the Din v Sin matchup as well. I think that if you run it up against a very good Sin player, it is extremely hard to beat them on just about any kind of Din that you're on. However, when you throw a bow in the mix, it really changes things. It can change how they play. And you go from needing you go from losing to mediocre Sins to only losing to top tier Sins is what the bow does, in my experience. GG Kron for dueling in the middle of the night. Ouch, yeah, hell yeah, man. That was crazy. Yeah, good duel though, man. I knew Squigs was going to be a tough one for Nim, man. That was going to be tough. I knew it. It's a really, really tough match. I really think more data needed, but this duel has, I think, reached the point where Din v Necro could very easily be a perpetual death match. And what that is whenever there's a bad matchup that's at hand in the DFC, what we do is we call it a death match, meaning that one player only needs 2 wins to win the match, and the other player, the one that has the advantage, needs 4. Right? So it sort of evens it out. It says like, all right, if you get 2 wins against a Necro on this matchup, you deserve it. And as you can see, that probably would have been the way to go about that last match, honestly. I think it would have made it a pretty interesting match. And both of those guys really, really good. Squigs is at the top of his game on a Necro. And then, of course, Nim is at the top of his game on a Din. It's crazy. I got one more round win in, but he takes the 1-3 victory. Yeah, for sure. I think that was cool, man. That was so good to see. Great choice of a build there too, Nim, with the charge going in on charge. That was cool. That was cool, man. Yeah, wild. No, and I didn't mean to snub over your question, Justin. No, CTA is just, it's similar to mana pots, right? So like a lot of times you'll see mana pots just pooled up in the corner, and you know, some people will, instead of pausing the action to go back and get mana and have to worrying about, you know, the mana, why don't we just ban mana pots, right? Well, trust me, we've tried that, and if you don't like duels as they are in Diablo 2, try seeing them without mana pots. They're even worse. Like, it doesn't suddenly change the duel to where people are like, oh, fuck it, I'm out of mana. Guess I ought to go in and give it my all. Instead, what it encourages is people to just waits and, you know, back way the fuck off until they regen mana. So it's sort of the same thing with CTA, right? Or, you know, if you get rid of that, it's like, okay, well, now, first of all, a lot of builds are just going to be one-shotting each other, which is really stupid. But additionally, if you're not, now your 40 rep life means a whole lot more when your life total is like half what it should be. So when you get hit, you just back off for, you know, a minute or so and just rep all your life back. Yeah, that was nuts. That was a savage duel. That was a really cool one to see. IGT? Nah. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. Green Lungs and I are ready? All right. Well, actually, let's check in with that because we've got Coach Jason here. And then up next, we got Melee Teams, but Coach Jason is also in that. So if y'all are ready, I say we pop in. I say we check it out. Murder SC versus the Green Lungs. I'll say we just check it out, see what's going on. Give Coach Jason a chance to get back up in there and jam it. As we pop over to Green Lungs versus the Murder SC. Green Lungs on the Sorceress. Low level dueling. This match right here is level 30, as you saw right there. From Murder SC's Barb level, this is a whole different style of builds, of play for most classes. The Sorceress, it's pretty similar play style. Why? Well, because they have access to teleport at level 30. They're going to be teleporting around the more. However, there's one interesting thing about low-level duels. Mana pots are banned. So, if he runs out of mana from all the teleporting, if he runs out of mana from all the skill spamming, he's in trouble. So here we go, man. We've got Murder SC versus Green Lungs. Murder SC says, kill me, I got a shrine. Just hit this other shrine. Just hit this experience shrine. Just hit this one right here. If you got a shrine, just hit that one. It'll override it. All right, there we go. Murder SC is on the Barbarian. He's going to be looking to get in there, close the distance. Let's pop in and see this from Murder SC's standpoint. Look at this. This guy is an absolute savage. One of, I think, the best Barb players in all of low-level dueling. Certainly one of the most decorated previous DFC champion. You might notice him with a staff out here. What's he doing with a staff? Well, right here, he is trying to teleport in, close the distance, and live up to the name. Murdering those sorceresses at close range. But he's got to time it properly, because look at this. He is running off from teleport charges, right? He is running off the charges. He doesn't have infinite tellies to go chase his opponent around. He's got to get in there. He's got to make them count. And Green Lungs is on a Blizz Sork here. He's going to be dropping Blizzes, and he's going to be hoping to hit here. But that Blizz costs a lot of mana. They can do a lot of damage, but it costs a lot of mana. So it is going to tax him out, which is why Murder SC is kind of happy to just chase him around the moor, bide his time a little bit, be patient. Oh, and look at this. He's got himself an insight, though. That is something. Green Lungs busting out that insight. Now, that'll regen his mana pretty quickly. However, it does leave him open if he gets caught with it. Nice hits there for Murder SC. Punishes him, but Murder SC's bow is out, which is going to make that Blizz hit even harder. And I don't think he notices it. He sees that aura around his feet, but that is only battle command. Notice how you don't see the blue. There it is. Now he's got that bow. Now it's up. Welcome in, Benjo. What's up, man? Nice name locks here for Murder SC. He's really looking to close that distance. Look at this. He has no respect. Absolutely no respect for that Blizzard now. Just getting in, closing the distance. He could also leap here as well. Leap, we haven't changed the LLD rules in a very long time. They're pretty ironclad, but there have been restrictions on the Barbarian leap, and I don't think it's used enough, man. That skill is pretty crazy. It's not restricted in this matchup at all. He very well could. It'll also leap you over. In D2R, it works a little bit differently than it did in LOD. Back in LOD, if you were mid-leap animation, you could still get cracked by any projectile. Guided arrows, hammers, you couldn't leap over them. You would just be kind of secretly walking through them, is what you would be doing. But in D2R, when you're in leap animation, you can leap over just about anything. The only time you're vulnerable is when you come down, you land. That's when, okay, now all of that shit's going to catch up to you. Murder SC, look at this. He's down to 6 telly charges here now. Down to 6 telly charges. This ain't going to be good. Nice stomps there, though. You notice his timing with swapping from the telly staff to to Whirlwind. That requires a weapon swap, which is very awkward timing. Even in LOD, it was awkward. You literally have to wait for the teleport animation to finish casting. And I don't just mean to finish executing the teleport. You then have cast recovery frames after casting teleport, and you have to wait for them to finish before you can weapon swap. It's very weird, but that's the timing that you have to get down. It has to be like second nature. Murder SC certainly has that. He connected there. He connected on Green Lungs, and this is now becoming a duel. Murder SC is out of tele charges on that staff, and now it's getting real because those blizzards are adding up. That blizzard damage is adding up. You see Murder SC swapping the leap here. I really like that. But now he's got to work on trying to cut off Green Lungs so that he can land those hits. Leap is a little bit different. It's a little bit different way to aggro, right? You got to, instead of chasing him, you got to kind of cut him off with it. You got to get him coming in not expecting it. And then you got to be ready for when you catch him in it. Coach is back. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right, tell him he's up next. Tell him he's up next. Right now, we've got Murder SC versus Green Lungs. Let's pop into Green Lungs here and see how this is looking. Murder SC on this Barbarian, slowly hunting his opponent down. But how is Green Lungs holding up? Bam, look at this. Green Lungs very low, but now, boom, catches Murder SC, and that was an uphill battle for this guy. That was a big uphill battle for Green Lungs. You could tell from that blizzard damage that it was going to be a long one. He was going to have to always be watching, always be on point to get away from that whirlwind. Dude, hell yeah. All right, Coach Jason, y'all are up next, man. We are in round 2 of the LLD match between Green Lungs and Murder SC. Murder SC might be going back to the stash here, making some changes, making some adjustments. Oh no, he's coming back now. He's coming back now, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, they really are, man. LLD Barbs are absolute bullies. That's for sure. That's for sure. I think they don't have very many bad matchups. I think an LLD Brawler is still probably one of the scariest builds. It's still just, it's so nasty. In the hands of the right player there, I really think that LLD Brawler, it can beat anything. And I think the community used to kind of punish for that, right? Like, well, obviously Barbs are busted. Well, I'll tell you what, it took an incredible player to pilot a Brawler Barb in LLD and do well with it, right? You had Fax, Icy Dicey can do really well with it too, but both of those guys are fucking savages. They are good on anything you put them on, let alone a Barbarian, right? Well, Fax is more of a straight Barb player, but you catch my drift. Like, those guys were good and they showed how broken the Barb was, the Brawler Barb, but at the same time, they were really good. It just goes to show it. I think the Barbarian, the Brawler Barbarian, it really rewards great players. It makes it so that they do have the ability to beat any build. Now, granted, Zon is going to be pretty difficult, but you can still do it. That's the crazy part. Yeah, you could teleport and leap, but it's level 30, right? So like, it's level 30. So if you get a leap and then you want to tele stomp them, you now have to wait for your leap to finish, weapon swap, tele, weapon swap, then whirlwind, right? So you can 100%, but it's way different than it is in HLD. There's no way for these other classes to get teleport charges in LLD. There's no way to do it besides a tele staff. It's the only way to do it. You might be thinking, wait a minute, I found an amulet before that had level 30 and had teleport charges on it. That's because you were looking at it on a sorceress. If you look at it on any other class besides the sorceress, it's level 42 requirement. So they are confined to the staff. It would be great if you get tele charges on an amulet and actually use them in LLD. First of all, it's only like 25 charges, so it's even less than a staff. But like, it would allow you to main side tele in LLD, which would be pretty sick. Yeah, 48, sorry. Fax is a has-been, washed up, dried, and put away like my DFC t-shirt, which you can also own. Fax, the has-been. I don't know, man. Fax is a savage. Fax is literally the only barb dueler that ever reminded me of the early days of LLD 909, an early tournament, I think, back before JSP, when there was this guy. I was one of the top 3 LLDers in the world. Look at him. He's just sitting there in the blizzard. Murder SC gave up on that one. He was sitting in the blitz. He was out of telly charges. He done cashed it in. He said, all right, let's go to the next round. Let's go to the next round. Let's do this again. He says, I'm trying this again. There's no fucking shot. I'm out of telly charges. I'm out of steam. But can he come back from this? Devastating hits here from the Green Lungs. Yeah, you can. You can repair it in the cube. It is kind of a, I mean, doing it mid-duel is a big ask, but I mean, you could. And if you had telly charges on an amulet, I wonder if you would see people trying it. You probably would. I mean, it would be such a big benefit in LLD to have, like, if that level requirement didn't go up for other classes and like a level 30 amulet could have teleport charges on it, you would see a whole meta shift in LLD. It would be one of the most game-changing things. I mean, you would see chain smites and all of this shit. Nice hits there from the Murder. He caught him that time. I think Murder is going in now, and he is just trying to get up in there. He is trying to make it work, and if he runs out of telly charges, he's like, all right, good game, next round. Or yeah, more likely cube filled with amulets, right? True. But then even when you switch it up with an amulet, though, you have to rekey teleport. If you swap the amulet, you have to rekey teleport. But yeah, I could totally see him doing it either way. I would. Yeah, that was a thing. Maddie did that. Maddie and Joby joined an LLD level 30 tournament back in the day in LOD. And what they did was they kicked ass, first of all. They took the whole thing down. But they also stacked up their cube, much like we see with Icy Dicey these days. Stacked up a ton of teleport staffs in their cubes. And we're just like, all right, let's do this. Murder SC still trying to gain that time in here. He says, Uncle GG's. He says, I can't get the timing down. You win. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Sometimes you notice it ain't your night. Your timing is off, or maybe just the duel sucks and you don't enjoy it. Nothing wrong with that at all. There's nothing wrong with calling Uncle right there. That was great play from Green Lungs. Good play from Murder. He was struggling getting that timing. You know, it is tough. I mean, it isn't like it's easy, right? It is the fucking hardest thing to do. The teleport weapon swap timing is so hard on a barb, and Murder SC is just he's one of the best at it. He was slipping on it a little bit tonight. But dude, sometimes it just ain't your night. Still a great guy, man, and a great performance. One of the best barb players of all time in LLD. Let's raise a toast to this guy. Look at this gear from Green Lungs. What a fucking savage coming in with a 222 open socket helm. Both of these guys rocking the Viper Magi there. That's for those cast frames when they swap. Look at that Ami too. DR4 is perfect for LLD on that Ami. That's incredible. 2 skulls in that 222 open socket cold helm here. That's incredible. Great helm there. PLR 75 too. Look at Murder's gear. This will never get old, man. These rings, that amulet. Oh my god, man. This is just the barb. His helm is pretty savage too. All of his LLD gear is just nuts. And the type of stuff that you would never even think to look to pick up, right? Like, some people don't even know. And Murder SC has got that stuff. Yeah, look at that helm, man. There it is. He's got 2, 6, 9, and ED jewels in there. 20 ED, 6 strength, 9 dex. That's perfect stats for that. For a rare jewel. And incredible in LOD. That helm is just savage, man. GG's, boys. Holy shit. Tough bout. Green Lung showing up. Showing up here tonight. Getting that dub against an absolute legend. Murder SC says, I will be back. All right, boys. Let's pop over. Coach Jason, this guy, on the din. Ready to get it in. Ready to throw down. But can he take down his opponent on the Necro here? This is going to be pretty tough. Coach Jason is going up against Travix in an HLD showdown, high-level dueling showdown. He's on a smiter. Coach Jason on the smiter. Travix on the Necro. Who's going to come out on top here? This is going to be a tough bout. Those dins, man, they got to get it in, but how will it go? Let's find out. Coach Jason looking for some angles here. Champ GG, aka, oh, nice FOH there. And Coach Jason just gleaned some interesting info about this matchup and his opponent's ability to resist his FOH. That FOH did like 5% damage, which is actually pretty wild. That's going to give Coach Jason an out from range here if he can't quite grab those smites, but so far, he's getting in there and grabbing it. That was a big hit. Nicely done. As he gets in there, nice stun with the FOH. He's going in with that combo. I'm telling you, Coach Jason is a savage, even in HLD, as he takes down Travix with an absolute savage setup there. Now, what Coach Jason is doing is he's doing that 3-piece din combo there. That is where once you score the smite, not only does it do damage to your opponent, but most importantly, it puts the swirls above their head. That is very important. A lot of people don't know what those do in the game, right? When your character has swirls above its head, any amount of damage, will put your character into hit recovery animation. So that's where the 3-piece comes in. Goes in, gets the smite, gets the swirls, and then a weak FOH will stop your opponent in FHR animation as they're trying to teleport away, giving you the opportunity to telestomp them and to smite them again. And then the process repeats, right? It is an insanely difficult combo to pull off, requiring precise, impeccable timing. But when you get it, man, it feels good. It's one of the best feelings, I think, playing on a Paladin is getting a 3-piece chain combo for the win. Nice hits there again, and down goes Travix. Coach Jason getting in there. Now 2-0 in this matchup. Oh, yeah, I think the Geeds wager belt that is a lot of VTs are running that now. It's got FHR, which is something that they struggled with getting before. It's got the faster cast. Even faster run walk, which isn't dead. I mean, it isn't dead. When you're going in and you're running down a necro that's like south walking you or some shit, it actually ain't dead. It kind of means something, you know? Geed's belt, it certainly is, dude. Yeah, same here. I need to get me a 20 cast one. I have found about 7 or 8 of them hoes, and I ain't never found a 20 cast one. I need to get me a 20 cast Geeds, that's for sure. How's Q looking? Oh, by the way, yeah, Bonkai, let me throw you in there. Bonkai v Lin, that one's gonna be so sick. This is what we've got up next here. We have got I'm just going to add you real quick before I forget. We've got Coach Jason versus Travix right now. After this, we've got a 3v3 melee teams. And then we've got Bonkai versus Lin. That one's going to be sick, man. I'm excited. Get it in. All right. You're going up against those warlocks. There's a lot of people out there that they signed the petition for Blizzard to if warlock then delete. Uh-oh, Travix in trouble early. Big smite hits there from Coach Jason. Oh, really? Travis is a UK player. 1 a.m. for him right now. No shit. He is up late with that. He says, I got my ass kicked. Holy shit, man. Good duel. I'm telling you, Coach Jason is a savage. Travis says, man, you keep giving me these savages. Bro, you are a savage. You just must believe, Travis. He's on this Necro now, too. I love it. I love that he's able to bring some of this gear over and bring in an absolute, I think one of the most powerful classes in DFC, right? Or in PvP right now, the Necro. GG's, man. And there it is. Coach Jason on that din. Good duels, he says, as he gears up. Oh, these guys trying to show off some gear here. Hell yeah. And we get to see the Coach Jason gear. Y'all are gonna be throttled by this shit right here. Look at this. 220, 2 open socket helm with the new jewel and everything. A 220 amulet. Look at that 20 G's. What the actual fuck? That G's, I caught a glimpse of it. It was 20. Look at his amulet. Amulet also savage. I'm catching it for like a few frames here. Oh my god. 220, 20 strength, 56 life. Jesus Christ. Yeah, look at that. 20 G's. I think it goes up to all res 10 and minus 7 on the magic res. The defense roll, who gives a shit? There is so many variables in that Jeeds belt. It's like the new Verdungos. A 100% perfect Jeeds belt, mark my words, 20,000 foreign gold. Mark my words. I bet the first one they find like that, 20,000 foreign gold at least. Y'all will laugh at my helm? Uh-oh, what is it? I can't wait to see it. Griffins? You know, look, if you got that to exactly meet the 125 and hit other breakpoints, I don't hate it. It's a anti-perfect Jeeds. Look, I don't hate it. Especially if you're going in on that block setup. Now SS is interesting. I almost would figure that against a smiter, it does suck because they can get in there and they can charge you. But I wouldn't even worry about the block. You're probably using it for DR. But honestly, I think versus a smiter, no matter how good they are, you just chuck them spirits and chuck them and fuck them. That's what it is. Look at those 100% perfect Horizon's Legacy boots there too. Those are beautiful. 100% perfect. I believe defense too. I think 65 defense is perfect. Not 100. Not sure about that, but I think it is. All right, as these guys get ready and gear up for the showdown in Melee, boys, shit is getting real. Holy hell, let's get ready for it. Make sure you got it up on the big screens, boys. Oh, here we are, somewhere out in Act 3. Don't worry about fucking... There's some skeeters out here. So, while you VIPs, like Donger and Murder SC and Shirley Serious, moderator for 66 months, while you guys are in here, don't hesitate, light those torches, keep those going, but enjoy the big screen in the jungle, boys. It is time to throw down 3v3 in some ROT dubs Melee. Y'all are in for a treat. A lot of dins here about to throw down, and I can't wait to see it. All right, and here we go, boys. The dins are ins. This is gonna be a 3v3 Melee teams match. Y'all might have never seen one of these before. Look at all these colors. We've got yellow, white. Oh my god, what are we fighting for teams? Fighting for teams here as they zeal each other down. Bam! Those are the captains now. Uh-oh, here we go. That was epic. I don't think we've ever seen that before, and I gotta say, I love it. If that's how we choose captains in all of these Zeal throwdowns for team duels, I'd be okay with it. I'd be alright with it. That was pretty fucking epic. How often do you see 6 dins just standing toe-to-toe and zealing each other? Put me and Montreon in a queue, please. Got you, brother. We'll throw you in there. Travix v. the Manti. Call me crazy, but Neck V versus VT might be my favorite matchup in HLD now. Really? No shit, man. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I wish I was a better VT player. I wish I was as good of a VT as you, Nim. Because I think I would enjoy it more. But it always feels bad seeing the Din lose, and it always feels so good when the Din pulls it off, you know? It's just how it is. All right, here we go. So in this ZVZ 3v3 melee matchup, we're gonna see some interesting things. We're gonna see 3 Dins on each side line up and systematically try to plow through the other team. Look at this. Look at Donger getting up in here, throwing down, doing some damage, but then Noah coming in. Noah was the star of the show last time. This guy just plowing through teams as he puts down 2. And now, Hey Dude versus Zelator. Zelator the Skeletor. Can he clutch it for the entire team? He doesn't. There it is, man. Donger's team is taken down. 0-1 now. Now, what they do is these guys, even though they're on the same team, they're only on the same team in spirit. They are not actually partied, and that is to prevent any aura-like fuckery, right? Like if you have a Barb or you have another Din, instead of swapping to concentration and buffing up the damage or whatnot, instead, they just jam it, slam it, and Alabama it. That's just what it is. You walk down the line, there's no need. It is basically a one-on-one until people run out. Until one team is felled. Big hits there from Hey Dude, holy shit. And now 0-2 in this 1st to 7 matchup. And you can kind of see from the cadence of this is how the melee duels in teams go. It's actually kind of a fun format. It's very forgiving if you don't have perfect gear, right? You can always kind of make up for it. Your opponents might be a bit dilapidated by the time they get to you, right? You might be able to score yourself some wins because someone else already started. It already got the ball rolling for you, right? So it is a big mix of players here. Oh, and look at this. Bam, Noah is up now. Noah's up now. How many will he get through? Only 1 this time. Skeletor trying to take on Hey Dude. He's going to need to do a lot of damage to catch up here. Hey Dude taking him down. But here we go. Absolutely epic battle, and there it is. Donger clutches it for the team right at the end, but a very close one. Now 1-2. Still in favor of the opposing team, of the Hey Dude team. The Hey Dudes over here throwing down. Big hit for Justin's Pala right out the gate. Ventral Knight in a lot of trouble. Love it, man. Nice mouse work there from Donger. And then Hey Dude is up. This guy is tough. This is a tough one right here. Hey Dude gets through 2 people. Oh my god, and some big damage to Donger's life total as he goes up against Noah. And how will this one go? Noah, oh man, and he pulls it out for the team. Holy shit. This is a tough team to go against here. Let's pop back into Coach Jason's point of view here. These guys, Coach Jason and Donger, both on the same team here. Both with incredible mouse work as we're, thank you guys. It's like you guys are pros at bouncing back between that, you know, with the mouse work there, so that we can easily see people's life totals. Y'all are doing great in there, I just gotta say. Look at this. Coach Jason getting through 1.5 players here. How will Donger make it work? Will he be needed? Zelator gets through Hey Dude. Zelator almost through Noah. Holy shit, what a hit. This one, and it's gonna come down to Donger. Wow, holy shit, huge comeback for Noah. What is this, man? That team is stacked. That was a huge comeback for Noah right there. He literally almost got felled by Skeletor, and then he was probably 25% going into that last round, and somehow got there. All right, here we go. Yeah, Noah is thick. He was definitely MVP in the last teams. This guy is a savage, man. And now Skeletor going up against Hey Dude before. He says, I've been here before. I know what I got to do. Down goes Hey Dude. And now Noah, the man, the myth. Can he do it again, or will Donger put him down? Holy shit, Donger with a very close one. Noah almost did it. He almost did it there, but Donger pulls it out for his team there. Very, very close one. Holy shit, man. That was a wild one. Noah must be on some Din performance-enhancing drugs over here is what I would have to guess. All right, and here we go. Coach Jason versus Hey Dude on the front of the lines here as he takes down Hey Dude, but Justin's Pala takes him down. And next up, look at this. Here we go. Holy shit. Skeletor coming in. Noah, though. Holy shit. Noah is that boy. He is that boy. Can Donger do it? He's almost there. Nope. Noah just gets there, man. This guy is an absolute animal. We need to check the tapes, make sure that whatever performance-enhancing Din drugs Noah is on, that he has saved enough for these other Din players, including myself. Big hit. Justin's Pala very, very injured here, going up against Donger, who's in the second of the line now, going up against Hey Dude. How much of Hey Dude's health total can he get through? Quite a bit there. Quite a bit. It's all falls on Zelator, but Noah gets in there. The one-hit wonder. Just, this guy's an animal. This guy is an animal. We need to, his gear needs to be studied. Yeah, that's very likely what they're using. You got probably an E-Rep hammer right here. This guy, hard telling exactly, but an E-Rep Etten axe possibly. We've got an E-Rep sword over here. We've got another E-Rep hammer. Yeah, these guys have a plethora of different rare items that they're using. Probably all E-Rep. Maybe 2 sockets, not necessarily 2 sockets. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Down goes Noah. This is their chance. Hey Dude, the final one in the matchup here. Down goes Donger. And it is up to the Vengeful Knight, or will Hey Dude come in with a huge comeback here? Wow, what a close one. These guys getting back on the board. This is exactly what they need. These rounds are going to be close, but this is what they need. It's now 3-6 in favor of Noah's team. And here we go, boys. Justin's Pala versus Skeletor. Skeletor the Zelator. Holy shit, what a close round here. Justin's felled to the Skeletor. Skeletor is going to try to do as much damage as he can to Hey Dude before he gets felled himself. And he almost gets there. Almost takes out 2 players there. That was an incredible run for Skeletor. And now Noah's in trouble. Holy shit, big clutch there for Donger. Big clutch for Donger. And right on cue, Nim. That is exactly what he appears to be doing. Holy shit. All right, here we go. Skeletor, Hey Dude. Skeletor's got some big damage here. He was the MVP in that last round, I think. Blowing through almost 2 players. This time he's going to have to get through Justin. Does no damage to Justin. But Donger off to a good start versus him. Life total still looking good. He has cut Justin open, took very limited damage, and now he is 1v1 versus Noah. Doing some big damage to Noah. Can Vengeful Knight cinch it up here? There it is. This is a close duel. Now 5-6 in this FT7 matchup. Holy shit, man. All right. Zelator, Hey Dude. These guys loving being on the front lines versus each other. It has worked really well for this team. Zelator has consistently gotten through Hey Dude, but he always struggles with Justin here. But this time, not so much. Zelator coming in clutch yet again, almost through 2 players again. And he is through 2 players, and he's done big damage to Noah. Zelator MVP! He almost took out the whole team! He almost took out the whole team, man! Skeletor underrated! Almost took out the entire team in that one. Including that team's MVP, I think, Noah. Now they switched up their order. Noah going in the front, almost felled by Skeletor. But Noah has made it through 1 player. Almost made it through 2. 1.5 players. Now it's Donger versus Justin's Pala. And he has done some big damage to him. It all falls on Ventral Knight as he goes in against Hey Dude. Very healthy. But Hey Dude gets there, winning it for his team. Very good duels, man. Very good duels. Holy shit. If y'all could real quick, just link your big rare weapons. Link the expensive rare weapons in the chat so we can see them in game and check this out what people were running here. Yeah, look at that, man. Lolo Falcata right there is what Donger was using. And then Coach Jason on that corpse crack. That thing is almost like it's almost like Wraith Crack, man. It's probably one of the closest ones I've seen. And then look at this, Cruel Fool, IAS, 1 socket, E-Rep, and minus Rex there. I love that from Skeletor. That is actually a really insane mallet there. And a perfect Cruel, holy shit. Look at this, man. ED Jewel with 19, oh my god. 19 max damage, perfect Cruel roll, Fools, AR, E-Rep, with a low rune in it. Only 1 socket, but damn, dude. And then this mythical sword. There it is, man. Cruel Fool IAS, 1 socket, base AR. That's really nice, too. Holy shit. Yeah, so if you were wondering about these weapons, this is what they're using, man. This is some wild stuff. This is absolutely nuts. Really cool to see it, man. 123 base attack rating on that legendary mallet. 295 Cruel roll. 3 strength on it as well. Not dead. I think it could go up higher than that. But yeah, not bad at all. E-Rep, 1 socket. Pretty savage, man. The Wraith Star. What an incredible setup here for these guys. GG's, guys. Absolutely epic melee throwdown in some 3v3s, boys. Let's gear up. We've got Bonkai versus Lin on the agenda next. Will Bonkai be able to take out these Warlock players? Well, let's find out. As we pop into Lin's perspective on this Warlock, he is going up against an absolute legend in Bonkai. But this build, with these miasma chains, with that fire, the chains really most devastating. Most devastating. It looks like he's on controller as well. He is on controller as well. Those auto locks with the chains on controller, those are pretty insane. And it looks as though Bonkai coming in on the Necro. I like this. I think that's a great setup there. I think that's the way to go against these lock players. Got to get up in there. Got to make it hurt, man. Got to make those... I think really what you do is you just go all out, man, with the exception of the Sunder Charm, right? You can't really put the Sunder Charm in there versus a potentially magic-using class. But, you know, you just get up in there, make your damage hurt, make the spears hurt. That's the big thing. I think much like any other duel with this, I think spears are gonna win fights versus the, especially if Lin is on big fire damage here. I think spears are gonna win fights. He's got to, Bonkai's got to stay out of the range of that apocalypse, right? Lin is gonna cast that down, and he is gonna hope that he gets stomped. Also using the sigils. That is interesting. Sigils didn't used to work in PvP in the last patch, and I think that was a good thing. But they made it so that they do work, and they can slow you down. If you get caught in those sigils, it will slow down your attack speed. It will slow down your faster run walk, but unlike a curse, you have to be in the sigil, right? So that's also something. Yeah, he says not going down that low. He's spam. Yeah, he's just launching those bone spirits, trying to utilize that range. Nice shots there from Bonkai. See, that's what he's got to do, man. I think he's just got to make it hurt. I think he's got to make those hits hurt. And the thing is with Apocalypse, is there is some awkward timing to it. It's almost like a meteor that is, in my opinion, worse, right? Like, it takes longer to come down, and it's so telegraphed. A meteor is a tiny little area on the map, you know, and it can kind of hit outside that circle. If they don't see it, they're gonna get pummeled by it. But it is hard not to see an Apocalypse. Holy shit, big IBS hits there from Bonkai. And down goes Lin. That was actually a very close duel, though. Holy shit. Yeah, it looks like Lin is on that straight fire lock, man. Holy shit. Yeah, what did you say about low? I don't get it. I think he was probably talking about on the map, but... Yeah, just past the house. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense, because he can drop that Apocalypse behind that house, and then if Bonkai goes there, Bonkai is a gone guy. Bonkai the gone guy, if he teleports into that Apocalypse beyond the house there. Bonkai has got to make it hurt. He's got to get up in there. Spears are going to win fights, I think. If your opponent is walking around a lot, and Warlocks aren't allowed their pets. They can't use pets in good-mannered PvP. This is a class with the most shit ever banned. We have never, just to put it in perspective, we have never banned an offensive skill in PvP ever. The community never has, right? There has never been an offensive skill from any class ever banned. There's just no way to balance the Warlock without banning every single fucking one of their skills, right? It's so busted. But here we are. You can use the fire skills. You can use the chains. That's what it is. That's what it is. Kyle coming in 39 months, my guy. Big cheers for that. And he says, yeah, delete Warlock. I agree. Just fucking delete it. I don't think it belongs in D2. Just delete it. Especially if it's going to be this broken, just delete it. You know, and the funny thing is it's not really broken too much in PVM anymore. Maybe it is. I haven't checked the ladder. But, just delete it. Big cheers, brother. Until they get this shit figured out, why don't we just go ahead and if Warlock, then delete. Just like Primo says. Yep, make Warlock a ladder-only character. After ladder, it just gets deleted. Yep, that's what it is. I mean, it's just... I love the concept. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact that the devs are looking to add classes and add so much features to Diablo 2. Don't get me wrong, right? I love it. What a great time it is to be alive. But it's unfortunate because it was kind of... It's very overtuned to the point where it's kind of hard to dial it back. Right? Like, so for example, the Abyss skill is so busted. Good luck selling the real fix to people. The real fix to Abyss is make Abyss do no damage, right? That's the real fix to it. It should do no damage. It's stun. It pixels monsters. It should do 0 damage. But unfortunately, it does billions of damage, which in a game where you usually talk about damage in hundreds or thousands, hard to quantify, right? It just fucking does asinine shit tons of damage on top of pixeling and stunning. It's so fucking stupid, right? Then we got chains. Now you can spam those and they do a lot of damage, but in PvP they're a little more fair than, I wouldn't say 100% fair, yet more data needed. They do a lot of damage. and now they can be spammed accurately. So it gets rough. But here it is now. It's 1-1 in this Warlock versus Necro matchup. I think Bankai has a great idea here. The thing is, you can see Lin really going for these fire spells here. Now, let me tell you about the fire spells of the Warlock. So first of all, while you can't have pets, you can consume pets on the Warlock. He could consume a Tainted to get even more fire damage here, and I believe some minus enemy res. But then Apocalypse also has some inherent minus enemy res to it. So that skill in particular will hit way harder than you think. You can overstack for it, that's true. But I can get up there pretty high. So you gotta watch out for it. And that right now I think is the distance that Bankai is trying to balance, right? Is trying to stay out of that Apocalypse or figure out the range of it. It is a very awkward spell, right? But here's the thing. If you can tune yourself in to the pattern of the Apocalypse, you have to know the Apocalypse can't hit outside of that circle. If you are literally just outside of that circle, you will not get hit by Apocalypse. So when you see it coming down, if you're out of it, you're fine. You don't even have to move. You don't even have to move unless your opponent's throwing a flame wave at you. But that's another attack. You see this little wall, this little firewall that starts up and then boom, gets launched like that. That is something right there. It's a little bit quicker than the Ring of Fire, but it is very linear and still a little slow, making it avoidable, but certainly you can hit quite far with that thing. And it is pretty vicious when you do get hit with it. I think what Bankai has got to do is he's got to set it up with those Bone Spirit chains, right? Just throw those there. And then as he goes in, take a spear shot, get out, right? That's just what it is. It's almost like you're fighting a Zon that doesn't have guided arrow and doesn't have multi-shot, right? It's in and out. And also Bankai is realizing the power of Ring of Fire, which is also something we're seeing a lot of here. Very perfectly executed from Lin. Every time Bankai comes in, this guy, and he turns on that aggro, Lin just shakes him off with that Ring of Fire. These guys are going to need a mana pool. Gonna need a mana pool. If anybody's able to join this game and pool them up, man. Jam it, slam it, Alabama. Yep. He's gonna go to Act 2 to re-up on the potions. Yeah, for sure. And feel free to do it too, Lin. If you want to go to Drognin in Act 2 and get more mana pots, I notice yours are kind of running low there too. Feel free, take this opportunity to get in there. No worries, no hurries. They didn't have a pool, so they ran out of mana here. Yep, a very rare occurrence, but there is a way to get mana without going to a Kara. And yeah. Yeah, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, the firewall not dealing any damage is kind of unfortunate. It really should. I mean, the fire skills, here's what they did in the patch. It was a complete overreaction. The fire skills got nerfed into the ground in this new patch, and they didn't need to be. They were perfectly... the fire skills on the Warlock were so perfect. Like, they needed no attention. I wish all the skills on the Warlock worked perfectly like fire. The only reason why it was busted is because in PVM, you could bind a Conviction Demon and blast your way in through most of Hell difficulty with shit gear. And they thought for some reason that was bad. And oh gosh, we need to... Holy shit, what a duel! He got there with Ring of Fire on that one. Holy shit. That was an epic duel. And it looks like Bankai is tapped out of this duel right here. But I gotta say, this was actually a really cool Warlock, man. This was straight fire. He didn't use any chains at all. He just got in there and straight fire locked it. Great play here, I gotta say. Yeah, Bankai had to go. No worries. No worries. Great gameplay here from Lin. And I love this Warlock build. It's like I said, I think the fire skills of all of them are probably the fairest, best designed. This thing is it's insane. Yeah. Yeah, fire is insane. Yeah. No, Lynn, don't feel bad at all. That was great. You did great. Even with no pets in there, that's hard to dodge those invisible bone spirit trains there. You caught some, but you came out, dude. Great aim there. The controller makes it easy to lock on just off screen for people, but it's still slow. You've still got to keep those attacks up, man. And that rhythm, that cadence from Lynn was right on point, I gotta say. And mad respect for the class. Mad respect. This guy could easily, you know what skill is legal in DFC right now? Miasma chains. And there's some people really leaning into it, and I think it's good. We want to see how busted something is, if it is busted, right? That skill does a lot of damage, but this one right here does less damage. However, it's a lot of AoE. It's a lot of hitting, right? And you got to be quick. You got to be good with it. Lynn was on point. This was sick. This was a sick breakdown, man. I got to say. So, as much as most of us hate the Warlock class, you got to have mad respect for Lynn and his ability to deliver here today. It was a tough matchup, and certainly one that's not very well understood from a dueling standpoint. You know, so this is crazy. Great job, man. Epic bout. Let's friggin' get this, man. I'm gonna check on my opponent, see what's going on here today. See if he's ready to take on this Din spirit. All right, man, as we get logged in here, let me message my boy, LOL Rages. Yo, you ready to throw down in some LLD? Dude, I ought to check and see if by chance if I have some shit on old school LOD that I need to convert over for this matchup. LOL Rages is a savage, man. We got to be ready for this. All right, let's check this out. We've got... Let's see this setup here. This is interesting. Fanat Zeal. Okay. Okay. I think I might want to bring my hammer over. I think it's probably time. I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do, boys. Oh, Manti is ready? All right. GG, man. GG. Manti and Travix ready to throw down. Oh, thank you for the heads up, man. Sorry about that. Yep, I knew I had you in the queue there, too. Let me pop over as we get ready.
Coooley, Manti, and Travix ready.
Oh, shit. Hey, man, you didn't have to do that. I'm sorry about that. And, bro, thank you so much. A big cheers to Kyle as he grabs my attention, as always. My guy. Rages, Sloot, and I won an LLD tournament last night? No fucking way. Dude, that's sick. Yeah, Rages is insane. He's such a savage LLD, man. That sounds like a team from hell. Like, Sloot, Murder, and Rages on the same team? Get the fuck out of here. There ain't nobody beating that, as you can see. Alright, boys, let's get up in here. Let's check out the Travix versus Mantriana. Travix on the Din. Manti on the Bairb. Uh-oh, look at this. Manti coming in with... Are those grandpapas? Are those grandpapa? La grandpapa? What friggin' swords are those? Could be Flame Bellow, too. Mantriana is a fucking savage. He is a fucking savage when it comes to the most creative shit ever. I told you, I wasn't messing around. When I was telling you this guy was wild, Man, he really is. Look at this though. Travik's getting in there, landing some smites. Manti, I really like this. He got some practice with this earlier, doing this strategy right here, and kind of waiting, being patient, kiting his opponent in. But this is the thing against smite, especially against this Phoenix smite. It's so unforgiving, man. Like, that damage is so insane. Yeah, another big cheers, Kyle. Thanks so much, man. For the 2.79 Canadian coin tip. I play Firelock too. It used to be awesome with Phoenix Monarch. Too bad they patched it. Damage was insane stacked with stacked minus fire res. Yeah, I think they really overreacted to that build. I mean, sure, in the end game, you could use Phoenix and all of that. That was cool, right? That was great. In the early game, you could bind a demon with conviction. That was OP, but you can't do that anymore. And the damage got nerfed on fire skills. Like Ring of Fire especially was insanely cool. I think even as a 1-point wonder in a lot of Warlock builds, it's a really cool skill. It's just massive crowd control, right? You get it's aggro control is what it is. Getting aggroed, Ring of Fire. Same as in PvP. Someone's like chain locking you, Ring of Fire, just instant stun. It's 100% like knockback. It's always knocks back, and will really get those hyper aggressive players off you immediately. But you got to be ready for it. You got to react to it very quickly. Yeah, it never really was a damage skill, right? Like, it was, even in PVM, it was good early on, but there's a lot of skills that are really good early on, right? Like, I mean, Poison Creeper on the Druid, fucking Rex P8, like, you know, there was nothing that needed to change about the Firelock skill tree. Nothing at all that needed to change. But not only did the Bind Demon get nerfed, the wearing a shield got nerfed, you know, or wearing a, you know what I mean, like the shield versus Grimoire setup that they changed, that got nerfed, on top of the actual damage of fire skills getting nerfed, which is just way overreacting. All right, up next, me and Lol Rages. Lol Rages is ready to throw down. And I'm gonna have to beat one of these Le Trois Champions from last night. Murder, Sloot, and Lol Rages. It's gonna be wild. I'm coming in on a charger. I might go in there. I might have to switch some stuff up, man. Might have to get in there and make it count. Holy shit. All right, now Travik's getting in there. It's now 1-1. Great fight there. Very close. Yeah, I think so too, Track. If you have like a Mang Songs, which I think is the definite end game build with that now, Mang Songs with the new Grimoire is still pretty good. Like, it's no Phoenix, don't get me wrong. Having the mana balance and all of that shit with Phoenix was pretty good, but it's still pretty strong. Point is, I really think, if anything, the fire skills needed to be buffed a bit. Like, if I was going to change anything about the fire skill tree reasonably with how it was before or how it still is, I would go back to how the damage was before on all of the fire skills. It was perfect. Make the skills faster. Make Apocalypse come down slightly faster. It doesn't have to be immediate, but like, it's a little slow for all purposes, right? It's just a little slow. And then maybe make the flame wave go way further than it does. Like, that would be what I would change. Like, instead of going a screen and a half, it just goes max distance. That would be fucking wild. That would be insane. That would give a fire build massive reach, which they usually don't have. Look at this, man. Travik's in trouble as Manti gets in there barely scathed with his victory dance. Ah, good. Fuck him. Right? Fuck him. Yep, nerf the rest of the lock while they are at it. Yeah, that's what they should have done. They should have just nerfed how some of the skills worked and like operated, not their damage, right? Like, Oh, look at this. He's level 86. Is that what I'm seeing there? Holy shit. Holy shit. Wait, what is this? Is that an 86 right there? Or is that a 66? Holy shit. That is wild. He's getting in there on that din, making it count. But that level will come into play when it comes to hit calculations, which is probably why he's getting connected on by Montriana so much here. But yeah, like they should have changed Abyss and made Abyss do very little damage. If anything at all. It should just do no damage. It pixels monsters. It stuns and pixels players. Like, that's good enough. That you can stun and pixel them. They should have increased the distance that it pixels and stuns and taken the damage away. That would be incredible. That would be an incredibly cool skill. Skillful, smart, thematic, like just a really, really cool fit into D2. It would be an incredible skill. It would also make it so that Abyss with the weapon Void is actually usable on other classes, right? Increase the range that it sucks things in and stuns, right? Maybe even give swirls and all of that shit. Like, give all the range of stun, but like, doesn't do any damage. I think that'd be a great skill. Montriana, by the way, taking it 1-3 here so far. Good mind games, Montriana says. That was incredible. Yeah, and then I think what they did with chains was all right. I think that was fine. Damage on chains, it's a little high, but okay. Okay. It's fine. I think that's really what I would change with the Warlock. And then, of course, now they have Tainteds doing billions and billions and trillions of damage. That is so stupid. Also, pets don't... You're not allowed to leech life off from Warlock pets for some reason. Life leech doesn't work. Like, what the fuck, man? That was literally the only saving grace we could ever hope for versus pets on a Warlock, but nope. For some reason, that doesn't work. That sounds like a great name, Jeebus. Nah, if they lose to Mama Coooley, you'll probably catch a lot of hate in-game. Oh, big stun there from Travix. And he caught him, dude. Now 2-3. Still in favor of Montriana. Yeah, you'll step into a game, they'll be like, real Coooley, and then you'll have the people plaguing the pub games being like, yeah, fuck you, Coooley. And they'll NK you and BM you. You'll realize, all right, Jeebus, you'll feel when I say most hated D2 creator of all time, that's what it is. That's what you'll feel it when you step into a game. A day in the life. Real cool, right? Makes you an instant target for the PKers in game. Instant target. I never thought I'd be anything in this life, but I'm famous in game for Diablo 2, and that is pinnacle achievement in my in my life. Maybe not. Maybe infamous is the better word, but oh my god! And there it is, Montriana getting there. 4-2 versus the Travix. Holy shit, man! That is a tough matchup for a Barb, but holy shit. Yeah, he says, show gear, my man. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. Montriana has got some weird swords up in there, too. I think those are Grandpapas. I think Montriana, Maddie's gonna are they? Maddie's gonna love it if they are. I don't think they are. No, it's Grief. It's Grief, Enchanted Grief. Okay, that's what it was. Grief Zweihander. Zweihander. They weren't even, they weren't even Great Swords or Colossus Swords. They don't need to be. It's Grief, right? Hell yeah. Dude, that's sick. That's what I mean. Montriana's so creative, man. So creative. I was gonna say, if those were Grandpapas, Maddie was gonna shit bricks. We joke about that all the time. Grandpapa. So good in every other game, but not Diablo 2. Same could be said for Tyrael's Might, though. Yeah, look at this. Look at this setup here from Travix. I gotta say, like, actually has made some, you could tell some of that latter gear came over because this character is a bit more decked out now, but he's still using those laying of hands. I love it. He goes, I wish it was grandpapa's, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That would have been epic. I saw the red there, but I forgot. He had those enchanted, so that makes sense. That makes sense. But all right, boys, let's get over there. It's time to beat on Law Rages and show them who's boss. Time to beat up on this Law Rages and show them who's boss. All right, let's take this. Let's take that. Let's see what we've got here. We've got these gloves. Those should be good. I need to get IAS gloves too. But yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, we're about to do some staving. All right, we about to get up in there and do some Maven staving. We're gonna do it, and we ain't even gonna think twice or even look back. We ain't even gonna ask for approval. We're just gonna get in there. I'm gonna take some of this gear that I so desperately need. I suppose we might as well just bring that over. Yep, looking good, man. Time to convert. I hate to do it, but we gots to do it. Convert to ROT dubs. You getting the full Monty, Law Rages, the full Monty. We coming in fucking hot with this gear. I mean fucking hot. Let me make sure I got everything. I always get so, like, weird about that. Alright, here we go. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna make this game real quick. Or actually, I don't think he has one up. Oh, yeah, he does. He does. He does. Alright, I'll join it. Alright, here we go. Yo, yo! Alright. We got our Maxer shield. Where's that Maxer shield? Right here. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get up in here. Alright. Alright, we're gonna have to token this properly here. Because we're gonna have to make it count. We're gonna have to get up in there. I don't have the ability to go cannot be frozen though, do I? Shit. I've got just the thing. I think I've got just the thing. We going all out, man. Law Rages is an absolute menace. He's an absolute menace. He is a savage, and he needs to be stopped. All right? He needs to be stopped. So we're going in, and we are going to do this. We are going to do it big. I think we go in like this. Yup. And yup. Okay. Okay. We gonna do this. It might be a weird charger setup here. But we gonna do it. 75 block. Holy shit. Alright. Well, let's do it. Let's do it, boys. Phew. Good luck, brother. Alright. I'm not going easy on him, boys. What is this? Bushy! Holy shit, man. 50 months! My guy. What a legend. Tier 1 at that. Big cheers, Bushy. I appreciate you, man. You might have run into this guy here, too. LOL Rages. This guy's big in the ZVZ. Now, he's also a savage in LLD. This guy is a savage, so we are not going easy on him, Bushy. We're bringing in the spirit of the Punch-Out theme, which has been considered a performance-enhancing song, and that some say it should be banned. But we're not going to let that stop us. We're doing it. We're going in. We are doing this. All right? We are friggin' doing this. All right. Here we go, round 1. Boom, baby! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Good day.
Yeah, Punch Out BM for sure. For sure. He says, got greedy with that bow. All right, here we go. Oh, what? What? Damn! Dude, holy shit, man. I actually didn't expect that. I thought I was dead. I thought I was fucking dead. I fucked up on my hotkeys for FNAT, and I was like, oh, I'm dead. Yeah, had you till I didn't. Yup. I was dead to rights. I was dead to rights in that. Holy shit. What is this, by the way? Bushy, the man, the myth. Coming in with 5 gifted subs? What? My guy. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Big cheers. Whatever y'all are sipping on, tip one back to this guy. He is indeed the top Zon, proven over and over in the entire world now. I think it's fair to say. I think it's fair to say. Big cheers, brother.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Go, bro. 2-0. All right, let's do this. Ooh! I went in with the big double-handed charge. I double fisted it there at the end, which is usually how the duel goes. He was on the board. All right. Let's lock the fuck in. Ooh, shit! Good duel, man. Holy shit. I played versus the best Asians on Asia server and won, so we can call it the world. Yep, for sure. I knew it was fair. I knew that was a fair assessment. Nothing biased at all. I think that's a fair assessment, man. Hell yeah. Bro, thanks again, man. Go, bro. 3-1. Let's do this. No! He's so good at catching me with that two-hander, man. I gotta get smart. I gotta get smart with the two-hander. It is actually kind of free in this matchup to have a two-hander, because they always go in with jabs, so two-hander is kind of free. But it's only if you're a good Din is it free. And usually I am. Usually. 3-2. Go, bro. Alright, he's in the puddles. Legit in the puddles. I'm gonna wait for him to come out a little bit. Wait for him to come out. Just a T-bit. Now he's keeping those arrows flying. Okay. Keeping those arrows flying. Alright, alright. He was holding the name lock, bro. I should have broken it. I should have broken it. For the Dins! Oh my god, bros! We did it! We did it! The Dins! The Dins! We made it! Same! Same! I thought you had it! I fumbled so hard. When I saw you didn't have the lock, though, I went for it. Oh, man. Holy shit. Oh, my God, boys. We got there. What a close duel. Dins for the wins. Punch out OP. Punch out BM, man. That's what it was. Those are good pops. Dude, hell yeah. Right back at ya. Sick duel, man. Worth the convert. Hell yeah. Yeah, I didn't even use the hammer, dude. I used this because of Fanat. It's not even a good one. Like, I've been using this since the start of D2R because I've never found a better one. It needs Fanat and Zeal, but just 1-1, dude. That's what it is. And look at this. This guy ain't no chump, man. Even in LLD, look at this Zan gear, man. Holy shit. That is crazy. That is absolutely wild. 100% perfect string. Look at these jabs. An Axod. Ooh. Damn, man. That is tough. I love the cold damage on this too. Look at these jewels. It's ED, AR, cold damage, and Dex. That shit is nuts. That is a shield, boys. That is a fucking shield. This is a setup right here. This guy's Zan is like top tier savagery.
This is for you.
Oh, what is this?
This is yours.
What? What? Wow. Good fucking duels, man. Look at what Nim just dropped off, boys. Din it to win it. Dude, hell yeah. All right, let me bring this to this. I'll trade with you if you want one. You want this one? I was gonna say, you can have that one, brother. Dude, holy shit. Thank you so much. And we got an upgrade from our boy Nim over here. He says, nah, keep it. All right, I will. I'll put it on my other Din. Holy shit, boys. I actually cannot believe I won that. I actually fully thought, I was like, yeah, I'm fucked. I was like, this is lol rages. He is one of the most savage Zan players ever. And in LLD, it's just like, this is I wouldn't say a horrible matchup for me, but it's definitely not the greatest. And when you get a Zon player like lol rages, who knows how to swap, they know the cadence. You notice when I started charging him down and trying to cheese him? He quickly adapted. He was quickly moving. Like, he blocked the charge, block, walk, throw, block, walk, throw. He was like right on it. I had to like charge around because I was like, his cadence is too good. I can't stay in this. Like, he's got the upper hand with the cadence. I have to break it up a little bit because like he's too fucking good. And holy shit, man. I actually got it. Holy shit. That was a close match though. 4-3. Yeah, this was my setup. This is what I did. So I go in with Crushing Blow. Because when you get up close to a Zon, like you usually as a charger, you charge back out is what you do, and then you charge in and try to hit. But that's only if a Zon can stay still, right? But if you stack up the Crushing Blow and a Smite hurts them immediately, they start walking more. And when they start walking, they're not throwing, they're not shooting, they're not attacking, which is exactly what you want. Otherwise, against a charger, they sit still. They sit still, they don't do shit, and they just like throw, they time you, they have fun with it. It's fun for his target practice. It's like, you know, but if you make them move with like a devastating smite, they'll move. And like, then it's a duel. Then it's like, okay, I can break your name lock, I can get you moving, I can turn this into a fight, you know? It's still not great for the Din, but like, it's an interesting swap up here. So that's why we came in with Crushing Blow from the gloves. And just min damage, strength, max damage. Mana is big. If you run out of mana, you're fucked. You can't really go back out and get it. But here's the other thing. I needed Spirit Shroud because I needed Cannot Be Frozen. Like, I needed that and DR. Like, it was just... There's no way around it. You need both. And this armor, I use it for exactly one matchup on the Charger, and it is this one. Like, it's... That's how to do it, man. That was a fucking duel. What a great duel. That was probably one of the funnest low-level duels I've had in a very long time, man. Yeah, fight of the night, for sure. That shit was epic. Got to use my 100% perfect deadly circlet of speed. Oh, hell yeah. By the way, big cheers, Travix. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for staying up so late and being a part of the duels, man. An epic part of the duels. Appreciate you, brother. Wow, boys. Yeah, that Punch-Out music. We're going to look into it. We're going to check the tapes, make sure Coooley didn't do anything cheaty.
Thank you.
Bro, sick friggin' duel. That was so good. That was so good. Wow. Wow. Epic friggin' back and forth right there. I thought for sure he had it. I mean... When I got rounds 1 and 2, I was like, okay, there's a chance. We could roll the dice. We could get there. But holy shit. All right. What am I missing in the queue, boys? We got Smolps up in here. We got Smolps ready to throw down. Hold up. I'm gonna stare in this fire like my boy Nim over here. Only other person I lost to so far was Icy. Dude, that is an honor. You see what he says up there? He says, only other person I lost to so far was Icy. Dude, thank you, man. That means a lot that you said that, to even be like, you know, compared to him, even in that way. It's crazy. You know, I joke about all the time, top LLD charger and shit, but I shit you not. I've been playing this charger in LLD since probably 2010, maybe before that. Like, And I'm talking, I started PKing people in pub games with it. That was how I had fun for a while. And then I joined, it might have even been before that, because I was part of this thing called LLD 909, which was this weird like LLD tournament thing back in the days, like before JSP, or JSP might have been around, but it was like just this other forum people would do low level dueling in. And I was one of the top 3 for like the longest time. There was Stee, there was a Necro player. I forget the Necro player's name, but there was Stee, who was a Barb. There was the Necro, and then there was the level 27 Charger, Coooley. And like, I could beat the Necro on my Charger, but the Necro beat the Barb. The Barb could beat me, and we would pass the title around in this like triangle all the time. It was like, I couldn't beat the Necro. Or I'm sorry, I couldn't beat the Barb, but I could beat the Necro. So like every time I would gain the title, I would lose it to Steve. But every time he gained it, he would lose it to the Necro. And then when the Necro gained it, he'd lose it to me. Like I was just, man, I'm telling you, I've been a savage on this thing for a while. It's like the big build that I was playing for the longest time. So like all of these weird things, like, you know, when I was talking about his cadence there, that's something most people don't realize in this matchup, that the Zon has beat you before they actually beat you, because someone like Lol Rages, he knows the cadence. And like, as soon as I saw that, that's why you saw me like give up the lock and charge away, because I'm like, it's too good. He knows it. He's in rhythm. I have to break his rhythm. It's the only way, because he's gonna win the duel otherwise. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, those are the things, like just so many duels against literally everything with this, you know? So that means a lot, man. Thank you so much. Cause I know that Icy Dicey is the same way. Dude's an OG, been playing a long time, and he's good on like every class. So dude, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Great friggin' duel. What's the queue look like? It is wide open, Kyle. It is yours, brother. I'm gonna throw you up in there right now. Kyle in the queue. Let's friggin' jam it. We also got Smolps. We got Smolps, actually. Smolps and Greenlungs throwing down in melee. G-Fook and G's. I'm gonna chill by this fire like my boy Nim does. That's how we roll. That's how us Dins roll. We need to chill by the fire, looking ominously into it, waiting for our next opponent. But while we wait, let's pop over to Smolps. This guy throwing down in melee. Oh shit, we've got ourselves some melee, boys. Let's jam. Good friggin' duel, man. Lol Rages, holy shit, good duel. That was crazy, man. That was epic. Dr. Doom are ready after melee? Alright, hell yeah, dude. Kyle versus Dr. Doom coming up after melee. That one's gonna be sick. There's so many good ones on the card here tonight, man. Good luck, Kyle. You've got this, man. Dr. Doom is a savage player, alright? You gotta... Don't let up. Alright, don't let up. Dr. Doom is a savage. GMPK5X for teams. Thanks for the reminder of that too, Stu. If y'all get some teams going, let me know, man. I'll pop in and if someone's streaming it, I'll check it out. Holy shit, look at this. Back and forth. Greenlungs barely taking that one there from Smolps. That was wild. This is a wolf showdown right here. Both of these guys, absolute legends on the wolf and very, very scary melee players. Both of them seasoned. Both of them accomplished. And both of them previous DFC champions. You can't take them lightly, because this shit gets scary. When they morph into that wolf form and start throwing those claws, y'all better watch out. Dr. Doom got you in there, brother. Got you in there. I can't wait for that one. Holy shit, man. Greenlungs gets there again. We need more ominous music, Bill, for this. We need more ominous music for the outer cloister here. We need Dins getting wins. Here we go. All right, as these guys throw down, it is Puma, aka Smolps, This guy, one of my favorite D2 YouTubers right here. If you don't check out his channel, you're only doing yourself a disservice. He is Smalls. Check out. He has the nastiest shorts. He even put out a video about his Fire Sork recently, doing Uber Ancients, which is really cool. Certainly a build that you never see. And just really cool stuff, man. Check him out. Entertaining and also violent. It's hard to beat. It's a hard combo to beat. Yeah, Bushy. Dude, good reminder, too. There was a 50,000 forum gold tournament. Bushy told me about it, and he's like, I still remember him talking about it. He's like, I think I'm going to join it. I used to do some ZVZ back in the day, and I fucking kicked some ass. And, like, sure as shit, he joins this 50K forum gold tournament, takes the whole damn thing down. It was crazy. It was crazy, man. Yeah, congrats on that. He's a savage. Bushy is a savage. And before that, he was savage on a Necro. He was like one of the best Necro players I knew back in the day. Back when we were growing up playing, Bushy is my IRL OG, right? Like, you know, and when we were like growing up together and I was first getting into PvP and learning about shit, I remember being like, dude, I'll trash you on my din. And like, he'd just bring in a Necro and fucking embarrass me. Same with a Druid. Like, man, there was so many. There's so many classes. Bushy was the original final boss for me in Diablo 2.
Tableizer 7002 became a member. Tableizer 7002 celebrates 33 months of membership. I almost 3 years of service long.
My boy, Abel. This guy, 33 months. He says, hey, almost 3 years, my guy. Bro, and I still remember the first day. I still remember it, man. Big cheers to you, my dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. It was actually during a DFC. I remember you coming. You were one of the OGs, one of the first people. My guy, thank you so much. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, 34-0, first to 6 duels. That's so wild. That's so wild. Yeah, nuts, man. Absolute savage Zon player. All right, by the way, my boy, Sir, what's his name, sold me a 32020 on ROT dubs, Bushy. So I think I now have to convert my 32020s. I was going to keep them for a non-ROT dubs melee dueler. But this is what I say. If they fuck this game up too much, I'll just play a different game. Right? That's how it is. Might as well bring my favorite toys over. That's what it is. Might as well bring my favorite toys. Don't do it, Nim says? Really? Oh, man. Now he's planted the seed of doubt. Holy shit, what is this score here? Lycan slain by the Puma. Right now, yeah, it's 4-4, tied up between these two lycanthropic legends. I converted everything? Yeah. I mean, put it this way. I was preserving a lot of my dudes in case things got shitty on ROT dubs. But I've never dueled at all on Legacy. And I don't even think people duel at all on Legacy. Nope, no stealing gear when they die. You still get all your gear and stuff, but...
Still got my Wave 1 DFC hoodie.
No way, dude! No way, Abel. Holy shit, and thank you for the 5 spot, bro. Big cheers to you. Yeah, dude, I do too, but I've gotten too fat for it, so I need to lose some weight. And I'm gonna start wearing that shit again in the winter months. I also got a t-shirt, but my tit size grew, which most people will be happy about, but me, I gotta get it under control, you know? Dude, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, man. Yeah. No, you can't steal gear. You always can just go back. The way it works in D2 is if you die, your body stays there, and then you go pick up your body, which has all your gear. The other player can't pick it up or anything. Unless you're playing on hardcore, and then you die once and you're dead. But if you clicked loot corpse, then the player can loot your corpse. Yep, when both die, it's a tie. Yep. Unless Well, when both players die in DFC, oh, look at this. He's wearing death. Holy shit, man. He's busted it out. Even them druid players wearing that death. Hell yeah. When both players annihilate each other in a duel, in the DFC, both players get a win. Unless it would end the duel. In that case, it's a draw. But otherwise, both players get a win. It has happened very rarely in Melee. I think we've seen it happen twice in Melee, where both players killed each other. Yeah, that's what it is, Dreaminology. Yeah, that or just stop eating like a dumbass. That's kind of what it is. Last year, I switched to, I stopped worrying about my calories so much and just switched to a pure diet. Like, so everything that I eat is pure and not like American fucktard food that is like poisonous. Like, I took all of that shit out of my diet, the products that I use and all of this shit. No American banned in other countries horse shit that they feed you. Like, I took all of that shit out of my diet and I was like, don't worry about the calories, just switch your palate right now, then fucking worry about like working down the calories. So now we're there. Like, I don't eat shit anymore and I'm like used to it. I have like a, you know, predictable diet, but I'm like, now I just gotta work on the calories. Oh yeah, way better. You can feel it. I feel healthier. Like, I'm less tired. I sleep better. Like, there's so much problems that I used to have that I just don't have because there's not literal fucking motor oil running through my veins. Did the same thing when I started eating junk again. I had so much inflammation. Yeah, dude, your gut gets all fucked up from the shit that's in our food, man. It's so bad. Like, you really do have to go pure. Yeah, it's like a conscious decision you gotta make. Holy shit, close duels between these guys. Yeah, that lightning usually procs on weapons. It's actually rare if they do anything useful. Usually the best procs from weapons are like amp damage, like a curse. Basically any curse is kind of cool in some way, right? You have like life tap, you have amp, those things can proc. But like offensive skills procking from items are usually not that great, with the only exception being there is a viable build that uses Nova procs. But by viable, I mean it can kill shit on P8, but it's nothing impressive. Yeah, so certainly the lightning, it might look cool on the weapon, but it really doesn't do anything. And here's why. Because for those skills to do anything, your synergies for those skills need to be maxed out. And if they're not, then like casting that skill won't do anything. It'll just do like kind of fair damage. Holy shit, will we get a morph back kill here? Not quite. Holy shit. This is the only duel right here, Druid v Druid, Fury v Fury in Melee, where the Druid can morph back. That's usually against the rules, but in Fury v Fury, you can morph back and continue to fight. In case you're not familiar with the mechanic, when you're in wolf form as a druid, and we just completely abused this in a challenge, if you're hit for lethal damage, meaning damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1, instead, you go to 1 and morph back to human form. There, you can morph back, to a druid, you can, morph back to a wolf, you could run away in PVM, you could basically respawn, but you don't die immediately. If you morph back to a werewolf, the process will repeat. You know, you'll be at 1 life, but if you're hit for lethal again, you'll turn back into a human. Yep, synergies killed procking for sure. I don't think synergies were a great idea. I don't think they were. Oh my god, that time a double hit right there took him from human form to dead immediately. Holy shit, it was 8s a second ago. What's the score now? Is it over? 9s. Oh my god, it's 9s right now. This is a non-title bout, so this is 1st to 10, no win by 2. This is so close. Green Lungs versus Smolps, 9 to 9 right now. It all comes down to this. Holy shit, boys. All right. Big hits here for Green Lungs. We're going to keep that life total a semi-secret over here, but this one looks close. Holy shit, it was. Look at this. He is going to... Green Lungs going to drop almost down to 1 life with that open wounds hit there, and down goes Smolps. Green Lungs gets there by the a couple hairs of fur on his wolf druid. That was epic. Very, very close match. 10-9 back and forth. That was wild, man. Great duel between these guys. And we get to see this Savage Gear. It's cool to see that these guys are busting out, or at least Green Lungs was busting out the death. That was a item that was just recently unbanned. And we unbanned death, and here we are, man. I'm really curious to see how that does in Melee. Yeah, there it was. I'm wondering if Smolps used the same thing. Black Hades is a really, really cool armor. Metamorphosis, Insane Helm. Love Smolps' setup here. He was actually using G-Face by the looks of it for big crushing blow. And the difference in his armor is he was using shaft stop with likely a jewel in it, not a Zod, not an F shaft stop. Look at that though. Etten Axe, E-Rep, 1 socket, big new jewel in it, dude. God, you gotta love that. That was huge. New jewel didn't quite get there, but damn, it did some damage. Yeah, 39-15 jewel in that. Up shaft stop, but not F. Love it. I think that's an underused item right there. Non-F shaft stop. Jam a 40-15 in that or something close, and that gets pretty wild, man. Look at those steel wrens. Nice ones. Yeah. So crazy. That death is wild. 5% off from 100% P. It's you roll 385 on the rune word roll, and wow, 100% crushing blow, 101% deadly strike. Holy shit. That's insane. That is insane. Yeah, you roll 385 on the rune word itself, and with a 15% superior base, you can get to 400. But that was wild, man. Great showdown. Now, my boys, we've got Kyle versus Dr. Doom. 2 absolute savages. And who will come out on top? We about to find out, man. We coming in, checking out this guy, Dr. Doom. And he's choosing the Sin. This guy is a Sin legend right here. Doesn't surprise me. Going up against an opponent like Kyle, he's got to be ready. He can't let that guard down, right? He can't let that guard down. He's got to come in bringing his best. I got the weirdest luck. I found 2 Bone Break Sunders yesterday, both from coffins in TZ area. What? Yeah, right. That's wild, Jody. Nicely done. Not even a friggin' Herald. Not even a Harry. Yep, them rangs, dude, right? Exactly. Yo, what up, Paulie? Made team game, HMAP, West, GN in Discord. Hell yeah, man. If it's for teams, Crypto, feel free to post it in the chat, because sometimes people won't be a part of, they won't be a part of the DFC chat, so feel free. And it's less common to see people troll team games that aren't on the official card. But also there's, you know, a game full of players. Hell yeah, Paulie. Just checked in with Kings. We both ready to jump in the queue after whoever's in line. All right, we'll throw you in there right now.
What do you think of the new changes to Warlock and shit, man? I haven't kept up, so sorry if you already mentioned it.
Oh, dude, yeah, we talk about it from time to time, man. By the way, Abel, big cheers, man. Thank you so much for that dono. I gotta say, man, the changes are kind of all over the place. We were talking about this earlier, Abel. They over-nerfed the fire skills. Those were fine. The only reason the fire skills were broken is because you could bind a demon early on with conviction and wreck the entire game through most of hell with no gear, right? That was why it was broken. It wasn't necessarily the fire skills themselves, you know, but they were powerful early on, but that's fine. Like, you know, so I don't think they should have changed those. You know, the changes to the miasma chains were interesting. I like that they got rid of the cloud damage because that was just busted. They still do a lot of damage and you can spam them now, but they need to just make Abyss do 0 damage. It's going to be controversial. People are going to hate it, but nobody fucking uses it anyway in PvM. Just get rid of it. Like, just no damage. Fix PvP. Make it do no damage. Right? That's it. And then the other thing with all of the changes, I think the demon deserved all of the nerfs. It deserves more nerfs. It's a really OP skill. Now the Tainteds, though, now those are busted. I don't know what it is, but they can't. I think the devs have to be careful not to feed into this whole thing about like people like summon builds. Let's make broken summon builds. How about let's not? The people that like summon builds can play Diablo 4. Diablo 2 was never a game where summons would be best in slot, right? Like, or best in class setups. Let's not make them that way, right? And this is just asinine damage from summons now for the warlock. Their whole summoning tree is just weird. But yeah, right now I'm in the if warlock delete camp, but that could change with the right adjustments. It's closer than we think, but there still needs to be some big changes to the Warlock. It's still OP in a lot of ways that most people don't see. You know? But yeah, good question, man. By the way, Dr. Doom getting in there, delivering some violence on this sin. He just took it there, man. That was a whirlwind finish. I believe he's on a hybrid sin here. Now, there's a lot of different versions of an assassin you can run in PvP. It's hard to explain them all quickly, but I'm going to assume he is on a hybrid sin. Let me tell you about what that is. He is going to be trying to do pretty adequate whirlwind damage, right? But he's also going to focus a lot of damage in on these traps. So these traps can be pretty vicious as well. And look at this. This is why Dr. Doom is scary. Look at how he's approaching Kyle here. It's constant, casting these traps right to the side of his screen, methodically hunting Kyle down. But Kyle is also doing phenomenally well here. His strategy, he does not want to engage at close range like that. Because if he gets in close, he's going to get name locked, he's going to get mind blasted, he's going to get whirled, and he could just teleport into a 5-stack of traps, which doesn't feel good, right? So what Kyle is going to try to do is stay on the outside and drop a blizz, right? He's going to try to drop that blizz, and those blizzes fucking hurt, man. You can really stack up your character and have those do insane. Look at that. That was just the blizz that casts on death from a facet. And look at that. That did like 10% right there. That's the weak blizz. Imagine what his blizz main does. It's insane. So he's really leaning in to these new items, this new cold damage, and I think it's a good idea. I think that's what you have to do as a cold sword, is like you really have to lean into sundering the shit out of your opponent's resistances and hitting them with the kitchen sink, right? Like you got to throw it at them. You got to hit them hard. You got to just play the class as unfair as possible. It's really the only way I think to take a Sork into a cold Sork into PvP. Yeah, sick Jewel though too, man. It's too bad about the defense. The defense I don't think really matters much on Jewels, but other than that, sick Jewel. Coooley never sees my messages when they matter. I swear. Who's that talking there? On to the next. Oh, Track Amp should be up next. My bad, dude. I got you, bro. Track Amp, you are. We'll put you up next. track amp on into the queue. I see Phil and them posting. It's still good. What do you mean, the fire skills and shit? I'm sure the fire skills are still okay, but they got nerfed and they didn't need it. Like, I'm sure they're still fine, but they're weaker and they didn't need to be. So now the build is even tougher. Like, it's literally one of the only fair PvP builds is like the Firelock, right? It's like kind of completely fair, but the damage is even less now, right, than it was before. And in PVM, you can deck out a Firelock with completely endgame gear. It can do okay, but you want to know what builds are better than a Firelock? You have the Summon Lock, right, with the Tainteds. That's one. And then here's another one that's better than a Firelock that you would never expect and really suggest something got fucked up somewhere. A Bowlock. A bow, using a bow, a crossbow, is actually better than a decked out Firelock in the endgame for pushing ladder. So yeah, while I don't, careful not to get confused by like the videos people put out about like, oh, this build is cool, look at me wreck P8, sure, but it's not the best build. Like, there are actually better ones than that. The Bowlock that I built and did the short about trashes an endgame Firelock way faster. Trashes it, and it was built for PvP. Trashes P8 way better than a Firelock. Trashes it. And Macro did something where he like put fire damage on the lock and shit, and actually made the explosive shots from Demon Machine work, and that fucking trashes in PvM way better than the Firelock. It's like, holy shit, man. Like, just bring the fire skill damage back. Like, it's, you know, just return that to what it was. Sure, it's still okay, and it's still a viable build, but if you ask me, that Firelock should be the best Warlock build. It requires the most skill, the most aim, most patience. That damage should be asinine when it comes down. It's the most fair in all ways. PvP, PvM, like, that should be the Warlock build. It should be like this fire skill, you know, maybe if they ever fix Abyss, that could be even better. You could use Abyss. What they should do to fix Abyss is make it do no damage. Increase the range that it pixels monsters and players. Increase the range. Suck them in. Do no damage. It does no damage. The skill should do no fucking damage. Pixel them. Apocalypse. Apocalypse, pixel. Apocalypse, pixel. Wreck screens of monsters. That would be a sick build. By the way, look at this, man. Our boy Dr. Doomy gets there with the new Horizons gloves. These are actually really cool. That's going to affect his trap laying speed. And look at this setup here. He's got a ethereal Zodded claw. Yeah, he was a hybrid Sin, and he's using the new Horizon set, which I think is really, really clutch for a Sin. If by the very least, Sin players are using the Horizons boots now, almost guaranteed, because it allows them to not put a cham in their Griffins, right? Which is insane. That's a huge boost right there. So the boots in and of themselves are just insane, but some builds can mix in the gloves as well. Yeah, they're amazing for ZVZ. Those boots are probably one of the best new items. I hate the fact that they introduced magic res to the game. I really think they could have done without that, but it is what it is. And, you know, just 30 stats, faster run walk, and CBF is clutch. And the fact that that turns into 40 faster run walk, even more stats, crushing blow, and IAS with the gloves is so good. Two-piece combo for days like that. It's so good. Yeah, this was definitely a hybrid Sin, probably leaning more on Ghost. He might have even leaned more on Ghost. He was hitting in there with some big whirlwinds. He might be Ghost, dude, because he's got Chaos Sawaya, or it could be a Chaos wrist sword, and then a F Zodded wrist sword as well. Yeah, so he might have actually been full ghost. And the fact that he is on Horizon's gloves and boots means he's on 65 cast, which is more typical of a ghost sin. Yeah, and there's not 3 lightning century on the on his claw there, which also is a good indicator that like it's 2 to lightning century, so it's up in the air. But shadow discipline charms, not really caring about lightning century, that's a ghost. Yep, shadow GCs, that's a ghost right there. Big max damage AR lifer charms. Oh yeah, Dr. Doom coming in on the ghosts. Those traps were for distraction only. They were to punish it if Kyle took off his light resist, but they didn't do much damage. That is all straight ghost. Yeah. Oh, actually, wow, look at this. Nah, they do 7K. He's pointed out now. Actual 7K. That's really not bad. That he's a hybrid. Wow, holy shit. That's a cool hybrid sin, man. Yeah, so they actually did some damage too. I figured he didn't do much to me. I took off T-Gods. Yeah, no shit. See, it was just enough. It was just enough. Kyle was like, yeah. Honestly, I would have too, Kyle. I would have too. Like, against the hybrid sin, I wouldn't worry too much about that. I would just do your thing. Against hybrid sins, I literally prepare for nothing. I'm like, I'm just going to do my game. It's up to you to answer me now with your hybrid build. You know what I mean? Answer my absolutely broken shit. Like, no block, no nothing. Come after me. Like, take a fucking blizz to the face. Like, come on in. Self blizz. Boom. Oh, shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, that with a H-Stand, I used to do the same thing. Like, all right, yep, your traps aren't going to hurt. I'm just, yep, take a ham. All right, let's see how she feels. All right, AF50 Coach Jason and melee title. Throw it in the queue. All right, let's get to moving, bros. Let's do it. AF50 versus Coach Jason, throwing you in the queue. It's a melee match. I'm going to throw you just before Polytheist and him Papa Weed. Sorry about that, guys. We'll have 2 title bouts back to back. Up next, though, we've got our boy Track Amp. This guy about to be throwing down versus Baloney Pony. Oh man, am I excited to see this, boys. Let's get ready. We've got a Warlock coming in. We're gonna see how good this one is, and if he can avenge his loss against the Track Amp.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Damn, son, and here it is. This is the Warlock, Baloney Pony. This guy has a very interesting hybrid Warlock. He does focus on that big fire damage, but also, you know what he's mixed into his build? Miasma chains. And those things are friggin' wild. He might even be, for all intents and purposes, look at this. Oh yeah, he's got chains and bolt. That's about it. He's going in chains and bolt style. I think he's completely given up on the fire. He doesn't even have it keyed anymore. Yeah, so I think he's going in full miasma chain. And honestly, good. I think that is the heavier hitting build right there. And particularly in this matchup, I think it's going to be what he would rather do against Track Amp. So I'm actually happy he's coming in with this build here. But Baloney Pony, this is the guy that was one of the guys that originally brought in the Fire Warlock. He plays on controlling. He's getting these nasty locks. He's getting this nasty aim, all with absolute vicious AoE fire spells, right? He was one of the first guys to bring that into the DFC and do some work on it, right? He eventually switched that build to a hybrid fire/miasma chain lock. And then from there, we now see the ultimate form. He is going full chains, and this damage is asinine. Even the bolts here are really pretty crazy. They kind of do splash damage to some degree. Like you see these big clouds that follow the bolts around. Those are doing damage as well. So those are big projectiles that Track Amp has to work his way around. He has to watch out for it. And let me tell you, Baloney Pony's real good at aiming those. As you're coming in, it's just, look at this. Like, he's cutting your angles with the bolt. And as you approach, he's throwing these chains. And these chains hurt. When you get a chain latched onto you, you have to break the lock. You have to tele off the screen and break the lock. It's the only way. Otherwise, that chain is going to keep hitting you. How's that? Is that good? That sounds a little
Not
loud.
enough mana.
Seems about right. Yeah, controller aim with chain is nasty. Yeah, it's just on point. The thing is, controller does, it's a drawback in other ways, but for aiming and getting name locks, it's really good. And honestly, I think just getting quick name locks is really the new meta in PvP. Like getting a quick name lock is the new meta. You gotta figure. You've got champs like Polytheist, where he does chain every once in a while, and he's fully capable of chaining opponents, but usually it's not in his best interest to do so. What is Polytheist a master of? Getting in quickly and getting a very fast lock on your name, right? That's how he drops a volcano on you. That's how he drops a fissure. That's how he hits you with a molten boulder sometimes. Like, I think that's the new meta. It's the new meta in a way for other classes as well. You know, I think that a Necro in a lot of matchups is better off just getting a quick lock with a spear and getting out with occasional chains if your opponent's going to give it to you. But that's really the new meta is what I'm noticing. Haven't talked about it a lot, but it seems as though ever since the FHR changes, which really incentivize like chain locking skills and putting massive pressure on your opponent, there's now this telly away effect, right? Where like, no matter how good your opponent is, you can just telly away and there's nothing they can do. Whereas in the old days, back in my days of Diablo 2, there used to be something called stun lock, right? Where like, you could have a character like an assassin, which this was kind of asinine and stupid, but they could hold down Mind Blast on you and that would perpetually stun you. That was gay, right? But all of the other stun locks were savage executions of skill, right? So like the Smite FOH Smite was also something right there that you could do, and it would usually lock people out if you puddled them, right? Smite was one of those skills that would knock players back, so they did have frames to recover anyway. But you know, that was a skill. You could do it if you were good enough, right? You could lock people out with that. You had to have perfect time. Same with a barbarian. You could get in there, you could close the distance and do perfectly triangulated whirlwinds, and they would lock your opponent out from responding. Made barbs so good. Cross that right off the list. Can't do it anymore because the FHR changes in 2.4 sucks. But by the way, tough hunter tactics. I thought I had something witty to say, but I lost it. Titties. He didn't have something witty to say, but he did have something titty to say. Tough hunter, my guy. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Parking the Prime over here, dude. Holy shit. Means a lot, man. You can park it anywhere. Chooses to rest it right here with me, man. Really appreciate you, brother. Yeah. That's a stud that thuds right there. Give it to him. Final score 0-0. Yeah, look at this. Track Amp isn't really getting, well, he's unable to land a lot of hits here. He's not delivering a lot of hits to Baloney Pony, mainly because look at this. Baloney Pony has an interesting defense. He is using he probably is stacking up his fire res, right? But he's also using Psychic Ward, which, much like Bone Armor, it rests right on the same level as Bone Armor with buff applications, and it will absorb physical damage. So the physical damage that is also kind of a hybrid with these fire spells, it's absorbing an adequate amount here. It's absorbing an adequate amount. The question is, how much damage is the Track Amp taking? Is he getting hit by these shits? Yeah, he ain't taking much either. He ain't taking much either. This could be a long duel. We might have to shrink the map. Because these guys, I mean, both of them, if you think about it, are mid-range builds with devastating consequences if you miss, right? Like, if you go in, you miss, and get punished for it, it's devastating consequences. For both of these guys. So that kind of forces them to keep their distance. They're not really gonna go after each other. Looking, Track Amp ain't gonna go in, because if he goes in, there could be 10 fucking chains waiting for him. He's gonna teleport into 10 chains and immediately die, right? So like, he can't really do that. But also, if Baloney Pony goes chasing Track Amp, he could catch some nasty Armageddons, right? And that also feels bad. Yeah, you would think. I mean, chains are kind of like the new... They're kind of like the new fire druid in a way. They're very powerful at mid-range. The range is certainly limited. Oh my god, look at that! Track Amp just teleported into chains there and got wrecked. Got fucking wrecked by him. This is interesting. The thing is, versus a chains lock, is you have to be able to punish at close range, but you also need to be able to address them from outside of their range. Polytheist has an incredible solution to this. With Polytheist build, he actually has a Widowmaker. He has a Widowmaker and some 451 charms. So what does he do when there's another mid-range build that doesn't want to come in? He'll just shoot him with a Widowmaker, and then that gets really bad. If they come in, then he just weapon swaps, gets out there and cooks them, right? But that's what I think you have to do in this matchup versus this lock, is you have to figure out a way to outrange it. On a lot of builds, my immediate impulse is going to be Widowmaker, right? It would work on a Barb too. This guy's not going to get close to you. He's going to be limited to 35% block, right? He's not going to get close to a Barb. How do you outrange those chains? Widowmaker. How would I duel this guy on a Din? Widowmaker. Widowmaker and hammers, right? Like, I think that's just probably a great answer to a Miasma Chain Warlock. But we don't see a lot of people with it. There's not a lot of people that throw it onto builds. But I do think it's a pretty adequate answer. Forces the Warlock to start picking angles and get aggressive, right? Because otherwise, if they can sit in chains, it's just really bad, right? It's hard to go in. Duels are epic, man, as always. Thanks, Benjo the Great. Yeah, good to see you again, man. It's wild. These firelocks, they always catch a lot of hate, but let me tell you, Track Amp is probably... He is an aggressive firelock player, right? So if Track Amp is playing from the outside like this, there's a reason he has to, and you can see it, right? You got these chains, you teleport into them, it just fucking hurts, man. You can't get hit by them. Yep. CG traps will work. You could, a trapper could set up some traps and run away. Yep, that is also an option. I think versus a trapper, Baloney Pony would probably be more aggressive because he just wants to chain him and get out. Just hit that one chain and get out before you get hit by traps. Against a trapper proper, he'd probably even walk. He'd probably just even use a walk strategy. Close the distance, walk. I really do think you need something absolutely devastating at range to fight a Miasma Chain lock. Some sort of answer at massive range. Put Julvan and I in the queue? Gotcha, brother. Will v. Julvan going in the queue. Will v. Julvan. This might also be a long duel, so what we can do is possibly, if we have multiples ready, we might be able to pop back and forth, right? Might be able to view multiples at once. So it looks like, I hate to do that during title fights. We have AF50 versus Coach Jason next. We have Polytheist versus Himpapaweed, both title fights. So what we can do is actually check out Will v. Julvan in between if you want, dude. Yeah, if y'all are ready to jam, you might be able to cut the line a little bit here, just in the spirit of getting some duels underway. We've got a queue, but yeah, we've got a queue, Paulie. We're gonna go melee title bout first, and then HLD title bout. After this, we're gonna bounce right now back and forth between Julvan and Will, and Track Amp versus Baloney. Close into the distance there. Baloney Pony was trying to get that chain. This is a very interesting duel. Nothing wrong with it, but while we get a queue, I don't like to have people waiting forever. So let the duels go on as long as they must, right? But, every once in a while, we might swap back and forth and see some different duels, because this could be a long one. That's the spirit of Diablo 2 duels, man. Some of them are over quickly, and some of them are real duels, and they take a long time, right? You got two players who are very skillful, they're playing to win, and they're playing to their outs. Sometimes that is more of a distance duel. Sometimes that's more playing from the outside, being cautious, right? That's what it is. Nothing wrong with it. Both duels are perfectly legitimate duels. It's how things go. There's no one perfect way to have a duel in D2. I'm fighting a Necro right now for some reason. Was pubbing. I'm hooked. Yeah, keep it going. You probably got a little bit of time, Paul. You got some time, man. Do some pubbing. Pubbing and chubbing. Do whatever gets your jollies off right now. We got some time. Nice lock there, though, from Track Amp. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for these opportunistic hits. But here's the thing that Baloney Pony is trying to do here. These chains that the Warlock casts are very strange because they work on an axis, right? So when you cast the chain, and we'll pop over to Baloney Pony here. Maybe we'll be able to see it as I'm talking about it. But when you cast that chain, look at this. As he walks around the chain, it follows him. So it almost makes it work like the hands of a clock. So as he casts it, sometimes you'll see Polytheus try to work his way around his opponent to kind of wrap them in that chain. You don't necessarily need to hit them with it. You just need to catch them in it, right? So that's another thing that Baloney Pony is trying to work his way around the outside, and Track Amp isn't making it easy for him. He's kind of working around. He's staying on the outside of that clock, and CT casting in there, throwing some nasty hits, and just trying to stay outside of that axis, right? Trying to stay really aware of where those chains can be on an axis. That's some high-level skill right there from Track Amp. Sometimes you gotta do it. You've got to balance that out, you know? We ready to go, bud? If you want to pop in. All right, GG, let's check it out, man. Let's see what we can do. This round is epic right here. We will check right back in as we check out Will throwing down on the Sin. This guy is on the Sin. He is going up against Julvan on the Barb. This one is going to be heavy. Julvan is an absolute menace on that Barbarian. Probably one of the most savage Barbs that I've ever seen. I absolutely love seeing this guy throw down. And he is crazy. But here it is. This assassin, Will, is a savage assassin, a Sin PK veteran. This guy not only has the skills, he's got the thrills, the kills, will give you the chills out there in the Bloodmoor. That's what he does. Not only the gear, the play style, the setup. He knows how to duel just about everything. But the problem is, Julvan does too. And this guy is on a whole different level. Let's get ready, boys. This one is gonna be fucking wild. Will the Sin get there, or will Julvan prove he is a Barb worthy of taking down all Sins? Let's find out. All right, here we go, boys. Barb v Sin. Looks as though Will is laying some traps. He's going to try to catch Julvan in these. He isn't going to go looking for trouble outside of these traps. He's not going and looking for it. He wants that Barbarian player to come to him, and he is going to have shit tons of traps waiting for him. Usually Will, he has the ability to whirlwind in some matchups, but he probably won't do it here. It is not a good idea to try to outwhirl a Barbarian. Instead, what I think you really want to do is look at this. He's using Shockweb here too. He is basically Elephant Sin right now. He is going all in on these lightning traps, and it is paying off. Look at how much he's working down Julvan with these traps, but Julvan closing the distance and doing some vicious whirlwind damage, forcing Will out of his traps. That was an incredible play, and that's why this guy is so dangerous. You give him a small window, and he's gonna take it. He is a patient Barb player, but when he gets in there, you give him the chance, he will punish you for it, man. He is very aware. Look at this, working his way around these traps using Leap. But that was a nice trap set up there from Will, and now Julvan is in trouble. Julvan very low. Holy shit, and a nice trap set up there from Will. Down goes Julvan in the first round. Yeah, it looks as though Will has really focused. Look at that. He's got a Sunder Charm in the inventory. Oh yeah. He is going all in on these traps. We're talking, I didn't see those jewels that were in those claws, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of those were facets, right? Like, you don't even care. Just put the facets out there. Get as much lightning trap damage as you possibly can. I really think that is the way on a Sin these days. I think that's what you need to do. You just need to punish with traps. There has never been a better time in Diablo history to play a trap Sin in PvP and to just absolutely abuse what your class does. Throw down lightning sentry traps. Dude, Thor Jitsu sent me a screenshot earlier of his trap Sin that was doing 22k traps. It's fucking wild. That's what you gotta do. Get in there and do fucking 22k. It is legal. There ain't no pussy ass rules in the DFC. Get in there and fucking damage people, right? And dude, that it looks like that's what Will is doing. He's getting in there and he is stacked. It might not be 22k, but it is high. It is very high trap damage here. And you can see that as soon as Julvan gets hit by it, he does not. Sometimes Julvan will go in absolute zero respect for some Sins. Get in there, whirlwind the shit out of him, not even care about the traps. But he can't do that with Will. He's getting punished. That being said, though, Julvan has scored some savage damage, forcing Will into these 5 stacks here. And there it is, man. Julvan gets there very low, but what a great round. Now 1-1 between these guys. Holy shit. We got a stream from Julvan too with the barb? Oh, that'd be sick. I don't see it. This is wild, though. What up, Dan? It's going good, man. We're checking out a sick duel right now. This is Will versus Julvan. Will, savage Sin player. And he's going in on a trapper here versus Julvan on the barb. Both of these guys are phenomenal on their builds. And they are showing it off here tonight, man. Will has got some great patience with his trap placement here. Julvan showing incredible resolve outside of those traps, working his way around. Super patient, just waiting for those windows where Will fucks up a little bit, gives him a little too much space with those traps, and boom, gets in there, punishes him. It's crazy. A struggle versus good barb with warrior. Yeah, warrior is the way that the barb has a chance in this matchup. With a shadow master, the shadow master starts mind blasting the barb from off screen, and then they can just never take advantage of the opportunities that come their way. There it is, man. Incredible change there again from Julvan, now making it 2-1. Crazy. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you, Crypto. GMPK5 password X is up for teams. Serenity, Stu, Crypto up in there. If y'all are trying to do some teams right now, you don't have to be a DFC member or anything. Team duels are free, man. Get up in there. And if we get a chance, which we might have one, it looks like there's some people in the, we got Crypto and Stu in the team channel over there. So we might get to pop in and see some team duels. If y'all are around, y'all want to do some D2 PvP, just pop in there. GMPK5, password X, that is North America. Hell yeah, man. That'd be sick to see some teams tonight, man. And if you do want to team up and have some team comms, well, you can do that too, right? If you check out the Discord, you'll notice these channels right here, right? We'll put them on the side, right by this join the stream where everybody's streaming their perspective for duels. We've got these team channels. We see Crypto up in here streaming his end. We'll get to check that out, man. We'll be able to pop in, see some teams. That'd be savage, man. Yeah, so feel free, pop in. If you just want to pop in there and have some team comms, that's also fine. If you don't want to stream it. If you do stream it, we'll get to pop in and see some action, though. It's always good to have multiple perspectives in teams in case somebody dies, right? Incredible aggression there, but a nice setup from Will. Will might have lost that round, but he actually played that very well. He didn't panic. What he did was he laid down traps, and Julvan came in, started whirlwinding him, really nice tight whirlwinds, and then that forced Will to teleport out, to which Julvan followed him, and what did Will do? Teleported right back to his first set of traps. That was smart. That was a really smart play. This guy, I'm telling you, savage Sin player, Julvan savage Barb player. No way, Leroy. No way. Perfect Annie. Yeah, big shout out to the Last Dynasty Discord. Y'all might have seen the D-clone go off right there. Those guys pop D-clone just around this time every week. Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. Those guys pop D-clone sometimes multiple times. And holy shit, Leroy got a perfect Annie. 2020-10? That's fucking wild, man. You've been hunting for that forever. But how many games have we done between IDing 2 sets of 100 Annie, 200 Annies, and all the games that you set up for me to pop in, and we ain't never found a 2020-10? I mean, it's been hundreds. That's crazy, man. Congrats. And there it is. Holy shit. Close round there with Julvan, but he takes it 4-1 in an epic showdown. He just got that timing down and absolutely punished. That was crazy. Great duel from both guys here. I love this setup. I would love, let me see if we can get a peek at Will's gear here. I'm curious as to what he did and how he set it up, because his damage was there. I think that's really what you got to do in this matchup. You have got to go all out on those traps. That is your best play versus a Barb. Yep, very many, my friend. It has been so many. Been crazy. If you see this, no more Pally and Sin, please. LOL. He says, don't stop giving me sins. Stop giving me Pallies and Sins. I can't help it. It's Bill. If the matchup calls for it, you know. It ain't our fault. You're so good that you're just right up there with these busted Sin players and just tearing up the ranks, you know. Oh shit, he tried to take off that belt, probably exited him out of the trade there. That's what happens when you try to take off that belt. I'm curious about those claws. Did anyone catch if there was facets in them or if it's just jewels proper? The main hand probably has IAS jewels, like 1515s. But the offhand, I'm very curious as to whether it has, like, facets in it. He's got some 25s, some life mana small charms. Very clutch, very useful on Sins. Or 24s, not quite P. But did anyone catch it? No shit. Okay, that's the main hand. What was the offhand? It wasn't a facet, was it? No, offhand was just a regular trap skiller, a regular trap claw with faster hit recovery, rep life, and resistances. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. No facets, just the, he might have put the new jewel in the helm. I could see him doing that. But the, no, it was a bear rune actually in there. 100% perfect Shadow Dancers. That's crazy. But yeah, probably bear rune in the helm against that whirlwind damage. Yeah, so I guess it was all coming from the Sunder and just full trap commitment. Nice Sunder there though, 65 life. Yeah, that was crazy. Great breakdown, great setup there. Wild, man. I wonder if you get one of these with faster hit recovery and, you know, lightning skill damage and all of that. If you just put facets in there, I wonder, I want to build a trapper so bad now, man. Like, I want to bring a trapper to the DFC and play a very unfair game with it, boys. That's how we roll. All right, boys, let's pop back into Track Amp versus Baloney Pony. Looks like a little bit of a pause in the action there. Baloney Pony might have dropped. Wild. Yeah, look at this. Using those wolves, though, I actually like that. Baloney's at his door. Oh, word. Okay, yeah. So someone rang that doorbell. Yep, no worries. It happens, man. It happens. Checking his door. Word, yeah, no worries. No worries, brother. That was crazy. What an epic bout. Will versus Julvan. I would say it's right up there for fight of the night. Between me and Lol Rages, I think that was a sick fight, man. God, that was sick. That was so fun. That was one of the funnest LLD bouts I've had in a while. That one and Will Julvan, certainly. Holy shit. Great fights, man. I'll take the sins off his hands. Let Bill know. Jits, give him the sins. All right. All right. Let's friggin' go, man. FBI, open up. Holy shit, look at these chains coming in, man. This U-Mancer, aka the Baloney Pony. Now, the thing is, if those chains hit the pets, I'm not sure what happens. I'm not sure. Like, back in the days, back when we allowed pets on the Warlock, they could cast those defilers, and the defilers would essentially curse the player and the pets. So that if you did hit the pet, it would also hit the player, which was so ridiculous. Like, that's such a ridiculous thing. But I'm not sure what happens if a chain hits a pet proper. If it, like, will also damage the player. Does anyone know? Yeah, they are allowed to max block if they don't go dual claw. But, I mean, you could max block with dual claw, but I've never seen anybody be able to do it. I don't think it's, like, actually possible. But yeah, they can. There's only a couple of, you can't do it versus a barb, right? So versus a barb, you're limited to 35% block unless you have dual claw. Then you can go, theoretically, there might be a limit to it too, or there might not be. But yeah, you could go dual claw. But you couldn't put on like an SS and go 75 block. There's a lot of classes that have their block limited versus barbs to make it so that barbs have a chance in PvP is basically what it is. It's almost like the same courtesy extended to the Cold Sorceress, right? Whereas the Cold Sorceress, if anybody could just stack up as much cold res as they wanted, the Cold Sorc just wouldn't be a thing. Sort of the same thing with like a Lightning Trapper. You know, if everybody was just allowed to put on all the Lightning Sorb and all of this stuff, then, I mean, that's why there's rules, essentially, right? That's what we're getting to, is that the rules exist to just make it so that we see a variety of classes in here, you know. Otherwise, if everybody could max block, barbs would just be just over. I mean, it's so hard for the life of a barb is so hard anyway. If you ask me, barbs should do 10 times the damage that they do. Make it happen. I don't give a fuck. You get one zerked, it's just how it is. You get one zerked, good. Barbs should do asinine damage. They are literally the bulkiest, heaviest looking fucks, and they get out meleeed by Zeal. They should just, man. That's what I thought too, Will. I thought 64 was the highest I'd ever seen it. Charger waiting to get that courtesy, I know, right? With a 35% block. I honestly think people ought to just do that anyway. But here's the thing with the Paladin, is like, if you're on a Charger, you could have 1 point smite, and that's like pretty good. You know what I mean? Smite is just, even just 1 point, it's like, man, now you just ass their whole build because they go for max block and you smite them. You know what I mean? It's like, trust me, as a Din main, as a lover of the Dins, I would love to see it too. But like, it just opens the door to so much cheese. It indeed is the holiest of the chars, though. Where are your battle? We already got one in, dude. We got one in versus Lol Rages. Yeah. Bill says we're not hiring for mods. That's what he said. He said, we don't need him yet. We don't need him yet, but he'll keep you in mind, is what he said. That's what he said. He says, we already got fucking Bruno fingering statues and shit. We got fucking Shirley Serious doing things in pools. So it's like, that's a lot for him to keep track of. Yeah, but he says he'll keep you in mind. Charger only one-shots Char if they're under-geared. Two-handed charger isn't viable. Yeah, for sure. Like, the best weapon, two-handed charge weapon for Charger, I think is a F-Death Decapitator. Or possibly, you could argue a F-Death Warpike. But, yeah, they are, even with that, against a character that is prepared and knows what they're doing, they're not one-shotting them. It's very rare that they're one-shotting them. Theoretically, you could, right? Like, theoretically, you could. If you get a deadly strike hit with a two-handed F-Death Decapitator, that is 60,000 damage, reduced to 10k in PvP, 50% DR makes it 5,000 damage. So you could. Against some characters, it still might not actually one-shot them. Like, some Dins have, like, 6k life. Barbs have over that. Druids have over that. Yeah, it's probably never one-shotting. But, yeah, I would agree. But I guess if you get Crushing Blow in there, that's 10% off from... Yeah, still not one-shotting them. Yep. The Warpike is so savage. It is, man. Holy shit. I haven't drywall put up in my house, so I may need to... Oh, yeah, no worries. But it looks as though this is this mid-range battle still jamming right here. And you can see, I think eventually at this point it favors the lock because it doesn't appear as though Track Amp has a way to address the range of the lock and to make it so that Bony Pony that was 0-1. That was literally first round. Holy shit. All right, these guys are going to get pulled up again. While they get ready, I say we kick over to a title bout over here. This is going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. First up, boys, we have got Coach Jason. While these guys get ready for the next round, Coach Jason versus AF50 in the Melee Division for the title. This one is going to be epic. Coach Jason taking on AF50. Who will be the victor? Let's see with these new rules, boys. In this corner, we've got Coach Jason on this Fury Druid. What you just missed there was the first round where Coach Jason comes in, takes it pretty swiftly, just coming there and slapping down the Loot Goblin himself. But look at this. Look at this. That is a death right there from AF50, and that is doing some big damage. That is doing some big damage right there. Accidental morph back there from the champion, but no worries, he didn't attack in wolf form. He just let it go back under there and then started swinging in human form. No worries, bro. Death right there, that is a good one. That Death Berserker Axe is something that is new in the meta for this matchup, and damn, son, let's see how much of a difference it makes. So far, it is 1-1. AF50 taking a round. Coach Jason taking a round. As we go into round 3, big damage from Coach Jason. Right out the gate, down goes AF50. And what you might see there is Nimrod coming in. Looks like we got a little BMer up in this game. Well, that's only what it looks like. Nim is actually doing these guys a favor. What he's doing is he's making sure these guys play by the rules. There's no pre-buffing in this. And what happens is when Coach Jason slams those claws against his opponent, his Metamorphosis Helm will proc that, the Mark of the Wolf. And that will stay on for the start of the next duel. So Nim is dropping him in combat there to reset that. That was a very close round. Now 2-1 in favor, or I'm sorry, 3-1 in favor of the champion. Bruno says, I have done nothing of the sort tonight.
At Rorio 3306
wow, what?
became a member.
Rorio, my guy, what? Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate you sending that membership over this way, man. An absolute legend at the legend tier, and a big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. We sipping on that gas tonight, man. Just for you, brother. We've got a pretty sick duel here. This is a championship title bout in the melee division, now 4-2 in favor of the champion. But you can see the impact of that death weapon already, man. It might be early in this bout, but it is undeniable that weapon is wild. It's a good one, boys. Holy shit. But the loot goblin felled again by the champion. This guy getting in there, man. I'm telling you. Coach Jason, the guy that literally, he called his shots right from coming into the DFC. He says, give me that title bout, baby. And here it is. This guy has probably one of the most decked out druids I have ever seen in melee combat. At the end of this duel, you guys will get to see what both players are rocking, and trust me, man, you ain't gonna want to miss it. It is absolutely savage. The shit that Coach Jason has, we saw his VT in HLD earlier. Savage gear, right? Just wait till you see his melee character. It is nuts. Melee druids are melee duels the best. 1/2 HP and 1 slap is insane. It is crazy, man. Now that, granted, that is a rare hit, right? But yeah, like now that this death is back in the format, death is a rune word that it used to be banned in DFC Melee. And that was because there was a time where Dins were just taking over, right? And there was no way to stop it. But eventually we banned death, and that made it so that druids and Dins were, you know, kind of back at it, back and forth, right? But then the Dins pulled ahead again, right? The Dins pulled ahead again. So what we did was we allowed the previously banned Fortitude and Phoenix back on these characters only when they're versing each other, right? It has always been this war of the Din and the Druid at the top of the melee division. And then for the longest time, that there's been really no real melee rule changes for a long time. And that era led to Druids taking over at the top. It was, we had seen enough to the point where you could tell, all right, it's more than just one duel. It's more than, you know, just these few matchups. The Druids are winning. And it's pretty dominant. So to even it out, we unbanned death. Druids and Paladins can use it. Anybody can use it. And at least for this, I mean, this is still pretty heavily in favor of the Druids so far. It is 3-9 in favor of the champion right now. This is wild. But it was off to a good start. It was kind of scary there. It's not over. This is a title bout, win by 2. Oh my god, and it's over now. Right as I say that, it is over now. That droid player up in there, Coach Jason, getting those slaps in, and holy shit.
Nothing will stand in my way.
The champion himself. As we go into the trade screen here, we get to see what these guys are rocking. Metamorphosis for the champion. SS shield for both of these guys. And look at this. We see another classic battle between the upped string of ears. Look at this. Corpse Crack Legendary Mallet. Cruel Fool IAS. Fortitude. Perfect Fortitude. That Metamorphosis I was talking about. Look at these Steel Wrens too. 60, 20s. Beautiful base defense on that. He's got the new jewel in the Storm Shield Monarch. God damn. He's got that new jewel, and look at, there it was. He's got the Death Berserker Axe. AF50 coming in with death. It actually performed very well. I like it. If he went in with COA too, yep, he did. COA. Love that choice. I actually really love that here. I think you never see it in Melee. I think it's an incredible choice. Opens up that armor slot for Fortitude. Gives you the DR between the belt and the shield. I think it was a great choice. This is the start of something right here. I think this is the start of something. AF50 is on to something in this setup. But man, look at Coach Jason's gear, man. It's so wild. He really capitalized on this. He knew he would force his opponent with the new jewel onto COA. So what did he do? He stacked up the AR charms in the inventory on that bottom row and made sure that he just hit more often. That was his strategy here. And I really like that, man. He capitalized on it. He said, all right, I'm going to be running this jewel. That's going to force you onto more DR. I'm going to punish you for that, for not having the Pally Vizzo. And we're going to get there. We're going to hit more often. And just like that, man. Just like that, that's what happened. Holy shit. All right, boys. Let's pop back in. Let's see if Track Amp and Baloney Pony are still throwing down. See what's going on there. We'll check in with those guys. It's going to be a long duel, boys.
Your power was no match for mine.
Baloney Pony throwing down versus Kane, aka the Track Amp. We lost the Track Amp stream there. But as you can see, this time Track Amp is actually landing some savage hits. He is landing some more consistent damage from the outside. You see, that is the challenge, I think, in this matchup in particular, is Track Amp has to close the distance. He was really feeling his opponent out in that first round there. You know, that was, he calls second here, taking a breather. They might need some, they might need something here. All right, he says go. All right, yeah. I'm not sure, something happened there. Sometimes you just got to pause the duel, you know, that's what it is. But what he's got to do is he's got to work his way from the outside and keep this damage up consistently. That's the thing. He's got to be, as a Fire Druid player. Oh, he put his stream back up. Oh, okay, my bad, thank you. As a Fire Druid player, you have got to keep damaging your opponent. Thank you, Track Amp. Appreciate that, dude. Yeah, like you've got to keep getting in there and get those quick name locks. Get out before you get punished, right? Polytheist, absolute master of this. Track Amp, also absolute master at this. That's what you got to do. But in this matchup in particular, where your opponent really isn't going to come looking for you, right? It's hard to keep that damage up and keep it consistent. Especially if you got Baloney Pony in here with these nasty chains, blowing up all the pets, punishing you when you come in. It's so crazy. That is definitely the play, though. That's what he's got to do. Right now, he doesn't really have to go chasing Track Amp. He can let Track Amp come in and start looking for those locks. And then before he gets them, or when he goes in and tries, he's going to chain him just like that. It's crazy, man. It's a back and forth. We standing by. All right, yeah, man, we'll probably cut over to you guys soon. Polytheist. So we on it, brother. We on it. That probably won't be too long of a duel, I wouldn't think. Him Papa Weed could go in on what? Barb or Druid, I think. Yeah, either one. I don't think it'll be long either way. This one might be a matchup right here. This one, we in it for the long haul. We might be able to kick over to some teams in between. I see Crypto up in there. Holy shit. Hell yeah, dude. This is going to be sick. This might be a team duels night tonight. Yeah, you can now see the risk with these exchanges, though. And look at this. Baloney Pony just getting those nasty locks just from on the edge of the screen. That's that controller play, right? That's the advantage of playing on a controller. And certainly all advantage in this matchup right here. There's very, very few opportunities where he needs to escape Polytheist, right? Where he needs to get away and Polytheist just keeps pushing not Poly, but Track Amp keeps pushing the pressure. Very rare that would happen, right? He can just stay in his lane, get those locks as soon as Track Amp comes in. Absolute pure advantage in this matchup. And that's what it is. Finally, he sees one. Baloney Pony's been playing on controller a long time, and there has really not been a lot of duels where it is actually a full advantage for him. Here, I think it really is. And finally, right? He says, how many duels? And finally. But Track Amp landing some nice locks here. But that's the challenge. You notice, as he gets in, he is going to be looking for these, right? That's what he has to do. He's looking for them. And he needs to land that Kano very close. He needs to land those Fissures very close. I think the way, if you stay without a Widowmaker here, and you try to do this in the straight fire druid way, I think the best thing that you can do is to CT cast some Kanos, right? Just to keep going for these CT angles and CT cast up on your opponent. It makes it so that your mid-range is just slightly better than theirs and probably a little more devastating, right? Because at that range, sure, Baloney Pony could also CT cast a chain, you know, but the chain might hit a pet. Even if it hits you, you can just telly away and break it. He ain't chasing you, right? So I think really the answer here is just some big CT angles and CT cast those Kanos. That, I think, is just really the best answer for Track Amp here. Or Widowmaker. You know, Widowmaker would change things up, but it is kind of risky to bust that out too. But I think CT casting just makes his range so much better. Nice hits there from Track Amp. Takes a little bit of a risk. Gets away with it. All these miasma clouds everywhere. It's crazy, man. Nice hits there again from Track Amp. Just getting a little bit of a name lock on that pet and casting it. He is trying to master the distance of Baloney Pony here and just stay right on the outside. But I think, again, that's why probably that CT casting would be insane. And those bolts, man, the literal splash damage from those bolts, he gets blown up by those. That was a great job from Track Amp trying to stay on the outside of, or trying to stay on the downwind, essentially, of Baloney Pony's aggression there. That is smart, so he doesn't get wrapped in the chain. These are all things that he's picked up from that first very long round of play. This is a duel of misery right here, I'm sure, for Track Amp. Perhaps for both players. But props to them, man. It is a savage one. It's certainly one that we don't really see all the time, right? Like, it's certainly a duel we don't see all the time. With this new Warlock class, it is so crazy because you don't really know, right? We haven't seen a lot of the duels. We don't really exactly know how all of them are going to go. You don't know the strategies. We're all learning. We're kind of all, it's a weird time in D2 history. We're all sort of on the same page, learning everything, watching these incredible top tier players go against each other and kind of use their knowledge and help us figure it out, right? Like, that's the thing. Props to Baloney Pony. Might be a long duel. It is in the name of D2 permanence. Long-lasting effects. A long duel with even longer lasting precedent and effects. It's wild. But yeah, in a moment here, we're going to cut over to the HLD title bout of the evening. Himpapa Weed versus Polytheist. Polytheist, also a Savage Fire Druid player. Himpapa Weed, proven his prowess on many different classes. It's gonna be wild. That's got to be discouraging. Track Amp going in, finally getting that name lock, getting that life check on his opponent, and realizing, like, he's landed some Kanos, he's landed some shots. He's losing these mid-range exchanges. This is a big one for Baloney Pony. Last time these guys fought in this matchup, or Druid versus Warlock, Track Amp took it. This is a big one for Baloney. He beat a legend last week in Serenity. He beat, if he beats a legend tonight, that is huge. That's big news for not only Baloney Pony, but for this Warlock man and his progression on it. Huge. So that's why this duel, he's taking this seriously. This is a real duel. That being said, we're going to check back in on this in a moment. We have got the HLD title bout of the evening, boys. Let's check this thing out. We have got Polytheist, Himpapa Weed. Look at him, he's on the barb. Himpapa Weed on the barb, man. Oh, shit. This is crazy. I think this is a hard matchup. It's hard regardless. If you're on Druid or a Barb, doesn't matter, man. It's gonna be tough, but I cannot wait to see how this one goes. Man, in this corner, we've got the challenger to the HLD throne tonight, Papa Weed, grinding his way up the ranks and absolutely flatlining duelers. And tonight, he's putting it to the ultimate test versus the savage himself, Polytheist. Can he defend it again? Look at this, some good patience here from Papa Weed. He's keeping the aggression up, but he's being very careful. Very smart plays here. Gotcha, Jits. Jits and Smolps also in the queue. Some LLD, level 30 duels. Can't wait to see it, man. Papa Weed going in. Oh, he clipped him. He clipped Polytheist there, but he did eat some fire damage for his troubles. In this duel right here, the Barbarian player has to be extremely patient, right? You got to be patient, you got to be unpredictable, and most importantly, as really with any class, you kind of have to know, you have to familiarize yourself with the fire skills. As much as some players might hate them, you gotta learn what a threatening Armageddon looks like as it's coming down. You have to kind of familiarize yourself with those meteors because it does matter, right? Those graphics do line up to where they're coming down. So, you know, if you know how to move around them, that can benefit you substantially. Now, mid-whirlwind, it's hard to adjust. But that being said, you can stay on the outside, be hyper vigilant, be very patient, wait for that opportunity. But the more Polytheist learns you, the less of those opportunities you will have. This guy is a savage. He is a student of the game, one that studies his opponents, their moves, and everything about them. Polytheist does have a bit of a habit, though, of returning to the scene of the crime, as he puts it. Sometimes he will telly right back in, especially trying to... If you whirlwind, he will expect that after that whirlwind, when you see him telly away, that you will not whirlwind again. And sometimes we've seen players catch him with that as he returns to the scene of the crime. And that is, it's kind of a shot in the dark, but it's zero risk. You know, it's zero risk. And sometimes he comes in a little too close. And he can be punished for it. It is totally possible. Totally possible, man. It can happen. And we call that mowing the lawn with the Barbarian, right? Sometimes you're just whirlwinding in these random spots, it seems, but they're not always random. The Barbs, the other people might call it mowing the lawn. The Barbs call it predicting she. They call it predicting she. You catch them with that seemingly random whirlwind. LLD SVS. Oh shit, that's what they gonna do is, I thought Jits might have been on the Charger. Smolps is gonna be on the Sork. I have never seen Jits in recent history play on anything but a Din. And I can't imagine he will be. This appears to be 65 cast that Papa Weed is on. Did a little bit of predicting she right there. Just missed, though, with Polytheist. Polytheist lighting this map on fire. There is so much AoE. It's going to be very hard with that 51 life for Papa Weed to get in there. And it was. Damn, son. Man, there has got to be a setup. There's got to be a setup with this Barb. I'm gonna have to jam against Polytheist. He might be streaming after this. I might load up the Barb and fire up a Fortitude. They don't do shit for damage, but put on a Fortitude weapon, try to hit that 105 cast and see if that matters. I'm not a very good Barb, but I'll be able to tell you if it gives you a significant advantage or not. You know what I mean? Or if it might be the way to go for someone who's better than me. You know, that's a thing. Maybe I'll even get creative, bust out that bow, you know. Yes, the telly, then whirlwind. Good observation, Javito. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Get the lock, telly, then whirlwind. The thing is, I think you really can't go much more than that against Polytheist with the chains. I have tried to chain Polytheist before on a barbarian, and let me tell you what Poly will do if he notices that you're chaining him. He will eventually start trying to bait it, and then he'll up boulder you when you come in. There it is. Polytheist going in a little too close to the scene of the crime there. Could have been punished, but he got away with it. It's not pretty, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is SVS. Holy shit. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. I guess we should be asking Jits, are you okay? Is everything all right? That's, I hope whatever you're going through, you get through it, you know? That's... Jits on a sorceress. Giving up on that din tonight. Jeez. Please, everybody, let's pray for It's the Jits and send our most positive vibes to him. I know it's hard to follow. I know it's hard to follow the LLD show between me and Lol Rages, alright? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. Nah, man, I'm excited. SVS LLD should be good, too. That should be pretty epic. Smolps is a savage on that Fire Stork, man. It's really cool to see that thing tearing it up. Man, I was wrong about that. Those Hydras doing some work in the right in the right situations. I think it really comes down to preference. It's like, you know, some skills are viable if you believe in them and know how to use them. That's what it is. It's probably why I believe in Meteor so much and think that not many people use it. It probably does suck, but there probably aren't as many cheese players like me that can land meteors on people. You know, that have practiced landing meteors on people. I know Root actually did it too. That's who I got it from. I saw him landing meteors on people and I was like, that shit's fucking wild. I gotta learn that. Years of taking throws in judo has finally caught up to me because I thought this would be a good idea. 2-0 so far for Polytheist, the current reigning, defending, dominant DFC champion. This guy, let me tell you, holy shit, we're gonna check it out from his angle here. We'll get to see. If you don't check out the Polytheist on the YouTubes or the Twitch, you definitely should. Twitch.com/the_Polytheist or youtube.com/@Polytheist. That's the man, the myth, the legend, both venues, great places to check this guy out. He is dueling a lot on stream. Big hits there from him, Papa Weed. That's what he needs. This guy duels a lot, and what I love about it is he is always up in the pubs, always just having fun in PvP. That's what it's all about, man. Polytheist is the true spirit of PvP, I think. Not only a champion, but just a great guy. You catch him in the pubs. You catch him on stream. Just a real good dude, you know? And someone that's a bit of a success story. Someone that took this druid, a rather off-meta build from back in the day, and went from turning this into an off-meta build to the best druid build in PvP. That is a story that doesn't happen. Isn't supposed to happen. Right? You don't see that every day. You don't see that every year. You don't ever see that, for the most part, in Diablo 2. That's so crazy, and that's really been in the last handful of years he's done this. Just pure focus on this, using this build even in the days of LOD, back before all of the fire skill buffs and all of this. He was running this as a meme back in those days, and this went from meme to DFC champion, because this guy, much like what I was talking about with piloting a charger back in the day, this guy has been piloting this back in the day. He knows the tricks. He was familiar with them. It is muscle memory for him. There it is. Big hits from Polytheist in that exchange there. And Himpapa Weed is very low. Polytheist 2-0 so far. Looking to make this a clean 3-0. And there it is. 3-0. Can Himpapa Weed turn it around? Man, these fire droids. That is wild. That is wild, man.
I can't carry it.
Wow, what a duel. 3-0 so far in favor of the reigning, the Armageddon reigning, defending DFC champion Polytheist. This guy, a savage in the arena. Big hits from Himpapa Weed, or a bit of a nick of a hit there from Himpapa Weed. I believe he is on. It looks like he's definitely got Beast. I'm going to guess Grief there as well. There is also another option for a Barbarian versus a Druid with some pets here, and that is you could also use the Breath of the Dying, right? Is Polly on 5 wolves? Did we make a rule against that, or did we not? Hold up, let me check. No, we didn't. All right, we good. Only versus Paladins. I knew it got updated. I was wondering. I thought barbs were thrown in there too. They probably should be. Damn, son. Yeah, those wolves make it really hard for Himpapa Weed to get in here and land a hit too. Yeah, I'm gonna make a note of this here. I'm gonna make a note of this, Polytheist. All right. I'm taking a mental note here. Yeah, I think Polytheist, the way he plays is insane anyway. It's hard to hit this guy regardless. But can you imagine? It's like going in with a hammered in and trying to hit a druid through 5 wolves. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. You have to catch him clean. The thing is, you have to, if you blow up the wolves, you have to punish them. You have to close the distance, right? But it's so hard to do that because you're going to catch some Armageddon, right? Lucky and good duels, man. GG's, look at that. He even procced with the new jewel. He even procced Fade there. Very interesting. Very rare for that to happen. That is savage. GG's, and still DFC HLD champion Polytheist. Polly the Istrune. Wow. What a guy. What a guy. Yeah, we'll probably make some adjustments about that. I think this duel actually got a lot harder with the new items and stuff for the Barbarian. I think even with Bear only, this would probably be tough for the Barb. But it is real tough. It is really tough. With the 5 wolves. He says, I don't know if I'm streaming tonight. I usually watch in chat. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. If you are, you are. We might pop in after, man. If you are, no worries, though. No pressure. Don't matter either way. I think it's really cool to see this build in action, man. All right, let's pop back over to Track Amp real quick, and then we might have some team duels we can pop in on as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, we've got more in the queue. We've got Jits versus Smolps. Am I also missing anybody? I have Jits versus Smolps, and then we've got Track v Baloney still going on. Am I missing anybody? Let me know. Keep me posted. Sometimes I miss it. I'm just gonna check and see who's streaming. I see Armos up in there. Let me throw Armos in there. Armos is in the queue. Let me check back in with Track Amp real quick. See how this duel is going. It is pretty wild. This one could be a long one with a lot on the line. Oh, yes, AF50 versus Nim. Okay, thank you. AF50 versus Nim. LLD. That's really good to know. That one, man, that's going to be a sick one. I might try to, we're obviously going to try to balance some different duels in between. This one's a very long one. It is a crazy one. So far, I believe Baloney Pony is up at least 1-0. It could be 2, but we'll see. LLD special ed match. Yay! Bread makes me poop. Dude, y'all remember special ed from Crank Anchors? God damn, that shit was the funniest, man. I'm pretty sure that show actually changed a significant portion of my life. I've been a content creator for a long time in one way or another, boys. You want to know? All right, so like back in my early days of childhood, I used to make rap songs. But then after that, you want to know what I made for back before the days of YouTube and shit like that? You want to know what I was doing in college? I was prank calling people, and it was fucking wild. I made the best prank calls. I made CDs with my prank calls on. I'll have to look and see if I still have some. They were fucking funny. I always put on this personality, Mason, and I would talk with people in this loud, obnoxious voice. Like, I would call them and be like, yeah, who the fuck is this? Like, oh man, the conversations were ridiculous. Yeah. Yay, I got mail, yay. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Crank Anchors was insane. It was probably all inspired by that. But it was funny, man. I had whole CDs full of my prank calls. It was nuts. Menace IRL and bail games. Yeah, exactly. In bail games was just practice, you know. Menace everywhere. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think I called a government agency once in college, which got the cops dispatched to my dorm room, but I was also a pre-law student, so that was kind of fun. Like, you know, they tried to search my phone, but I asked them if they had a warrant, and then they showed me a warrant, but it was an administrative warrant, so I was like, you're gonna need a judicial warrant for that, which kind of caught the guy off guard. He's like, well, it didn't catch him off guard. He's like, yeah, you're right. You know, so then they didn't search my phone, and that was fun. A menace for sure. I was a little dickhead back then, I think is probably a better way to put it. Yeah, it was fun though. I mean, those were the college days, you know. You got to live it up. You got to push the limits. You got to learn things. You know, it was fun. It was fun, man. It was good times. You'll learn a lot, you know. You'll learn a lot. Epic matchup right here. Track amp staying on the outside. It's so hard to get in. We don't quite have a life check, but we might be able to pop into Baloney Pony and see how it looks, man. Baloney Pony at about half. He is winning these exchanges, though. Like, he can wait. He can wait as his opponent comes in. It's kind of crazy. Results may vary by location. Cops my way would just beat my ass for trying to explain law to them. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Shut up, boy. You think you're funny? You talk about all that law shit. I am the law. Baloney Pony getting a little ballsy here. Taking some of these shots. Taking some of these opportunities. He says, run out of mana, boys. If anybody can mana pool these guys, DFC9. It's still the second round, by the way. All right, this is what we'll do. I don't want you boys to be stuck in this duel forever. This is what we'll do. We're going to go to a sudden death on this, all right? Winner of this round wins it all right? I'm sorry, I had no idea this would be so crazy, but yeah, we could try a map cut. What do you guys want to do? We could just go sudden death. Yeah, I say we just go sudden death, let it play. Yeah. I think Baloney Pony's up, Track Amp is down. Yeah. Winner of this round takes it all. It is. I mean, this is still the second round. These guys are saying this is crazy, but you know, it puts it all on the line for this one right here. Player's just too good, man. Brody Cam, you speaking Spanish now? Right, yeah. Yeah, it's a 1. I say just winner of this round. We just go sudden death. It's no worries. The first round was practice. Winner of this round takes it all. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I had no idea this was going to be a long duel, but it totally makes sense. We need mana, though. True. All right, let me try to get up in there. I'll see if I can pull you guys. I think I remember the pass from last time. We'll see. I don't remember it. Let me see. I'm gonna fire up the main account. Trying to mana pool these guys. I'm gonna fire up the main account and see. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Thank you. Just seeing that now. I'm gonna try to throw some mana these guys' way. He is All right, we'll get it going, boys. Shit. Well, what was it again, dude? Flash it to me. All right, got you. Thank you. Got you, brother. All right, let's get up in here. Let's get these guys some manners. Let's get them some manners.
The order welcomes you.
I am overburdened.
Hell yeah. All right, brother. Skybound versus Armos. Got you in the queue. I'm just mana pooling these guys so they don't run out. Get a nice little pool for them, and then we'll cut back to this duel, see how this goes. It's going to be the final round of this one because it is going on a long time. I don't want these guys to be stuck in this forever. It is a very competitive one, but I think right now it's going how it's going. It benefits Baloney at this point to call it a sudden death. All right, GG. Polytheist coming in. Appreciate you too, man. Thank you. Hell of a guy. Hell of a guy. Sudden death in this round, boys. The winner of this is going to take it. This is still, I mean, this is the second round of this bout that has been going on for maybe hours at this point. And it's the second round, so I feel bad, you know? I feel bad. Yeah, I'm not sure why it stops Armos. Is that a bad word or something? Why is Armos a bad word? Oh, it's like, I guess... So Armos in, like, ARPGs is like a name for an enemy. I've seen that name for an enemy in many games. But it's also like an Armenian slur, apparently. Alright, so that's... I was wondering why it was blocking it in chat. It's like, what the fuck? Alright. Yeah, that's weird. Alright, well, good to know. Can't... Let's... We can't be saying that player's name, I guess, in chat. God, it's so... Twitch is so gay. Like... It's so gay. I'm sorry, but... Wow. Yeah. It's... You learn something every day, I guess. Did you know about that, Positive Vibes? Did you know about that being a slur? Positive Vibe says he's an Armenian. That is the first time I've ever heard about that. Because I saw Coach Jason trying to type that player's name in chat, and it wouldn't pop up. And he says, to be honest, no. He didn't even fuck. So gay, dude. Fucking Twitch. Wow. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yep, yeah, that was a name of a character in Mario RPG. I'm pretty sure. Or something very close to that either way. I always thought it was. But I got banned for slurs once, so I guess I can't say but honestly, that one made sense, right? The F slur, right? I get it. Worthy of a ban, right? It makes sense. Anybody would know that's probably not allowed, right? But this one, what do we call it? Is this the A slur now? Like, for real? Who's running the fucking ship over there? Fire them. Holy shit, man. And down goes track amp. Yeah, that is a ridiculous duel. I agree, man. I agree. That's crazy. But dude, I gotta say, I didn't know how that one would pan out. It definitely is a long duel. It makes sense. Props to Baloney Pony, though. That's what he did. What he had to do. He knew what he had to do, and he done did it. All right. That's what you gotta give the man props. You gotta give credit where credit is due. Boys, we've got Smolps versus Jits in the LLD level 30 division. Let's kick over and check this out, boys. Then after that, we have we have the Armenian player himself, ARMOS is how his name, it was what his name is, ARMOS. Man, I was just pronouncing it wrong, because clearly if it was a slur, Discord wouldn't let you make a name like that, and you know, the game wouldn't allow it. ARMOS is that's what his name is. Shit, I was mispronouncing it. Wow. Dumb streamer. Don't worry, I'll get better. I'm getting better at things. That's who's up next. Skybound versus Armos up next. Then we've got AF50 versus Nim LLD. Holy shit. What is this? Down goes Alicia Keys, the Smolps himself, slain by Jits in this SVS throwdown. What is this? Jits popping in on a sorceress himself here. Fireball versus Fireball. This is level 30, and you might not be able to tell it unless you take a real close look. The fact that Jits is wearing a Visceratant, and so is Smolps. Both these guys using Visceratant, Viper Magi. I mean, also Viper Magi is pretty legit in HLD SVS, let's be real. Right? Also viable. But that is what these guys are doing. This is a level 30 duel. Both of them also have teleport, making it even harder to tell. That's crazy. But yeah, alright, so far, Jits is up 1-0. He's getting a nice stomp there, punishing Smolps for that controller. But Smolps, he knows how to deal with it. He knows how to deal with it, man. This guy is so good when he senses that aggression. Sometimes he'll come in and bait it because he's like, all right, you think I'm a controller player and I can't respond to this? No, what he does is these vicious walkdowns at awkward speeds that cannot be obtained on mouse and keyboard, right? Awkward walkdowns that and then just boom, blasts a fireball right in your dome. But nice hit there from Jits. He gets in and out, delivers the violence, no problem. Another hit, though, from Smolps. Smolps is on Alicia Keys, and Pyro is Jits. This is a fire v fire showdown. This is an interesting one. Actually, if you have a nice insight, you can actually just keep your insight out. And it gives essentially the same amount of skills as, like, Spirit plus Visceraton does. You know, so... a nice Spirit with constant mana regen gives you 35 cast, big mana. You could have Fire Mastery and Fireball on it, and it's just as good as Spirit and Visceraton. Except for you just, you know, in this matchup anyway, except for you just have a constant meditation aura. It's crazy. The Act 5 is actually already up on the secret playlist. Nice hit there as a teleport away comes from Smolps, but Jits lands it. Yeah, it's in the playlist. If you look at the One Life playlist, I already beat Act 5. That challenge is in the books. It is done. We done did it. We beat Diablo 2 with One Life. I probably could go for Nightmare and just see how far we can get. I thought about doing that. Like, we're not dead yet. Could just try Nightmare. I was thinking about it. Maybe I'll try that next week. I might fire it back up until I die. Go in Nightmare, One Life, just see how it works. See how it goes. I don't mind fire locks. Chain locks are impossible to beat when there's absolutely zero aggression. Yeah, I think that's how, it's interesting because that's how he had to play that, and then you also had to play it from mid-range. If I would have put 2 and 2 together there, I might have concluded that could be a long duel. I think there are ways, though. Like, so for example, I think CT casting on your character gives you the advantage, because you don't have to get as close. Baloney Pony could return the favor and start doing some CT casting, but I think you win the CT cast all day, because you can just teleport out. You get hit by a chain, just teleport off screen and break it, right? I think CTing would give you the advantage, but also, if you threw in like a Widowmaker, as crazy as that is, we've seen Paulie do it, I think it makes it miserable for him. Yeah, but if you go in, you just get nuked. Pony versus Serenity, please. Add to queue, thanks. All right, jam it, slam it, let's go. Baloney v Serenity. The grudge match of the century. I can't wait for it, man. Can't wait. The name lock chains don't do any damage, just the Invisichains. Yeah, that's what it is. We saw those pets get blown up and all of that shit just randomly. It's crazy, man. I think we were talking about it mid-duel. It's like, there has to be a way to address the miasma chains from a distance, especially because it's kind of like a trapper in a sense, right? Where, like, there was this phase of the trapper where a trap sync could just sit in 5 stacks and, like, what do you do? Then players would adapt to address it from range to make the Sin move, right? Like, and I think that's kind of what it is in that matchup. Baloney Pony was playing it the way that he had to. He couldn't go chase because he'd get blown up by Armageddon and all of this shit. So it made sense for him to stay in. But y'all have the same range. That's what makes it difficult. It's like, y'all have like the same range. No one really needs to aggro the fight. So, like, knowing that alone, I should have just made a better matchup. It's really what it comes down to. So my apologies for that. But I think that, honestly, if there was some sort of long-range attack that you had, such as Widowmaker or just CTs, I think it changes that duel. By the way, now Smolps on the board here. Yeah, you can chase without stomping, drag chains with you, trap me with him. It's GG. Yeah. Yeah, chains are weird. Chains are certainly weird. I saw you, though. You was working those chains pretty good, though. Like, you were aware of that. And there was sometimes Baloney Pony would push the action a bit, and you'd stay constantly teleporting in his south, like, to his south. And that made it interesting, because it's like he couldn't wrap the chain around you. He had to lock on, which would have stopped him from tellying, and just giving you an opportunity. I was like, this is good. But even Baloney Pony noticed that, and he stopped chasing. Like, he noticed that, too. It was good. You played that very well. I think he learned that he couldn't wrap chains around you because you were outmaneuvering him when he tried. And that means that, you know, he has to stay in his lane. He has to stay in his area. Totally made sense. Just a bad matchup, so I apologize for that, man. Nice shots there as Smolp sets up these Hydras. This is crazy. Sets up these Hydras, baits these engagements, and now Jits is paying for it a bit here. Jits trying to stay way on the outside and trying to outrange and out-aim Smolps as he sits in his Hydras. I think that's pretty smart, actually. Nice stomps there from Jits. He takes a little bit of Hydra damage, but he won that exchange. Oh my god, nice aim there from Jits. That was incredible. Very, very close round, but Jits gets there. Now 3-1 in favor of the Jits. But as you can see, the Alicia Keys, aka the Smolps, he has the ability to turn this around. Those Hydras were pretty insane. Like, the way that he set them up and just the engagements he was trying to bait Jits into was working really well. Holy shit, nice Hydra hits there from Smolps. Jits in trouble early. Yeah, and that's the other thing with the controller. We were talking, like, in that matchup, the controller was pure advantage, which is rare to see for controller play. There's never been a match where I'm like, playing on controller is pure advantage here. That one, it definitely was. There was no drawback. It was all pure advantage. But hey, it's rare that happens, you know? Like I said, I think that was just not a very well thought out match on my part. So I'll take the blame for it. Sorry for such a long match, man. To both of you guys, Baloney, Track, I know that if I would have done some thinking, I would have realized that was going to be a long match. Nice shots here from Jits. He's sending them right down the lane. Those are connecting. You see that response from the chilling armor of Smolps there. When you see those bolts come out, that means one of those fireballs connected. That's a good indication. Those are some great, well-aimed fireballs from the outside. Smolps turns the tables, gets in there. Oh my god, what a duel, though. He stepped on the outside just a little too long, gets beat up by those fireballs. A nice lock there from Jits, punishes him for it. Damn, son. Jits gets there on this fire sorceress. What a hell of a throwdown. Now it's ARM OS versus the Skybound himself. Let's check it out, boys. Sorry for the wait. Oh, we got a gear showcase here. Let's check this out first, and then we'll pop in. ARM versus Skybound. Alicia Keys, high-key childhood crush. Yeah, she was cute back in the day, man. She was a cute one. You see the pun, though. This girl is on fire. You get it? You get it? I get it. We get it. Look at that belt, man. 10 cast, FHR, and light res, LLD. That's crazy. That's a really good roll. Nice belt from the Alicia Keys, aka the Smolps. 2030, one open socket, big mana on that though. 15 12s on the charms. Very nice. Yeah, that's incredible. Pretty similar gear from these guys. I mean, as you would expect, with the exception of, I think Jits had the MDR on the belt there. Life on the 230-20 helm. Nothing even socketed in it. That's crazy. That's a perfect Visceraton. 150 ED. I've been looking for one of those forever. I have found 1,000 Visceratons. None have rolled perfect. Actual 1,000. That is, Blizzard hates me. Yep, that's what it is. Damn, son. Great setup. That is, yeah, absolutely. That amulet. It's beautiful, man. That was a beautiful setup. All right, Mr. Arm OS versus the Skybound. Let's pop in and check this one out. What have we got here? Zon versus Sin. Oh, man, that's actually going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy. This is interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to go. You would figure it favors the Zon. You would figure. But there's some tricks you can do on a Sin. You could go max block on a Sin. You could go max block, start dumping those traps. You know, put on like a, put on like an SS. Stack up that DR. Go in full bore, man. The SC spelled GG? I didn't even notice that. Holy shit. Jits, the legend. I didn't even notice. Thanks, Nim. Jits, you're a legend. Sorry for not noticing that, man. That's crazy. Good setup. Good setup. I'm gonna have to go check that VOD again and look now, man. That's nuts. I love it. I love the creative charm space there. Look at this. Absolute spray. Oh, man. Big hits. That was crazy. We've got Skybound coming in, and he is on a ghost. He is a ghost Sin. We saw this guy before doing this, and I knew, boys, this was going to be tough. This was going to be a match right here. This was going to be a match, and he has an incredible setup for this. But now, Armos knows. He's like, all right, we're going to be coming in here. We're going to be dueling a ghost. Okay.
I can't.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to switch up how I go about this. This is nuts. Full ghost, no fucks given. Just comes in there, dual claw. He ain't got no SS. He don't need that shit. Let's get up in there and check it out with Skybound. This is so wild, man. Let's check it out from his point of view. He has got an interesting challenge, though, because every time he goes in, he has to worry about that multi-shot. Oh, my God. Look at this. Or does he? Or does he? He says, you need to bump your defense. He goes, just nasty. Yeah, that defense is... he's getting pieced up by those whirls. That is crazy. I gotta say though, I absolutely love the Zan. Like, I think this is in a really good spot right now. He's even got, you can tell from his setup, he's got the Horizon's gloves, Horizon's boots. Those are really good on an Amazon. I'm not sure about the new jewel. He doesn't have the Sunder, which totally makes sense because that's going to cost him a little bit of DR. You could technically make it up, though. You could technically make it up on a Zon, which I think is interesting. You could technically make it up. Yeah, take your time. Do all the swaps you need, brother. No worries, no hurries. Yeah, take all the time you need, man. Armos coming in and he's going up against an absolute savage. Skybound, last week he was on, I think I assumed he was on a Trapper. And this week I also might have forgot. But this boy is on a Ghost. All right, this boy is a Ghost player. And I'm actually glad he is. because I felt a little bad about, you know, if he was on any sort of trap hybrid. The Zon is not a great matchup. A Ghost, it's still tough, but it's way better. The only way I'd ever run it back, Coooley, is limited in their max res to 75 with no Sorb. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, something. I mean, too early to tell. It just seems like a bad matchup. You'll have to forgive me, because usually we don't see bad matchups, right? Like, and that's through years of data and just knowing you don't make this matchup. Such as Zon versus Druid. Oh my god, big hits there though from Armos. He has pumped him full of arrows as he's come in. And damn, son, he catches him right as he teleports out. That's what's up, he says. Good duel, holy shit.
Good day.
All right. Arm is on the board. Yeah, so it could just be one of those matchups. I don't know, though. I think it might be doable. I don't know. Like I said, it's one of those things. We don't really know the miasma chain lock yet, right? Like, that's the other thing, is we don't really know it yet. I see a big weakness in its game, and I hope more players see it too. We've talked about it. It's just long range. They're very mid-range. And if they have to aggress, if you have something that punishes when they aggress, it's just so bad. Like, I think my Murder Din could beat it. And Din is not a good matchup, I don't think, for it, usually. Just get the big hams when they come in. Bow from the outside. What are you gonna do? I honestly think, dude, if you duel a lock like that, do you have a Widowmaker like Polly does? Sometimes Polly like gets cute with it and throws in Widowmaker. Holy shit, man! It's now a tie game between these guys.
Yes.
Holy shit! He is. I'm not sure what he has put on that has changed, that has shifted the tides here, but damn. Armos has swapped it and thwopped it, dude. He is now 2-2 after a rough start on those first couple of rounds. Yeah, I agree. I think if you have to get close or even mid-range, it's tough. Yeah. Chillin' armor pre-buff, I'll allow it. And HLD, I'll allow it. I'll allow it, bot. I see what you mean, though. Yep. Yeah, I see what you mean. Especially in this matchup. I'll allow it. And here we go, pumping those arrows out there close range. Now, what I was gonna say is just that right there. That is what Skybound has to worry about coming in, is big damage from everything from multi-shot from the outside to guideds from the inside. It's all big damage. He was a little hesitant to swap to that bow right there. He doesn't want to get caught as his opponent comes in. Uh-oh, broke those jabs. That ain't good. Uh-oh, oh my god, he got there. He actually got there. With the bow. Holy shit. 3-2 now. My jabs just broke. Gotta use Titans now. Oh yeah. Holy shit. While he waits for those jabs to repair, he's gonna go use Titans. Oh man. This is the opportunity. Yeah, I think he switched to some big jabs there, and that's what was making the difference. Yeah, look at those 444 top-end damage there. That was insane. It's E-Rep, yeah. Yep, can't repair. E-Rep, they just have to repair themselves. Just sit AFK in a game or something. That is the big drawback to those jabs, especially those types of jabs, like the, what are they, the Balrog spears? They don't have a large stack on them. Like, I forget what it is, but it's not high. Yeah, crazy if they do it. I have no control over it. I love to see it in the HLDs. If they do it, they do it. I would love to see it too, man. This is really cool looking gear from both of these guys. Ghost Sin versus Zan. This is nuts. Yeah, I hope we get to see it. He says, fuck me. Yeah, he's got to come in here. Oh, there it is. He's got to get out. That's the thing. He gets stuck in that whirlwind animation, and that's the thing. Whirlwind is so fucked up on a Sin. That's what it is. You notice him getting stuck there for way more frames than he should be. That's because of this weird-ass desync that goes on with Whirlwind on a Sin. It's so fucked up. I wish they would fix it. It's so bad for Sins. This is Mind Blast PK right here. Oh, and he gets there. Holy shit, what a close one. It is 3-3 between these guys. This is wild. And I bet Armos right now is wishing he had those E-Rep rare jabs for even more damage. Yeah, it's up to 4. Holy shit, man. Skybound now got his back against the ropes. He was ahead in the early part of this round. He was ready to go, but now his back's against the ropes, boys. Both players back against the ropes, really. Who will come out on top? We about to find out, man. Ghost versus Zan. What a great duel. This is friggin' wild, I gotta say. Bro, I puff so much during DFC, during streaming in general. I have to fucking, just to make sure I don't go over my puff limit for the day, I gotta throw that somewhere. Streaming is the worst. I puff so much, it's like habit. 241 today, boys. That's the number now. 241 per day. We're working it down. That's what it is. Puffing. Yeah, I'm gonna get it all the way down to 1. I'm not trying to quit. I'm just trying to not be addicted. If I can do that, lower it by a puff every day, get it down to 1, and then 0. Point proven. Do whatever you want. We beat it. 241 puffs. 241 puffs for the day. That's it. Sounds like a lot, but it ain't. Especially on stream. I puff like every fucking second, it seems. All right, here we go, boys. Skybound coming in on the Sin, the Ghost Sin. What is a Ghost Sin? A Ghost Sin is a Sin that tries to do all of her damage via Whirlwind. That's why you don't see any traps here. You don't see any trickery. You just see the Whirlwind. Nice plays here from Skybound. Really picking these angles. I think those Titans is really making a difference is what it is. And now Armos is in big trouble, but he's landing some huge shots with those arrows. Holy shit, what a comeback. Those arrows hurt, man. Oh my God, what a bout, dude. Right down to it. Skybound gets there by the skin of his teeth. He says, those damn jabs broke, man. I hear you. What a fucking duel.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Holy shit, man. What an absolute throwdown between these two. That was a sick bout. My God. We'll kick around, see if we get a gear showcase from these guys or something, because I would love to see it. This Zon was so pretty looking. I saw some of those jabs. I saw some of that setup, man. That was crazy. Perhaps we get to see something from one of these guys at least, you know. Maybe they go into trade. We check it out. By the way, Frosty, what the fuck, brother? Thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Again, big cheers. What a savage. Bro. You were too kind, too generous, man. That was such a sick bout. It's a good way to get caught versus a Ghost Sin if you telly. You could. It is an option, I think, Jules, but it is a bit of a risk, too. If you run into a savage Ghost Sin that can chain, Tellying's just not doing you any favors. It's just compromising your damage and making it so that when you do get an exchange, you're almost guaranteed to lose it. There it is. More belts. More Geeds belts on different setups here. Look at this, man. Holy shit. I love it. This Ghost Sin is wild, man. The feral claws and everything. 220, 2 open socket helm there with the Viso mod from the Sin. That's crazy. We got the Horizon half set here. And those rare jabs were wild. Yeah, he went with Fortitude. I do like that. I actually like Armos's approach here was perfect. I think that's just the way to go. You want Fortitude for this exchange. They're going to come in. They're going to catch you. They're going to outcast you. You just want to out-damage them. And that's what he did. That was a perfect play. I think Fortitude's the way to go here. Muchez might know best, but I would say I approve. That was really good. Yep. GG, man. Holy shit, what a duel. Up next, boys, we've got AF50 versus Nim in LLD. Then we've got Baloney versus Serenity. Baloney probably taking a much-needed break after that last duel. What a savage one, man. Let's kick over to AF50 versus Nim in the level 30 division. Can't wait to see this one, man. This one's going to be epic. AF50 on the Sin. Nim on the Din. How is it going to go? What is the strategy for this? Well, let me tell you, it all starts by you knowing what this Sin is right here. This Sin, hard to see, blends right in like a chameleon with its environment with that fade, right? This is a Blade Sin. Chucking out that Blade Fury trying to track down Nim from a distance. But what is Nim doing? He's using that FOH. That's so smart. That's the way to go. These guys playing house tag over here. That FOH doing some work from the outside. That is exactly what Nim needs to do in this matchup. It makes it very, very miserable for a Blade Sin, because now they got to aim on you, right? It's usually they're used to people coming in and then they're just going to piece them up. But when you start using that FOH from the outside, CT casting that FOH, they got to aim on you, right? And it makes it tough. Look at that. One blade there, one Blade Fury just half-lifed Nim. That is crazy. Blade Fury got some updates. I think in patch like 2.4 maybe. That was the Doom patch for D2R, I think. Changed a lot of shit. But it got some updates. And Blade Fury, Blade Sentinel, all of these blade skills do some real damage now. It's crazy. Chucking that Blade Sentinel. That's the blade that kind of goes back and forth as AF50 is casting that. It's like this, that twirly thing right there in the corner of the screen that we just saw. That's Blade Sentinel. That will kick around in the same spot and go back and forth and back and forth. It's a good way to protect yourself. It's almost like it's essentially a trap skill, but it is a very good trap to set versus your opponent, especially if you suspect that they're going to come in, that they're going to aggro you, that they're going to pick a certain angle and try to come after it. That's the way to go. Uh-oh, AF50 very low here. He's trying to land these shots versus Nim, but he ain't got much time. There it is, man. Nim gets there with the FOH from the outside. And Nim also kept those hammers up. I think this is definitely. Nim gets there with the Oh, a little bit of echo there. There is something to be said for this. He kept those hammers up so that if AF50 did choose to come in, he was going to get punished for it. That is a perfect strategy. That is the perfect way of dueling this matchup right here. You could do it on a Charger. You could do it on an H-Den. It's definitely better on an H-Den. He says, hold up, pizza is here. No. Yeah, and that's what you do though, man. Is like you just gotta pump that FOH and force the Blade Sin out. Force them to come looking for you a bit, right? That's what you gotta do with it. Because if you have to go looking for them, you're gonna die, right? That's just how it is. You don't want to have to go looking for a Blade Sin. They will always win that in LLD. The damage is so asinine, man. It's so crazy. I mean, it is kind of asinine in HLD as well, but you don't really see blade sins because you kind of get stuck in one spot, casting that blade fury. Your range is sort of limited. Players can just outrange you with a lot of skills, right? That's what it is. Holy shit. Nice closing of the distance there from AF50, putting him in a bit of a pickle there as he throws some hams, misses with all of them. AF50 connects and lands some savagery there. That was wild, man. That was an incredible exchange for AF50. Incredible opportunity that he opened up. That was all him. Uh-oh, he's under that conviction now, and he's in trouble. Down he goes. Now AF50 looking for a way to land. That was all. Still checking. He's playing the stream in the background, so it's playing through those speakers, and that's what it's picking it up, and you see that little bit of an echo there. That's why we couldn't listen to the audio of that stream. I can't stand my own voice. I don't know how you guys do it. Yeah, 6 insert, man. That was Skybound setup there was so incredible, man. That was just what a duel. What a setup, what a duel. Great back and forth. Do you think Echo and Strike is viable in PvP? Not now. It used to be. It used to be actually a really good PvP skill. I think Echo and Strike was actually perfect before. I don't think they should have changed anything. The only thing maybe is they could have allowed or weapons to lose durability, but either tomato potato, I don't care either way. Nice setup there from Nim as AF50 goes in, tries to get through. Can't make it happen though. Uh-oh, he's getting FOH'd down. Echoing Strike used to be viable in PvP. It used to be a really cool build in PvP, but they nerfed it. I really don't think Echoing Strike needed to be nerfed at all. Again, I'll go back to what I was saying before. We said it about the fire lock. We've said it about a lot of lock versions here. The only fucking busted skill was the bind demon. That was the only thing busted. Like, Echoing Strike isn't great if you can't proc amp constantly, right? Like, that's the only reason it was good. The fire skills aren't good if you just can't just cast a dude with conviction with no gear. You know what I mean? Like, suddenly the fire skills are they're not that good if you can't do that. That was the only busted skill. This is how they could have fixed the Warlock. Just delete the bind demon skill. I mean, a little over the top, but I mean, it would have fixed every build with the exception of Abyss, which still would have been broken. Make that do no damage. But yeah, big cheers. Lots of recoil. Good to see you, man. Big cheers to this guy. We get the straight gas going tonight, man. Straight lemon juice. Nim is up 3-0 right now. AF50 trying to find a way on the inside here. He's trying to figure it out. Thought the change of 2 hands of weapons and books was good. I agree. I think that was good. But the damage, it's so bad. It didn't really need to get nerfed that much. Like, they overreacted to the Warlock on this patch. They listened to too many content creators. They never listened to the right ones. Like, so for example, I think GGM had the best review and the best suggestions of anybody. They still weren't perfect, but they were the best. They were the most informed with the economy in mind too, which is smart. But they didn't listen to him. They listened to the most popular streamers and all of this, and they shouldn't. Like, I love those guys. It's nothing against those guys, but it's like, you have to listen to people that know a lot about the game, that know a lot about balance about the game. You can't just listen to speedrunners. Like, they just need to have a point person that knows everything and is always right. I'll be that guy. GGM could also be that guy. Sorry to be an asshole about it, but it's true. It's just true, boys. It's just the facts, all right? I'll do it for free. You ain't got to pay me. I'll do it for free. I'll just tell you I'll do it for free.
Not enough
No, it's not all Llama's fault. Don't take it that way, right? Llama was charged with an impossible task when they hired him and some other people to introduce a new class to Diablo 2. That is hard shit. That is a tough task, because if anything goes wrong, people are gonna look at you. It's bad news. That's tough. And how do you know how it's gonna go, right? You just have to see, right? Like, it's not their fault. But balancing it, though, they just listened to too many people who were wrong. It's nothing new. They've always done it. It's always been that way with patch updates. By the way, Nim gets their 4-0 in this level 30 duel. Holy shit, man. I thought this would actually be a lot harder for Nim. I actually thought this was going to be a lot closer. What an epic helmet. Look at this. Life, mana, 220, LLD with a little bit of faster run walk in there. That's a cute little helm right there. That's a cute little helm. Holy shit. Conviction, Fist of Heavens on the Scepter. In case you were wondering, that's where all of that's coming from. He didn't spec any points into Conviction or FOH there. That was all coming from the Scepter. That is such a savage amulet, dude. 210, 7 dex, life, mana, big life, big mana. That's crazy. I love that strength there as well. Strength, rune word, blade fury, weapon block on that claw. Look at that helm, 230. Just a magic helm with 2 to trap skills, 30 faster run walk, and 2 sockets. I love the Bane's Authority. That's making a big impact in LLD. So is the armor too, with like with the magic damage. I think for this matchup, I wonder if AF50 would have been better off. Oh my god, look at that inventory of AF50. Those are perfect 320 15s. Holy shit, those are rare and expensive. I wonder if AF50 would have been better off without that armor, because you can actually get away with never getting hit by a hammer in this matchup. You can actually get away with just never getting clocked by one. It's wild, but it's true. You just never need to get close. So you just put on that Maxer armor and let the fucking ninja stars fly. Like, if they get close enough to hit you with that, fuck them, right? Like, that's they deserve it. Diexile, what's up, man? Yeah, it's also hard to design a perfectly balanced class. Very true, very true. There's a lot to take into account here. We're checking out Baloney Pony versus the Upsmite himself, Serenity. The revenge match. Can Serenity get revenge, or is Baloney Pony gonna slay so many legends on this lock? This guy really has committed to this build, really made it happen, really made it work. This is nuts, man. Can't wait to see it. Yeah, there is a lot that comes into play with it, that's for sure. It's hard to bring in a class that's like perfectly balanced. That's hard. If you're charged with the task of, you know, okaying the build, that's a rough spot to be in. Like, yeah, I'm Llama or I'm Jim or whatnot. Yeah, trust me, I'll okay it. And then if something's fucked up, it's like people look at you like you did it. You know what I mean? It wasn't your idea. It's hard to conceptualize how all of that stuff is going to balance out. But there is one thing that you can do, is when you see it, that's when I think, when it's in there and you're doing patch updates, look, Blizzard, just come to me. I will tell you, people aren't gonna like everything that I have to say. They're not gonna like it, but guess what? Fuck them. They don't matter. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna get pissed and, oh my lock, I can't one-shot the entire screen with my Warlock anymore. Like, fuck them, dude. Fuck those guys. They're gonna ruin the game. Like, I'll do it for free. Just come and talk to me. I'll tell you exactly how to balance the Warlock. It's gonna be radical, right? You're gonna be like, no way, that's not gonna go over too well. That's fine. Just people will forget about it. And then everybody else will thank you. The people that still play the game 10 years later will be like, God, thank God they did this. This game sucked during that short window, you know? But that's it. That's all you got to do. Like, there's actually just a few changes. Just revert almost every change you did with the Warlock, except for fuck that Mind Demon. That thing needs to go, right? Like, you can't delete it at this point. I get it. It's a Warlock. It's canon, right? But we can make it so they never cast Amp and they never get Conviction. It's just impossible to get those things. Can't do it. Can't do it on those. Can't get Amp. Can't get Conviction. Demon fixed. Bind Demon fixed. That's literally it. How do we fix the miasma fuckery that's in PvP? Abyss does no damage, but increase the range of Abyss. Make it huge. Pixels monsters from a long ways away. Pixels players from a long ways away. That'd be great. Be an amazing skill, right? No need for the entropy shit. Like, put it right on that rune word. Make it so every player can do that, right? But it does no damage. It pixels them, no damage. 0 magic damage. You can do it with something else. Pixel them skillfully, right? There you go. Revert the fire damage. Revert that fucking summon damage. That shit is asinine. Get that shit out of here. Rest of it's cool. Warlock is kind of fixed after that. Hell, let it drag bosses even. Make it cool. Exactly. Exactly. Make it a cool skill. It doesn't need to do any fucking damage to be a cool skill, but instead it does ridiculous damage. It's so stupid. Like, it needs to do no damage, and I would use it. I would 1-point wonder that shit in every build. I would put fucking the new rune word Abyss or Void on so many builds if it just had a big area and pixeled shit. That's incredible. Make this skill good. Make it remarkable. Don't make it fucking OP. It's OP and nobody uses it except to troll PvP games.
Really?
That's it.
Nerf and fix Warlock. Oh, by the way, I have some changes for Din while we are at it. I'll do it for free. I'll chassis the lock.
You know what it is. Don't spill my secrets like that, Kyle. Right? Don't spill my secrets. All right? Yeah, we got to throw some ones in for the Din, though. Of course, yeah. Starting with reverse that fucking smite animation, right? Reverse that fucking, get that shit out of here. Dude, big cheers, Kyle. Thank you so much, brother. Baloney Pony taking some FOHs. Serenity's stream is up. We get to see this from the Din's perspective and see what Serenity is doing here. He's getting caught by those chains, but he's quickly getting out. Oh man, look at this. He's got a bow. He's busting it out. He's busting out the bow, which is changing how Baloney Pony is approaching him here. This is very smart. This is making Baloney Pony chase him a bit. I really like this, and that FOH is going to keep that pressure up. That is going to give Serenity the opportunity to land a smite, because that bow, it changes everything. There it is. He lands a bow shot that could have cut him open there. Whoops, accidental well. Accidental well. That's all right. Just get hit by a chain. Just get half-lifed. You're good. Just go get hit by a chain or something. Just go get half-lifed. Or we could restart. Yeah, that's fine. Up to you guys. Up to you guys. There you go. Good enough. Good enough. Punishment for the well. Good enough. Loses a little bit of life, but worth it. All right, here we go. We back to it, boys. Little bit of a punishment for that well. You want to hit the well? You're going to take some damage. All right, yeah, we all good. Serenity going in, trying to avenge that loss from last week. By the way, Die Exile, Big Puff Vape, cheers to you, man. 3 stream streak. He's making it happen. Yeah, Frozen Orb is interesting. I mean, I honestly think the Cold Sork is fine. Like, it's fine. We don't need to buff a lot of shit. Like, we can't fall into this trap of, let's buff everything. No. The game is fine. right? Most of it is fine. There's a couple of things that need some help, but most of it is fine. Let's not ruin the Mona Lisa, as they say, right? Nice shots here from Baloney Pony. I love this. As he's closing this distance, he's looking for these chains, getting them. And now Serenity is looking for a way to engage. He's got that bow out, really addressing from the outside here. I really like this. That completely changes. That completely changes how Baloney Pony has to fight this. Yeah, I know we got a big map, but if we can try to keep it above the box, boys, that way we're not all just running around looking for each other. Unless you got a bow or something. Might make the duel slightly more easy to follow. Ooh, those chains, man. That's how you get hit. You get hit with those Invisa chains. If you ain't hunting with the smites, yeah, that's what I would do. I would shoot that bow until he comes hunting me. Holy shit, man. Those chains are scary. Serenity going into the FOH mode here. I like that. He's really trying to play the distance game here. I think that's smart because now Baloney Pony has gone into this mode where he's kind of dropping back a little bit. He's dropping back a little bit, and when he does that, I think that's where you have to punish from a distance. Whether with FOH or with arrows. Serenity's just trying to bow here, I think. He's trying to swap out that weapon. He does not have his grief on right now. That scepter might have FOH, and that's why he swapped to it. You notice he's purposely not swapping off of the scepter. It could be for a couple of reasons. It could be for rep life, right? He could have some rep life on it. It's certainly for bow, but also it could have FOH, which is just insane. He just got cracked by one of those chains, though. Let's check it out from Baloney Pony's angle here and see how this looks. Down goes the Serenity. Baloney Pony was at about half life. Holy shit, boys. That is crazy. I think the FOH is key here. Those arrows also are gonna be clutch. Here's the thing. Baloney Pony's gonna come in. He's gonna look for those chains. And I think Serenity, it's a tough challenge. But what he's got to do is he's got to take advantage of that window, right? When his opponent comes in. And he's got to make those smites count. He's got to make them count. He's got to make them hurt. He's got to punish him for coming in and thinking that he could contend, right? That's the big challenge for it. Chain's got to be a hard thing to duel with. Getting them onto the other side of a hero must be really hard to land. Well, also, I mean, you can land them directly on top, right? You can get a name lock and land them that way. But yeah, working them around, also pretty difficult to do. There's a lot of challenges about this, that's for sure, man. It is an interesting build. It's one of those builds that, man, it's still early, but you can see the strengths of it. I mean, as soon as you come in, as soon as you close that distance, it's just like, holy shit, those are heavy chains, man. Those things hurt. The shittiest part about the magic damage from the chains and the Warlock's ability to consume a Defiler, right, is there's no real way. With all of this magic res that was added to the game, which fucks all of these other magic wielding characters, there's no real way to stop the magic damage coming from chains. There's no way to really mitigate it. And I'm not saying we need to add more magic resist into the game. It just does, it does a lot of damage, right? Look at that. I mean, he comes in, just gets hit with those chains, and damn, son, there goes 3,600 life right away. But those bow shots right there are something. I think they're doing some damage. They're certainly forcing Baloney Pony to play differently. And what I think Serenity is doing here is he's trying to kite. He's trying to make it so that Baloney Pony forgets that he's a smiter for a little bit and comes in a little too close, right? Like, that's the way to do it, I think. Holy shit. Another hit connected there with the arrows. You can see a little bit of poison damage coming through for Serenity here too. I think maybe that comes from a 451. Maybe some poison charms. Maybe he's really stacked up the poison charms. That could be interesting too. This is a nail biter, though. He probably has, like, -30, -40 magic res. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, there's not only the items that the Warlock can have, but then there's the skill. It's like, man, if we were going to buff up all of the minus res that the Warlock can do, I don't know why. He just... Yeah. But who knows? I mean, we'll see, dude. Like, these... It's still early. It almost feels like probably like the Hammer did back in the day when it got Enigma. It's like, oh shit, this build is OP, and until you really figure it out, it ain't, right? Like, we don't know everything about this build yet. We don't know everything about it. Oh, nice hits there. That's exactly what Serenity's got to do, and he can't get greedy with it. He can't get too greedy. He can't get too greedy. He reminded him right in that moment that he's a smiter. That's exactly what he's been trying to do, I think, is just kite out. Like, use that bow, cut him open, and pose a threat from the outside, right? Like, to the point where he almost forgets. He almost forgets that you're a vicious smiter that can actually smite, do some big damage. And that was a perfect window for that. See, he can telly out of those chains pretty quickly. You just can't get hit clean with him. And when he gets hit by him, he's got to get out. He's doing great at breaking that lock. I would, Odin, but they never listened. We actually did. We actually put together, for one of the, a while ago, we actually put together some really good feedback, and I'm pretty sure none of it, they didn't listen to any of it. They didn't do anything. It's why I never put together a review for this. Like, it's really kind of not what I do on my channel anymore. I'm not like a patch notes fucking YouTube video maker. Like, there's plenty of people for that. And I don't think it has any staying power. I don't like those videos. I don't like making them. But either way, they don't listen to me. It's the PvP guy thing is never... It's still a thing. They don't listen to the PvP guy, right? That's kind of how I get summed up. Is it's just like, yeah, well, that's PvP, but nobody does that. But it also just speaks to game balance, right? Like, us PvP players understand this on a level most people don't. We know how to break things way more than other people, right? We break builds in PvP, and they also just happen to be good in PvM, like that fucking bow lock, right? There we go. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's these. It could also just be this a bad matchup, right? Like, this is a really bad matchup. It's like a, you know, the Din could just be a bad. It's. I always thought it was that way with chains anyway. Din is just not. It's tough. It's really tough. Dins have a rough time with chain warlocks. What bad matchups does Chain Warlock have? Zon, I believe, is bad. I think Necro is bad. Wind Druid might be pretty bad, but I'm not sure about that. Either way, Zon, Necro. I honestly think a bow-wielding Hammerdin is bad for them. I think Polytheist with a Widowmaker is bad for them. I think CT casting, like a Sin, could be very bad for them. But I don't know, maybe Sin, maybe not. Barb with a bow. I think they have bad matchups, but I think that the matchups we've seen tonight have made it seem pretty miserable, but I think they do have some bad matchups. But if I'm wrong, we'll see, right? Like, but I can just conceptualize some bad matchups. Yeah, I mean, time will tell, right? It could be Toshank also doesn't understand the chains yet, right? Like, and how they work and everything about him. He's not used to dueling them. It's a new build, boys. Give it some time, right? Yep, it's pretty big. It's pretty big, nasty damage. Give us some time. We just need to learn it. It doesn't really seem broken to me. There's just bad matchups. I would have personally, these guys requested this matchup. I would have never made it again. I think this is a bad one. Yeah, and honestly, I mean, to a degree, I think Scuzzlebutt, you might have been right. Like, I put something together. I was working on something for the second channel, for like the Coooley live channel, but I didn't end up getting it out. I was like, it's kind of late at this point. They're not going to listen to me anyway. I was just like, I got other shit that I have to do. It's like so hard, man. It's really hard. It's really hard for me to put out a well thought out video like that. Here's the thing, and it's like this with anything. It's like this with anything in life. You have a bunch of retards that say a bunch of dumb shit, and Blizzard and a lot of places can't really tell the difference. It's loud voices saying dumb shit, drowning out well thought out ideas that are cooked in the lab, you know what I mean, with precision. Those take time. Dumb, stupid retards don't take any time to put out stupid shit that muddies the water. It's as simple as that. Like, because even with the feedback that I was working on and trying to give, even on the second channel, I'm like, I need to test this more. But then you've got retards that are just like, this skill's fucking busted. Look at what I can do. And then they go kill a group of monsters on P8. And they're like, see, I'm fucking busted. And it's like, that's what gets heard. And the devs are like, oh yeah, you guys are retards. You're not supposed to know how it works. Let me fix that for you. But it's like, no, they are actually just retards. Don't listen to them. Like, that's how it is. Holy shit, man. These chains prove to be too much for Serenity. Yeah, it is tough, man. Well, yeah, I think what he's saying, Jules, is the controller makes it so that whenever Baloney Pony goes in, the controller will auto-aim on a target. So he can close the distance and auto-aim on a target. But, I mean, does that make chains even more busted? If it didn't auto-aim, here's what you could do. you could just stack a whole bunch of chains right next to you and let the paladin come in and die immediately, right? You could also do that. You could kind of get a chain close and then walk around. Getting a direct hit with a chain can be broken pretty easily. So, like, yeah, it's annoying because they just always get it, but, like, it's just that. It's annoying. The build is annoying. That's for sure. I will agree about that. It is annoying. But, again, I think these matchups that we've seen tonight, unfortunately, have just been very bad matchups. Yeah, I mean, you guys could be right. I don't know. And from trying to take this from a very fair, I'm not going to feed into all the horse shit, unbiased look at it. I'm not convinced it's a broken build with no bad matchups yet. Yeah, that was a fair one right there. Serenity wasn't, he was taking it for mana. He was just getting it out of the way. He wasn't damaged. Yeah, I mean, as it shouldn't, but it's, yeah. I mean, we'll see.
Moo 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 moo. Moo moo. Moo moo.
Let the cow tell it to you. That's the wisest thing I've heard. Yeah, fuck it, bros. We jam. Here's the thing. What are we gonna do? Like, what are we gonna do? It's in the game now. It's a fucking skill. If it's broken, play it. A novel idea, right? If it's broken, play it. Win with it. Right? I mean, it's in the game. It's gonna be in pub games. It's gonna be everywhere. Like, we can't just ban it and make a new game, right? Like, we can't just ban everything and be like, all right, well, fuck this game. It's gonna be there. People are gonna run it in pubs. Like, it's just gonna be part of it. Like, we're gonna have to learn how to deal with it one way or another, whether we like it or not. So let's just do it right. Let's learn how to deal with it. Let's play it. Let's jam it. Let's figure it out. What the fuck, Nim? 10 gifted memberships. That is fucking wild. He says 3 people quit their matches tonight. That's a first. I agree, man. That's crazy. But hey, sometimes it's just how it is, man. Like I said, no shame in that. If you ain't having fun, you ain't having fun. Just how it is. Dude, big cheers, Nim. Holy shit. 10 gifted subs. That's fucking wild. Holy shit, man. That is so generous, dude. That is so generous. Thank you so much. Yeah, Serenity having a tough time getting on the inside here, man. You can see it's definitely something. He's using that bow, and yeah, it's changing things. It's changing things, but Baloney Pony's still able to close the distance. He ain't no stranger to it, man. Holy shit, what a build. What a build. It is certainly a puzzle, boys. I gotta let you know, it seems miserable. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't have made this matchup. I did make this one, but it was only because it was requested, right? The grudge match of the century. Serenity wanted to duel it again, try a different setup here. And, yeah, look at this. This is actually pretty teched out Warlock here. This is a nice setup. Yeah, I mean, it might seem weird, but boys, it's here to stay. It's here to stay. It is an unfortunate, I hate the Warlock too, but it's not going anywhere, right? They're not gonna push the delete button on it, right? Like, they're not gonna. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, crazy. Wow, though. This is kind of wild, I gotta say. This setup, this build, it is nuts. He's got that obsession there as well. That is just massive damage. He has really, you gotta give credit to Baloney. He's put the work into figuring out how to make this do absolutely asinine damage. He's got the items, he's got the skills. And you know the cool thing about this though is he's got a decked out character and he's doing this damage. Back with the Abyss Lock, you could bring in a fucking magic find character and just trash a whole room. Yeah, but boys, this isn't a great matchup. I wouldn't have made it again. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, tracking. I wouldn't have made that one again either. It's wild. But yeah, here's the thing, boys. Here's the thing we have to keep in mind. It is a weird time to be a Diablo 2 player. It is a time of many changes to the game. Something that as Diablo 2 players, we don't really see a lot of. And we have to be careful not to do what Blizzard does with these patch updates and patch fixes, right? And what's that? Overreact. We got to be careful not to do that and to approach everything we do with thoughts and testing, right? We need to not be the retards. We need to be the we-tards, all right? Together. Together with testing and time, perhaps you're right? But it's not. The Warlock ain't going anywhere, unfortunately. And maybe if we put our minds to it, we can actually figure out an answer. We can actually figure out a way to crack the code. You know, that's agreed, Foozer. Agreed. But unless we try, we will never figure out the bad matchups. We'll never figure out any of this stuff, man. We can ignore it, but it ain't going anywhere. This problem is one of the 1% of the problems that doesn't go away if you ignore it. It's unfortunate. I wish it would, man. But, you know, it just doesn't. And that's sad. But that being said, boys, what a night. Let me pop in and see if, let me see about these team duels here. I wonder if these guys are doing teams. I see some people in teams, but there ain't nobody throwing down. That's unfortunate. Boys, what a fucking night of fights here tonight. This was crazy. Yeah, it definitely might be. We were rooting for you, sir. I was, for real. I think I wouldn't have even made that matchup. It was bad. It was bad. Yeah, like, I think those locks just beat Dins. They beat Smiters. I would be very curious. I might even go up against Baloney Pony on a Din next week. I would love to try it out on like a Hammered In or something. I think it could be an interesting match. Either way, boys, I had fun. I hope you did too. There were some miserable matchups. I apologize for those guys. He says, set me up again next week. Yeah, Serenity ain't accepting it. He's like, all right, no, we're going to figure this out. I love that, man. I love that attitude. I fucking love it. Serenity, you're my boy, dude. With that right there, that's how we figure things out. That's how we learn. It's just like repetitive. Like, all right, this didn't work. What about this strategy? Where did I get my damage in? You know, it's true. It's like going up against the Hammered In. Just imagine if a Hammered In was added right now. People would be like, this is so busted. Look at what I do with my hammers. I can't go in. I can't zerk a fucking Hammered In. Going right down on the top of them, you know what I mean? Can you just imagine? It'd be wild. It would be wild. Bros, who can we harass on the Twitch end tonight? Is there anyone cool jamming? We do got that dude Willie D up in here. We got Drove for show too, actually. Holy shit. Holy shit, boys. There's Drove for show up in this hoe. Look at that. Look at this boy. Hold up. Got a little bit of an ad going here. Bros, I say we raid this guy. I say we see what's up with the Drofo show. Ask him why the hell he ain't been in no LLD these days. We miss this guy, bros. Let's freaking do it. Let's get up over there. Boys, it's been one hell of a night. Thank you guys so much for kicking around, checking these duels out with me. It means a lot, man. What a crazy time it is to be alive. I know it can be dark in the times of the Warlock. But you know what, boys? Thank God we got people like you. We got people like Baloney, Theory Crafting, making these things deadly. And thank God we got people like Serenity up in here looking to try to figure out how to take them down. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. That's how we get there. That's how we learn, boys. Thank you so much, Bill. Let's get the fuck up out of here. That's it. Don't worry, boys. We will be back next week. Till then, let's go harass this guy. One thing is for sure in this life, Joby sucks. Bros, it means a lot, so much to me to be here with you guys. I really appreciate it, man. And as sure as a Squiggy's chain lock across the moor, we'll be back. Don't worry. See you in the Discord if you're not already there, boys. Have yourselves a great weekend, man. Peace.